The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Things are heating up at the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. With each rapid victory worth 2 points, players scramble to rack up as many wins as possible before heading into the Blitz section. Jan Nepomniachtchi got off to a hot start, taking down the co-leader, but his sole lead was short-lived after a loss left him sharing the top spot in the standings. Front-runners faltering in the final round allowed a victorious Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to leapfrog the competition and jump back into a tie for first. Players are all warmed up and ready to pick up the pace with an even faster time control. Day 4 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. We are in front of the world's largest chess piece here in front of the World Chess Hall of Fame. It is the first day of Blitz action, and the action will be getting more fast and more furious. Let's go to the studio and start today's round.
Today, the time controls get even faster, and with 3 players tied at the tab after Rapid, we move on to Blitz. Day 4 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, Peter, as always, a pleasure to be with you both in studio. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. The Rapids is over and it's Blitz time, baby. 3 players are tied for first, but it's a very precarious lead as people go on Blitz winning streaks. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us our 3 leaders and the whole standings.
Let's take a look. We have 3 leaders, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza, Firouzja, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 11 points. Only 1 point behind is American Levon Aronian. And then there are 3 players sharing 5th.
And at 8th is our Grand Chess Tour Tournament leader, Fabiano. Not good. Tell us about the format for these Rapid and Blitz.
Right, today we start the Blitz. There will be 18 games total, and the time control will be 5 minutes with 2-second increment. And the scoring system, as usual, will be 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
Not much left, but tell us the schedule.
2 days of Blitz coming up today and tomorrow, but if the players are tied at the end, we'll have playoffs.
Thank you. And Peter, the players who win the Rapids most often win the tournament.
Indeed, and this is the topic of our infographics that I will be talking about in a moment. And it does stand to reason because it's no longer on your screen. We're done with the rapid portion, but the rapid portion counts double. A win is 2 points as opposed to 1 point in the Blitz. And winning the rapid portion, of course, gives you a very nice buffer to take into the Blitz portion. And as you will see on the next few screens, there's been a number of tournaments which were won by the person who won the Rapid, starting with Magnus Carlsen in 2017. Levon has done it, Hikaru has done it, Magnus once again, Levon once again, but Magnus is the name that you see most often on your screen there. I would have expected Hikaru to have done it more often than seemingly just once, but he was in very, very good spirits yesterday, and perhaps he is very much excited to buck the trend, so to speak, and win it after not winning the Rapid. And here is the lineup with the live Blitz rating. This is the absolute best in the world, as you can see. I think both Hikaru and Alireza have at some point in their careers broken the 2900 barrier. Right. They're still very close to it, and the people highlighted in white are our 3 tournament leaders who are taking this 2-point lead into the 18-round marathon over the next 2 days.
Just amazing to see Hikaru nearly 100 rating points above Fabiano. Blitz demons indeed. My pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Cristian. Over to you.
Good to see you guys. Welcome back, chess fans, to the championship days here in St. Louis at the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. The action is getting faster and furious, and as you mentioned, Peter, there is one player in particular that cannot wait to start the games, and that is Hikaru Nakamura. He came in for an interview yesterday, and he seemed quite confident. Take a look at what he said. As you can see, always confident, of course. This was yesterday during the Rapid. He wasn't playing his best chess, but he was resilient, and he definitely showcased his resiliency in that last final game where he defeated one struggling player, Praggnanandhaa. But once again, let's take a look at what he said yesterday when he came here for an interview.
I think the main thing, though, is that it's a long event, and as long as you keep yourself in somewhat decent form, you'll always have a chance if you get red hot in the blitz. And I mean, I don't think that even necessarily applies to like myself or Alireza. I think everybody. If you just, if you get some momentum in the blitz, you can go on a big run.
Absolutely, and he makes a great point. There's 18 games to be played, 9 each day, and I have to say, we've been seeing this whenever players get red hot in the blitz portion. I remember Magnus scoring 9 out of 9 in Croatia a couple of years ago. Also in Croatia, Fabi started off blazing hot just a few months ago. So definitely he is onto something, and he will be looking to score a lot of victories early on to try to catch up with the leaders. Do you guys think he has a good chance of doing so?
He's still my pick.
Mine too. So,
Memento.
yeah, I think he does.
Nazi, do the honors. Tell our viewers about the pairings for this round 1 of Blitz.
A very exciting round 1. Hikaru Nakamura playing one of the tournament leaders, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I think that will be our key matchup.
Absolutely.
Abdusattorov's playing Praggnanandhaa. Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So. Fabiano Caruana playing Levon Aronian, and Alireza Firouzja against Leinier Dominguez.
Because Blitz is so fast-paced, we tend to fixate on 1, maybe 2 games as a backup, and we're going to use the third table. Nepo versus Wesley as a backup, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. Table 1, Hikaru versus MVL will be our marquee matchup. The players are fighting hard for pride, honor, joy, and money.
And a lot of money. The total prize fund for this event is $175,000. The first place winner is going to get $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000. Nice prizes for everybody.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, as we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, where the players are taking their seats and getting ready for day 1 of Blitz. And this is our marquee matchup as MVL with the black pieces. He's tied for first, but he's coming off, I want to say, a very good Rapids performance.
Oh, absolutely. But do you think players feel like this is a beginning of a new tournament?
Absolutely. Yeah, it really is 2 tournaments in 1,
right.
if you will. And Blitz is so different from Rapids.
It's not easy to also switch from having 25 minutes to 5 minutes on your clock.
Exactly. Peter, you have a lot of experience in this Grand Chess Tour. You've played these Rapid and Blitz. And how easy/difficult was it for you to transition from Rapid to Blitz?
It's never automatic. It's you always take maybe a game or 2 to come down from, in particular, 25 minutes, which, as I think Jan said during one of the interviews with Cristian, feels like kind of fast classical even
right
these days, with 15+10 being the absolute industry standard. But these are all very experienced Blitz players. They're also very experienced tour players. Most of them have been fixtures on the tour for years and years. So I don't think it will take them very long to go into the swing of things. Yeah.
To adjust. But you think 1-2 games to just...
Sometimes you do have to, get used to only having 5 minutes.
Like your hand needs to get used to moving the pieces really fast.
Speaking of somebody who's used to moving extraordinarily fast, Nepo. In the Rapids, we saw that when he gets into his form, he can have 15 minutes against his opponents too. Why isn't his blitz like off the chart for somebody who's so fast?
I'm not entirely sure. I always rated him as one of the best blitz players in the world. Seemingly not everybody agrees with me.
Right.
We have some hints in that direction. But yeah, to my mind, he's absolutely one of the very, very best players in the world in this format. It's surprising to me that he, for instance, has never won the Worlds Although, I mean,
Blitz championship.
the fact that Magnus plays almost every year has something to do with it, but
Right.
Still.
And here we have Hikaru Nakamura at various times in his career being the highest rated blitz player in the world. For those of you on chess.com, he's a legend. And for me, I still remember one game he won 1 minute against the computer. He flagged the computer after 300 moves.
I don't think anyone else has done that before.
In the history. 1 minute, he made 300 moves online.
Incredible.
And he beat the computer on time. Simply extraordinary, as they're off.
You're
And
off. I was going to say, we're expecting some crazy openings.
And
we have Trumpovsky in this game.
First to deliver a surprise. And D7, D5.
Which matters a lot in this time control. You don't have time to spend in the opening
Exactly.
figuring out what setup would work best for you, because then you'll be down 2 minutes and that's pretty much it.
Exactly. E7, E6, an indication that he's perhaps happy to play the black side of a Queen's Gambit declined was, and indeed, Bishop E7.
Is there any benefit to him not having knight on F3 yet?
Somewhat, but I think Hikaru specifically played the move Bishop G5 to get, to avoid, pardon me, the Queen's Gambit accepted.
I see.
Yeah, because MVL has been playing the Queen's Gambit accepted incredibly well, and not many players have been able to prove an advantage with the white pieces.
It's
so
too
now,
positional, not really Hikaru style, maybe.
yeah, and now we do have, as you were about to point out, the benefit of not having developed the knight to F3 early, but we can develop it to E2. And yes, there is a benefit that it does allow us to go for the center break, F3 and E4.
Right, the two main plans here is F3 and E4 and queenside minority attack with A3, B4.
And we see something completely different. H2, H3. Okay, you take the G4 square under control. It intimates I might be playing for knight F3 as well as G2, G4. Actually, as white, I always like the move Queen C2, hitting the pawn on H7 and trying to provoke H6. Knight E8. Now we're in something completely different.
I see in the database there's only one game so far, and we're in the new position after Bishop D6.
Knight E8.
This idea of playing knight E8 has been becoming a bit of a trendy thing to do, because D6, which is where this knight eventually ends up, is generally accepted to be a very good square for it.
Ideal,
and I think maybe what Hikaru is doing is the explanation for H3, because he is now saying, yes, I will accept the bishop trade, but I will have a very nice queen on F4, which, had we developed the knight first, Queen F3 would have simply be illegal, whichever square we chose. So perhaps this is the one way to explain the early H3 and keeping the knight on G1.
Here, white has an interesting choice. He can go queen takes D6, knight takes D6, B2, B4. Then you get a minority attack, but at the cost of trading queens.
I like Hikaru's choice.
Yeah, I was about to say. Or the second choice is you could go queen H4, keeping queens on the board, threatening to deliver a checkmate threat.
I'm going to predict he's going to castle long and go all in on the king side. G4 and...
I understand, and I like the pawn storms as well, but when you castle queenside and you go storming away, well, what's your queen doing on H4? Your queen might be say, well, right. I should be on G2. I should be playing
it's currently
G4.
Provoking a hook, right? It's asking black to actually make a pawn move on the king side, which could be useful later.
Yeah, he just did, and that is a committal move for sure. And
I thought he was going to go knight E2 still.
Well, he's got potential ideas of knight G5.
And black will have to play knight F6 because H5 would be weakening the king side too
then
much.
G4 and your queen is brilliant.
Absolutely.
But I do like knight G5, knight to F6.
Which knight, by the way?
I was thinking D knight, so the other knight can go to C7, E6
exactly.
in the future.
Yeah, and this is what maybe it's even smarter the way Hikaru is doing it. And this is what I was going to ask. Can we then play queen H6 and just go for some kind of H4, H5 and mate?
Mate.
Just mate.
Yeah.
Just mate.
A very straightforward idea.
I think the queen h6 did have this one drawback, though. It did invite the move queen f6. Now knight g5 can be met by, and look at this, combining
playing on both
everywhere. Normally, it's an idea you very rarely get away with. That is playing on both sides of the board. Sometimes you get overstretched.
It works when
trying
your
this.
opponent has no counterplay at all, but I
Right.
wouldn't say that about Black's position here.
Not at all. Black does have a very clear idea. He wants to play rook to e8. I was about to say he
A5.
wants to play rook to e8 and queen g7, but b4, b5, with the king still in the center?
And the knight on c3 is hanging also, so, well, I can't play c5 because of knight d5, but how about knight c5?
Knight c5 looks
Yeah.
intriguing. Knight
Get the
c5
knight.
with the idea to jump into the center with knight e4, give me your bishop with check, and in case you take, well, you just did me a very solid favor indeed.
Yeah.
Queen takes c3 check. We're not likely to see that variation, but b5, inviting knight c5. Technically, you're very alert today. What's going on? Nice, Nasi. That's
Thank
a good
you.
one.
Yeah, I think Hikaru has a lot of pressure. But
It's still in the building stages,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yeah. But knight c5 does have my attention, and I think
I have it on the board.
good spot.
Would you immediately play knight e4 or try bishop f5? Depending on, of course, where white's bishop goes. Bishop c2, let's say.
Yeah, bishop c2, bishop f5. I'm a little bit worried about knight g5 in that case.
Queen g7?
I'll trade queens
Oh,
and
the
then I'll
knight
take
is
the
actually
knight.
hanging.
Yeah, exactly. So bishop c2, you may have to jump to e4. I don't know if you have to. Well, then I could take and knight g5 again.
Right.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and Biel has to be careful to not leave the knight hanging for too long.
Right, bishop c2, Hikaru is moving. What we've been talking about is that white has a threat of playing knight to g5, threatening checkmate, provoking the queen to return, but then after a queen trade, the knight is whoa, that loses a
Knight b-
piece.
No, there's queen
How?
h8. I think he's planning to go queen h8.
Yeah, there's queen h8.
It looks very ugly, but it does exist as an option.
Thank you. What Peter is saying and what I have missed is that after captures, knight g5, threatening checkmate, there's still queen h8, and because this rook is hanging with a check, I can't just happily gobble a
I
piece.
still have knight h7. However, I am pinned.
I'm walking into that pin, right? Well, he did capture on b5, and now
Yeah, rook b1
knight
seems
g5.
logical. Knight h7, knight h6, I think, might be a bit of an issue.
Right. I like rook b1. First of all, you're winning back your pawn, very important, and you're doing it with a gain of a tempo, I mean to say.
Tempo and a pawn, right?
Tempo and a pawn.
Because I have to move my knight and then he can take on b5.
The one issue white has is he still is looking to get in a very, very important king safety move, castles.
And this is surprising, but Hikaru's down on the clock. MVL right now has 35-second advantage.
He's thinking about rook b1, but something else has got his attention. What
Maybe
could
he
be
still
that?
wants, sorry, h4, h5?
Queen takes h7? h4, h5.
Oh,
h4, h5. Ooh.
so we could still try to play for mate, right?
Exactly. First of all, you've got the minority attack on the one hand, but then you do have h4, h5. Ooh. Intriguing.
My guess would be after h4, black moves the knight, and on h5,
Trades.
queen g7. But it might be a little late, because I can take on g6 immediately
Right.
and have some in-between moves.
But for a blitz game, this is one of the longest things.
And he goes for it.
Goes for it. He doesn't play rook b1. Rook b1 would have been a comfortable. White would have comfortably recaptured his pawn. Peter, that upped the ante. Let's just
Absolutely,
say.
yeah. Absolutely.
What did you think? Would you have gone for rook b1 or the going for the gusto?
It's a very attractive idea because black is still very undeveloped. You see Hikaru is combining it with the idea of playing against the d5 pawn as well. Bishop b3 is a very nice touch. He also wants to provoke rook d8, and after rook d8 I think he will very happily play h5, safe in the knowledge that if black takes on g5, queen takes g5, also attacks that rook on d8.
Here we go.
There's plenty
H5.
of compensation. I like what he's doing. He could have maybe done it faster, but it was an important decision, so I understand why he burned time on it.
And he's confident that no matter how little time he has, he can play fast.
Hikaru is
That's
a
it.
blitz demon. But this slow move, if I can use that term, Rook C1, has given MVL the opportunity to play Queen G7, trade queens, and totally stop
of
White's
course,
kingside
MVL
attack.
went for it. Now this
It's an extra
endgame,
pawn.
extra pawn. However, it's double pawns. And Black's bishop's not very happy on C8 at the moment.
No, it's not. But there is a 3-1 majority on the queen side, don't forget. And those pawns, you know, sometimes you can go A5, B4, B3,
And then A3.
and A3, and away
They
you
can
go.
move really fast.
They can. I would probably include the move B7, B6 myself, just to get White to play an extra move. You know, like, you're going to win your pawn back. I'm not going to really bother about that, but I kind of want you to invest a little bit more time before you do it. So probably B6 for me, but Peter, weigh in on this. How do you like this ending? And who do you like?
Well, I like the side with more pawns, but not dramatically. I think White definitely has very, very good compensation. The bishop on b3 is much more active than bishop on e6, pushing those passes. I like a3, by the way.
You do?
I think it's a good move. I think it stops b5, b4 from being played comfortably, because now it's either a pawn sacrifice, so you have to create all
Double
of these
pawns.
weaknesses. Which,
Yeah.
and it feels like this could very easily become very dangerous for Black. If you lose control at some point and you lose the b4 pawn, you're strategically, it's sort of the very, very classical kind of a minority attack outcome where Black is left with b6 and d5 against the White pure structure going from d4 to h4 all the way.
Exactly.
And but one thing MVL did correctly, he now has one active rook on a1, which White has to, although, yeah, on rook b1, probably was required because b4 was hanging, but you don't trade your one active rook happily here. The one on d6 is unlikely to ever have an active square in this game.
I was just a little bit worried about the bishop. Maybe g2, g4, that last moment. The bishop didn't have many squares on the diagonal. On the other hand, bishop a2 was maybe a way of escaping out of the little trap.
Yeah,
So-
I like gaining space on the king side. I think Hikaru knows what he's supposed to do.
Clock times between these two.
15 seconds against 10 seconds, so this
Wow. So despite that 1 minute thing,
is MVL caught up.
bigly.
Can White win the b4 pawn straight away?
He's going for it.
Bishop
Rook.
goes to b7 maybe? Okay.
You know, he does
I
win
think
the beat.
MVL,
Should.
yes, plans to just... Oh, never mind.
Slightly better for White. It's just a little bit more comfortable. You can play for E. Whoa, he didn't go. Yeah, sorry.
Should be 5, rook
Rook
b6.
b6. I blundered. I think it's time to go for e4. I think White is enjoying his space.
Hikaru's considering right now repeat moves or go for... Then he goes
He's
for
never
e4.
repeating here. I don't think he runs any risks whatsoever. It's actually
Right.
quite pleasant, these types of positions.
Meanwhile, a little update. Fabi has won his game
Okay.
against Aronian.
Ooh,
We have a bishop endgame.
and f6.
So
the
White has the central pawns, Black has the corner pawns.
Exactly. Should be a draw, just because it takes a while to win these pawns.
And also, Hikaru has no risk. He can always sack the bishop for the g-pawn.
E6 check
wait.
did not work, by the way. He would have played king e7, given
No,
up the
e6
bishop.
was working.
E7 and bishop h5 mate? No, he's accepted.
Now
draw.
it's a draw, yes.
Yeah.
Also, Nodirbek won his game against Prague. Sorry, Firouzja won against Dominguez.
I was just going to say that Alireza comes in, and Nepo, by the way, also tied for first. Very intriguing game, but what games are ongoing?
I think they're all finished.
We're all done. Okay, Nodirbek. And how did Nepo
Hikaru
do?
was winning after g4, e6, right? Because I saw the wild bar go all the way up.
I was watching. I need to pay more attention to the ones I will be showing in a second. So I was.
Alireza has defeated Leinier. In fact, we'll get all of our results in just a moment.
I think we have 3 decisive results.
It was a draw between Jan and Wesley. That was the one I was looking for. So it means Firouzja takes clear first.
I believe so.
Yes, he comes in tied for first. He was the only one to win, and we just saw a very nice game of Hikaru making a draw with MVL.
That happened so fast.
It did. It did. Peter, take over for us, please.
Sure, and I'll be showing you 2 of the remaining 4 games over the round, and 2 will be Cristian's purview. I'll start with the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Praggnanandhaa, 2 very, very young players in our tournament, both 19. Nodirbek played the very old 4 knights line, which used to be a kind of a silent-ish draw offer, but really is no longer anything of the sort. People very much play this to play for a win. Vladimir Kramnik, I think, was very instrumental in introducing this idea of playing h3 and then adjusting to what black does with sometimes you put this bishop on f4, sometimes it goes on g5. And it looked like a very normal position up until somewhere here. But you do have to note that Nodirbek, I think, started thinking somewhere on move 30. His first seemingly 25 to 30 moves were all played more or less instantly. And Prague, the conversation we've had before the round about people adjusting to the new time control, and it was also sort of plaguing Prague a little bit in the Rapid as well. Playing slower than he needs to, I think, would be a fair way to describe it. And somewhere around here, after Queen d3, Black really, Queen d3, Black really is in no trouble whatsoever. The idea of bishop takes f6 and Queen h7 check, even if you allow it immediately, does not really threaten very much. You can also, for instance, sidestep it by playing king f8. You're definitely not doing it without a check because the king has a very safe square on e7, and also, if you want to, you can now play g5 and not even allow this check whatsoever, and the pair of bishops on d6 and e6 is very strong. But Prague started to, I think, overreact to the perceived threat. He went g5. I think an important moment was here, because I think Queen takes g3 was stronger for a very specific reason, that the moment you can play d4, in particular, I think quite smartly, he did provoke a2, a4 earlier by playing rook a6 and attacking that pawn. Now the pawn on b3 is quite ginger. And you can immediately start counterplay in the center. And I used to play this opening with white myself, and the realization that this setup, knight f6, h6, g5 against this bishop on c2 is very often completely safe. I remember it was a very unpleasant realization for me as a player from the white side here. You're actually not threatening any kind of mate here at all. And d4 would have been fine, but he played slower. He played queen f8, he played d4 later, which already allows white a much better grip on the center. And here, the engine actually likes white quite a bit. But then Nodirbek misplayed it a little bit. For instance, Queen d3 here with the intention of maybe pushing a5 is much stronger than what he did. And somewhere here, this is not the way the pieces should be positioned. And after, for instance, Queen b4, I think black is entirely out of danger because the queen side is about to fall. White shouldn't be worse because, yes, the king now with the trade on e6 is a bit weak and white will always have enough compensation, but this should be fine. But Prague at this point was very, very low on time. He's down to 10 seconds, although Nodirbek is catching up, and he made a bunch of mistakes. This is not great. One of the pawns survived. You see it 3 moves later, so we haven't actually managed to win the b pawn. It's on b6. But it's not really panic stations yet. You play something like queen d6. At some point, you probably will be wanting to play d4, d3 and trade it for the pawn on b6. But here, a very panicky move, h6, h5, basically lost immediately. Because rook b5 takes g5. Not only do you lose a pawn, you also immediately start getting mated because the queen comes in via the g6 square.
Ouch.
And the game ended soon thereafter. And the other game we were... Oh, sorry, that's round 2. The other game I wanted to talk about a little bit is this game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So, where this is supposed to be a pretty quiet variation of the English opening. This is a very classical start to the English opening, g3, knight d4, a move which is a lot rarer than bishop b4 and d5, but still very much exists. Bishop g2 takes, and here sometimes they go bishop b4. I thought actually with the explicit idea of provoking queen b3 and then dropping back to c5, so that playing d2, d4 later is harder to achieve. But Jan has a different idea, Wesley has a different idea here. He goes bishop c5 immediately, allowing this. And Jan, of course, picks up the gauntlet. bishop b4 check, king f1, very interesting option here. I don't know what's wrong with bishop d2, frankly. I think maybe he just wanted to complicate the position against Wesley. And this looks very ugly, but black also made 3 moves with this bishop. so it's not immediately obvious who is, gaining the most here. d5, a3, and Wesley made an interesting choice here. He could have gone back to e7, but he went to d6, and then just said, I don't actually want to win this pawn on d5. I'm going to be playing against this king on f1. And White in response, this is a very interesting game actually. It's a pity we only have maybe a couple of minutes at maximum to show it. White has a king on f1, no particular way to get it out. So the way Jan approaches this problem is he actually launches his own attack on the king side. and now he stabilizes with e3, and now the other pawn starts going up the board. And interestingly, a move I think most chess players wouldn't even consider in this position with black is by far the best. Because normally, like cd5, queen, knight takes d5, looks like you're allowing white to jump in with decisive effect. In fact, this is just good for black. Knight takes d5 isn't even the best move. It's better to play h6, queen e6, and this is some kind of a mess which the engine evaluates as unclear. Instead, Wesley played queen d8, and after rook h4 he's in trouble. In quite a lot of trouble, in fact. D takes e6, bishop g5, desperately trying to complicate matters because otherwise white will just take on e4 and be completely winning. But white is completely winning anyway. And somewhere here, queen a4 is fine, but I think Jan went for a bit of a fancy play here. Although already, I guess the problem is you would very much like to support the pawn on b7 by playing rook b1, but black always has this, e4, e3 counterplay attacking b1 with the bishop on b7. So seems like the engine pretty much in all of these positions suggests that what we should do is completely ignore it. Just allow black to take on b1.
Wow.
Not only that, but black seemingly has this passer on e2. And the engine says, no worries, the queen on b8 is so completely out of play because of this passer on b7 that white is winning comfortably. Instead of this, Jan made a very flashy decision after e3. He played queen takes a7.
Dang.
Which is a very beautiful move to make onto the board, but unfortunately it's a mistake for specifically the sequence that Wesley played in response. And a very nice move, king h7 here. You can also start with queen e3 check, but the point is you play this quiet move, king h7, allowing white to put a second queen on the board, but then your rook takes away one of them, and your bishop takes away the other.
Rook.
White is currently 2 up, but this king is so unsafe, and the perpetuals that you have to worry about are so they're everywhere.
Right.
That the engine suggests this is very close to a draw, and Wesley actually held this queen ending. In practical terms, this is actually, I think, difficult to hold because you often blunder a check from somewhere and you lose, but Wesley played it very cleanly, and this ended up being a draw. Very, very fun game.
Thank you. That looks like an incredible game. The standings after one round of Blitz.
We do have a change. Now we have a sole leader, Alireza Firouzja, with 12 points. And a half point behind are 2 players, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I always look at that chasing pack of wolves. Let's throw it over to Cristian and see what he enjoyed in round 1.
Thanks, guys. Speaking of Alireza, the leader of the tournament after this first round of Blitz, take a look at what happened in this one. And the next 2 games that I'm going to show you, they have a very similar story. So they started off c4, c5. We have the symmetrical English position, knight to c3, knight to c6, d3, d6. Unfortunately, we're seeing a different board right now, but I will be able to show that to you in just a second. Basically, what we had was an English and a very tense battle. I do believe we have some technical issues with the board. Perhaps we can fix those. But the story of these 2 games, Fabiano and Alireza, they were very close games, very tense but very close games, which were decided in the final few moves. Both of these players went down, actually all 4 of the players went down to their last 20 seconds on the clock, and that's when the mistakes happened. Alireza piled on the pressure. He was worse at one point. Leinier Leinier was playing really a good, very precise game, but so was Alireza after managing to turn things around. He was slightly worse for a couple of moves, then back to pole position and managed to take Leinier down. Fabiano exactly the same against Levon. An English opening, very tense middle game. He didn't have an advantage. He was in fact a pawn down. But at the right moment, down to his last 10 seconds, when he had to find a very precise move to defend and continue potentially trying to get an advantage, because he was a pawn up Levon, that is, he wasn't able to do so, gave the extra pawn back, and that's when Fabiano took over. I'm sure perhaps for the next round I will have a board to explain all these moves to you as well, but for the moment, guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. It was wonderful following your analysis blindfold. We do appreciate it very, very much. Such tests are what we live for. It's not that time where we're going to take a break, but nonetheless, we're going to check in on our friends on Q Boutique because we got to see what swag they're offering for us today. Well, here it is. Stay warm and show your love for chess with the 2024 St. Louis Rapid Blitz men's soft shell jacket. The official merchandise features the Rapid Blitz logo on the back, comes with zipper pockets to stay stylish and organized, and also featured in the 2024 Rapid Blitz women's cardigan, made with 70% Pima cotton and 30% nylon. This cardigan features the official logos of both the Rapid Blitz tournament and the St. Louis Chess Club. Do all your chess shopping needs at qboutiquestl.com, and I'm going to look up Pima cotton because I don't know what it is. And what about the pairings for round two? What's our marquee matchup, Nazi?
Let's have a look. We have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing Leinier Dominguez, one of the key matchups.
Yeah.
Levon playing Alireza. That has to be our top pick because Firouzja is currently in first place.
Absolutely.
Then Wesley So playing Fabiano Caruana, Prag against Nepo, and Hikaru playing Abdusattorov.
Wonderful. As we get ready for this round two of the Blitz, it started well. I think that the two games that we did witness Peter showing us, those were really remarkably good games. And once again, standings.
Yep, Firouzja leading the tournament, half point ahead, Jan and Maxime. Levon still in the clear fourth, and as you can see now, there's two players sharing fifth place, Wesley and Hikaru.
And once again, Levon Aronian versus Alireza will be our marquee matchup for this, the second round of Blitz, as Alireza, you know, he was in Croatia, he was pushing. He was the one who was pushing Fabi to his limits, and really starting with a win.
And his opponent, Levon, just lost his game.
Right, you kind of start feeling, okay, this could be my tournament. And I'll never forget in 2022 how when Alireza came to St. Louis, he had the 3 greatest weeks of his life.
Yeah.
He won the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. He won the Sinkfield Cup. He won the GCT Tour. And within the space of 3 weeks, I think he walked away with $300,000. Which,
good 3 weeks.
which for a 17-year-old, I think at the time, that was pretty good. That was a good period of time.
Acceptable.
Acceptable period, as we see Wesley So getting ready. Peter, it's early, of course, but we do talk about momentum. Round one, what stood out in your mind? Good play.
Yeah, it's been a very decent round. Hard to really make too many snap judgment based on one game. I thought Nodirbek came with a plan for that, at least with a plan for that particular game. I think the field in general has by this point decided that Pragg is maybe not at his best in this event, and are trying to put pressure on him both on the board and in particular I think on the clock. I think people are very much playing a clock game against Pragg currently because they've sort of cottoned on to the fact that he's slower than needs to be.
A little bit more insight on the Levon game. He did lose, Nazi informed. Did he get outplayed? Did he blunder?
That wasn't the game I was following closely because we split the games with Cristian. And,
I think he was down a pawn in an end game and then just got outplayed.
By who?
By Fabi.
By Fabi. That can happen to anybody, right? As we see Levon with white getting ready. Always stylish. I note, by the way...
Both of these players are quite stylish.
Yeah, but I note that Alireza is in the short sleeve shirt, which I think for Blitz is almost a prerequisite.
Smart choice.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be straitjacketed by...
They're both stylish, but only one of them is a stylist.
I'm gonna guess that's Firouzja.
I think he is actually doing this professionally by this point. Right?
Yeah, he went into styling his own brand of clothes. But here we go. We are getting ready.
And
Hardy hand clasp, and away we go. E2, E4. Alireza can play, it seems to me, virtually everything, and suddenly a Caruana. What can I say?
picking my favorite openings, I can't help but root for Caruana.
Exactly. The two knights, and again, this Queen E2 business. Inviting
You had this
knight
game
takes
in the
F6.
Rapid.
Yes.
Who was it against? Do you think it was against Levon?
It could very well have been. This particular setup with the bishop on f5, here, if you're white, virtually the only way of getting any edge is to play with knight h4, going for the bishop, and combining it with the move g2, g3, so that your bishop will be on this long diagonal. Now, I've had a good deal of success on the black side of these positions, so I don't feel uncomfortable. Let's put it that way.
You don't mind the double pawns and open G file?
No. But here, by the way, the move E5, now that for me is an overreach, because I would not have played this bishop G2 right away. I would have played knight to H4, and if the bishop goes back to G6, I would then play bishop to H3. I'm sure with the pawn on E5, Alireza is planning to put his bishop back on the E6 square after knight
I think
H4.
he also plans to just attack on the king side and tuck away his king on the queen side with long castle.
In anticipation, guess what the move rook B1 signals? B2, B4, put your king on C8 so that I can play B5, and this bishop, as we know, we like our Catalan bishops, is lurking on the long diagonal. Again, for me, an earlier knight H4 would have been better. I think that would have strongly discouraged any kingside attack,
right,
because it's not easy to break through.
He still has that option. Knight will block everything on H file if he plays knight H4.
Knight B6, a fine defensive move. Taking some sting out of A4, making it difficult for white also to launch the queen sides.
Right.
D3 would be hanging in this case.
Should white just develop bishop D2, rook B3?
Okay, rook B3 is an indication that he does
play C4.
Want to launch the queen side. C4, C5, B4, B5, and again, blasting open that diagonal.
No more knight H4 for white. He waited a little too long.
Even big threat of H4 now. H5, well, big threat, what can I say?
It's
intention.
Yeah. Would you play H3 here?
I would.
Just force the trade on F3?
Well, I think he just wants to provoke H3 and go back with the bishop, especially now that the rook is actually on a potentially vulnerable square. H3, bishop back to E6, and here we go.
He went immediately C4.
I've often said that these players are maximalists. You know, like they play for everything, and it's sort of like C4 is you know, going for the gold.
It's also, I think, a prophylactic move because you're stopping 95, and the knight on b6 now looks purely like a defensive piece, right? It no longer has any prospects. I think it's a nice combo move. White has allowed h4, but I think after h3, Alireza will have a kind of an unpleasant choice because you don't really want to give that light square bishop immediately. Because its counterpart on g2 will potentially become an absolute monster, but otherwise it might just be a pawn sacrifice, right? So what is the reply to h3 here?
H3?
Maybe bishop h5, though, g4, bishop g6, and that doesn't lose the h4 pawn.
I don't mind losing the h4 pawn. h3, bishop e6, knight takes h4. f5?
Maybe
bishop
f5 or bishop
e7?
e6. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And
we will see what Alireza thinks
this
about
is
it.
it.
I'd be shocked if he takes on f3, to be honest.
Me
He is a very fine attacking player, and I think the attack will be much harder to come by if you take on f3 here.
Bishop f3, queen f3, again, a pressure suddenly on f6, pressure on the diagonal. I'm expecting bishop h5, as you suggested, Peter, or bishop e6.
Bishop e6 is a in particular in a blitz game, I think you very much like to
He went to h5.
gamble. But he went to h5 here. He wants to preserve the pawn on h4. And if we do include g4, bishop g6, white will constantly have to worry about allowing f5, and then the king side will get reopened once again.
Exactly.
But
well, here we go.
For now, the pawn on e5 is a bit too vulnerable, so pushing f5 is not going to be that easy for Alireza.
Exactly.
The big question is, how do we start opening stuff up on the queen side?
Let's go a4 maybe?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Talk about going for the gusto. I like it, though. a4.
I think it's good. I think it's very good.
I don't think we want to take and invite moves like queen a2 or maybe...
Even c5 followed by queen a2. Yeah, the one reason I wasn't as in love with bishop e3 is that it sort of allows f5 now, although maybe we actually will take on b6 and on e5.
Whoa.
I don't know.
A moment ago we didn't want to give up a bishop, but now you're just...
It's a pawn, though. You should be.
That's true.
You should be on board with the idea.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. It does win a pawn. King b8, and I loved your a4 move ago.
Looks even better now.
It feels even better now. A4, yes.
There it is, yeah.
Yes. Levon didn't wait too long.
I think we're going to see f5 now. Black doesn't have time to wait anymore. Has to.
Could be a pawn sacrifice as well as a5, b5. So what we want to do is, at the cost of pawns, just a5, b5, b6, blast the queen side open. And especially now that this pawn is stuck, the only break
idea, yes,
is based on f5, even at the cost of a pawn. Okay,
c8.
Just
he
getting
want to
out
give
of
up any pawns.
And getting out of the way of a5, b5. One of the best ways of meeting a flank attack is to get your pieces out of the way so that the pawns do not advance with tempo. Now, big moment right here. Do we play f5?
Knight takes e5 and bishop takes a7. You can't play e5 yet.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Indeed, bishop takes a7 is a check. So f5, knight takes e5.
Can black try to open up the center with e4? Because, when you're under attack, you should try to open up the center.
I think that's a very good idea.
I will lose a pawn.
Well, but I'm thinking if you get your bishop to e4, you at least neutralize. I think this bishop on g2 is waiting in ambush for an opportunity, and a move like e4 does attract me. Queen to d7, tickling the pawn on d3 instantly. Rook d1, by the way. Clock times, are they a factor yet?
2 minutes and 12 seconds for Levon and a minute and a half for Firouzja.
Considerable time advantage on the clock for Levon, but even more so, he's got the type of position he excels in. He loves the initiative. They all do. I mean, I can say
Especially
that.
in Blitz, initiative is better than material because moves come easy.
Absolutely.
You don't have to think too much.
Yeah, it's so much easier to play attacker. When you're defending, you're looking for threats, and sometimes you find threats that aren't even there. As an attacker, your creativity allows you a wide options of attacking moves.
It's very hard for black to find a good move because there's no breakthroughs.
By the way,
no useful moves.
Yeah, the defensive move, rook d1, actually comes with some sting.
Absolutely.
There is a d3, d4. I agree the rook on d1 isn't defended, so I'm not necessarily attacking the e5 pawn. But, okay, this is a clear indication.
Right.
He has to, but now that you can't play c6, c5, b5.
And the bishop's now going to start participating in the attack, the white squared bishop.
As my friend Jeremy Silman would say in such positions, my turn, that he'd gleefully play b5. And there goes a pawn sacrifice.
Right. Just to keep the files closed for now.
Yeah.
He's trying his best, but...
He has e5, e4, but it doesn't really do very much. And also knight d4 followed by knight c6 check at some point might be a very deadly Very
Whoa,
deadly
whoa, whoa,
And
whoa.
Alireza down to 30 seconds.
He has to play.
And here we go. Knight to d4 to c6.
Queen c7 though. Knight d4 is a bit awkward. We don't have to. It's a very good square, and honestly, it probably wins. But after Queen c7, you probably immediately have to start sacrificing.
Knight c6 check, though.
Takes, King a8.
I'm
No
thinking
rook
that maybe even
d7s.
a6 here is good enough for white and just sacrifice the knight completely.
a6? So that
The
after
attack.
captures
I don't
on the
disagree.
queen takes f3?
If Lev ends up playing knight e1, I think it's also completely fine. But yeah, knight d4, queen c7, and he has to have a decision here. Bishop takes a7 maybe is a decent decision
Knight
actually.
c6 might be working.
Bishop a7 and then b6, b8 check, put the knight on b5. Also seems completely winning, to be honest.
Right.
Be honest. Best policy. Bishop takes a7. That's ripping open black's pawn shield. Nothing wrong with that one. I like that move. Sorry to say that my eyes, for some reason, were trained on knight c6, check, the force opening up the b file, and then I was thinking after king a8 just to bring the
It's gotta be
queen
winning.
and the rook over, and he's done it. He's gone for the piece sacrifice as opposed to bishop takes a7. I mean, he just felt that this has to be the way to go.
Where's the clean final blow? Rook db1
Rook b1.
maybe.
Rook to b1,
Yeah, rook db1 looks very strong.
followed by queen to b2.
And if rook
Rook
takes
b7.
d3 here, we go queen d3, rook b8, and c7.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, we're going to have to show that when we get a moment. But knight to d6, Alireza doing his best, defending against rook b7, but rook, no.
Just take the pawn.
Nazi, take the pawn. He's done. And wow, remember I said the bishop on g2 is going to be
this
an
is over.
all-star? Well, guess what?
This is over.
The bishop on g2 is going to be an all-star.
Wow, great
Wow.
win by Levon.
We're not going to
Taking down the
analyze
leader.
this one. We're going to go immediately to our backup game, and it's going to be MVL versus Leinier Dominguez. Let's jump into that game. What are the clock? Berlin again.
It looks like Berlin endgame, right?
Yeah, yes, it was, yeah.
And white's for choice, as Leinier is doing his best to hold on to the position. The clock times, if you don't mind?
24 seconds for MVL, 45 for Dominguez.
Oh, come on. You made a mistake.
No.
You're telling me Leinier has more time than his opponent?
Yes. I guess he prepped 'cause
Better.
yeah, exactly. He lost this opening against MVL yesterday.
In the Rapids, that's right. But in this particular version, it looks like black is absolutely stone cold. The pawns are beautifully blockaded, active rook.
Big news, Wesley So defeated Fabiano Caruana.
Ooh, that is big news. So,
I think they're repeating here, or what happened?
well, he's making a claim
Oh, I
with
see.
his clock
Okay.
still ticking, or I don't know if he stopped his clock, but
Should we go
claim
to-
was allowed.
Hikaru's game?
Indeed, Hikaru versus Nodirbek. Okay, clock times again, if you don't
10
mind.
seconds against 4 seconds.
But white
Is
is,
that
up
a
a,
neck
white is
piece?
up a full piece,
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Wow,
Knight takes e3. Rook takes, yeah. Ooh.
Oh, he flagged.
he
Nodirbek was
flagged
But his position was also losing.
a piece down, and Hikaru.
The last game remaining is Prague against Jan, and looks like Prague's up a piece.
Indeed, he is, yes.
Full piece on opponent, he wins the game.
Wow. Well,
a big result.
Prague had to win something.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
finally he got his victory as round two. Peter, I'm going to throw it over to you and tell us about the games you kept your eye
Yeah,
on.
the two games I was sort of in charge of were Hikaru's game against Nodirbek and the Berlin. Let's pretend the Berlin didn't exist, in particular because it ended in a draw. I think Leinier actually came much better prepared than he did in the Rapid and held some endgame I will not understand. So let's talk about this one.
Good.
They clearly came prepared for a fight. Hikaru opened with knight of 3 g3. That was replied to with e6 and b6. And by move 8 already, it's a very familiar type of landscape. This is a King's Indian attack type territory where
Right.
white gets this structure. And this is generally extremely dangerous if the black king is already on the 8 and if white has like the usual Fischer games you remember
Yes.
from the childhood books with the knight on g4, h4, bishop g5 or knight g5, mate on the king side. But obviously since then, technology has progressed a little bit since then. And Nodirbek immediately launches a counterattack on the queen side, which means that once he castles, Hikaru has to invest a lot of care and attention to dealing with the queen side. Yes, trading the bishop on e3 for the bishop on e7 generally is accepted to be useful for white, but it doesn't seem like there will be much mating on the king side going on in this game. White doesn't really have very many attackers. The b file is already open. This is extremely pleasant for black. But then something horrible happens. They get here, and in this position you can play, let's say, knight c6. Just continue improving your game, because you really aren't under any threat whatsoever on the king side.
Right.
So something like knight c6, knight a5, knight c4 is one plan. You can look for others as well. Instead, Nodirbek made this kind of natural-looking, quote-unquote improving move. And now suddenly there is no way of dealing with this pin. Next move, knight d1, and you lose a whole bunch of material. And he ended up going for this.
And
he is currently, actually, we saw a position where he was a piece down. Here he's actually a full rook down. But you have to find a way in, and I guess Hikaru at some point just sort of bought himself a little bit of peace of mind by returning some material, but you're still a full piece up, and against Hikaru you are not really defending a position where you're down a piece. So a very important win for Hikaru, who wanted to start his chase successfully. He didn't win game 1, but he did win game 2 and derailed Nodirbek's chase in a way.
All right, let's go to Cristian and get his insights on round 2.
Thanks, guys. I was looking at this game that you guys caught the end of, Praggnanandhaa versus Jan, and finally Praggnanandhaa on his 11th try. He gets a victory in this tournament. Very important moment for the young Indian player. Bishop to g5, it does seem like the Trampowski is gaining some popularity in this event. We've seen it in the first couple of Blitz games. d5, and we got to this position. b4, bishop to a g7, which is considered to be a bad move, but I'm not really sure why, because I kind of like it. Look, I have enough compensation with my two bishops, my bishop pair, for the pawn, and that pawn on c5, I understand it's going to take a while for me to get it, but I should be getting to that pawn later on. Let's take a look. Knight to d2, castle, rook to b1, getting out of this dangerous diagonal, because f5 will come in the position and the rook on a1 would be on pre. f5, knight to e2, and a big mistake. This is the big mistake of the game for Nepo. e5, because right now you're just simply, look, I understand it's a very natural move. You want to play bishop to e6, want to open up the diagonal for the light square bishop, activate your pieces. The problem is the trade-off is just not worth it, and the trade-off is that you're giving me a lot of targets, specifically this pawn on f5, also potentially the pawn on c5 after ideas of on d5, excuse me, after ideas of c4. Let's see how Pragg handled this position. Knight to g3, king to h8 and queen to h5, immediately targeting that weak spot on f5, as I prescribed just a couple of seconds ago. Queen to f6, knight to f3, he's bringing the other knight, another attacker against the pawn on f5. Knight to g5, that's also an option. Knight to h4 perhaps would have been a bit more precise. Also ideas of c4 in this position were available. c4, and now if you take, then just simply knight to g5, and when I take on e6, I'm going to also recapture on c4. Knight to g5, h6, and I will just go to show you, by the way, it does seem like black is slowly coming back into the game. Perhaps bishop takes c6 was not the correct idea. Knight to h5, and this was the critical moment. Knight to g3, by the way, a good practical decision. Keep the knight on the board. The knight is also a good defender around the king, but also an attacker, as we will see in just a second. Knight coming back to h5 and putting a lot of pressure on that bishop on g7. Queen to g6, queen to b1, very crafty move, I have to say, and black only had one good move in this position, and that was rook to c8. He did not find it. He played the move king to h7, and after rook to b7, in fact, surprisingly, you can just simply resign. Right now, you don't have any more moves in the position. For example, if you go rook takes c5, which was played in the game, knight to h5 comes. The queen is pinned to the king on h7, and you simply, it's a very funny looking position. After the exchange of the queens, first of all, I can just simply take on g7, but even if I would take back immediately, you still cannot defend with rook to g8 because of knight to f6, taking advantage of the fact that that bishop on g7 is pinned by the rook on b7. So critical moment, and after this it was just an easy conversion for Praggnanandhaa with a piece up. Let's take a look at the other game that I was having my eyes on. And that was the game of Wesley versus Fabiano. And I'm just going to go to the critical moments. It was a Gioco Piano, which sort of transformed into a Rui Lopez looking like structure, c5. And right now Wesley should have played d5. Don't allow me to get this bishop on b4 back into play after the exchange on d4. Close shop on this side, get the Benoni looking like structure without the bishop on g7. The bishop is completely out of play, and this would have given white a very significant advantage. Instead, he allowed the exchange and the return of the bishop on this diagonal. So right now, black is doing more or less fine. But after this, Wesley just simply, slowly but surely, outplayed his opponent. Rook to e1, queen to c4, perhaps a missed opportunity. Bishop to d5 was better. But these are very natural moves. And the last moment for Fabiano to save the game would have been to go queen to b7. Very difficult move to understand and to calculate with only a few seconds on the clock. You're threatening checkmate. I have to defend with f3. And now you continue attacking me with rook to d2. He did not spot it. He played knight to d5, and after e6, blowing up the position wide open, rook to d7, only a couple of moves later, Fabiano was forced to resign. Very good game by Wesley, stopping the streak, this very small streak of Fabiano at 1 point. Let's take a look at the standings right now. As we can see, Alireza Firouzja still leading the event, but a very painful defeat, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave took advantage of that, caught up with the leader, and right now they're both Frenchmen in the shared lead. Only half a point behind is Nepomniachtchi, who is definitely not happy with this final game against Praggnanandhaa. Guys, very, very competitive event so far. Anastasia did catch up with Alireza. Take a look, and we'll be back after that break.
Alireza, welcome to St. Louis Rapid Blitz tournament. It's already the third time you are playing here. How do you reflect for your two previous events and your results and play there?
Yeah, my first event was pretty good. I managed to win, and the second was roller coaster. It was a lot of up and down. I was in the lead at some point, then I lost it, and then I didn't finish. I think I finished like top 4, so it was not a bad result, but I could have improved, and I'm hoping that here I could play better, and like first year would be nice.
Absolutely, but what are your feelings about coming back to St. Louis? Like, what are your feelings compared to when you first time arrived here, and now it's the third year you came here next to the club? Like, how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel very happy that it's happening in summer this time, because last year was in November and it was very difficult because it was very cold, of course. But yeah, now again it's happening in summer. Everybody's happy here. All the local people are in good mood, and it feels great to be here.
Yeah, of course. No, it affects the mood, even
yes.
the weather.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. And now you are second in the standings of GCT event. And what do you think about these two upcoming events ahead? Like, do you have like special strategy or approach, thinking about the fact that they're one after each other?
Yeah, I think if I want to win the Grand Chess Tour again, I have to win both events. Because Fabiano played a great chess, and he won both previous events, so I have to try my best, but yeah, it's not given, as Fabiano is in very good shape, but we'll see.
Are you happy with your results in the previous events in Romania and Croatia? How it went?
Yeah, I mean, Romania, I started pretty badly. I lost my first game, but then I bounced back, and it was a good tournament. It was disappointing I didn't win last game. But yeah, I think shared first was a good result. So, and I lost in tiebreaks, but at least I managed to come back after the first round.
And the Croatia part?
Yeah, Croatia also was a good event. I think it was not possible to catch Fabiano anyway, But yeah, second place was the best we could have achieved in that tournament. So.
Yeah, it was a really good event for him, but this event we have few new players, some wild cards. Hikaru is playing, Levon, Leinier. Whom am I looking forward to play against this time?
Yeah, it's a much more difficult event, so yeah, I'm looking forward to play Fabiano. I think it's very important, my games against him, and yeah, he's the person I have to catch. So.
Main challenger right now, yes, for you. Is it more important for you to focus on the result, or you still try to think about chess itself and try to enjoy? Like, how do you balance those two things?
Yeah, I think at this point it's very easy to balance it. We know that the result is important, and we're also trying to enjoy the game because I'm playing a lot of these tournaments, so I have to somehow enjoy it. But I really do enjoy it, so that's good.
That's the most important. Thank you so much, and have fun, enjoy, and looking forward to see you playing in St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returned stateside for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss Chess Legends Make History in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings after 2 rounds of Blitz. We have 2 co-leaders now, Alireza, Firouzja, and MVL, 2 Frenchmen.
Yeah, we seem to remember this.
With 12 points, and only half point behind is Jan Nepomniachtchi. In clear 4th remains Levon Aronian.
Wesley So, but Bobby loses another game. We have our winning percentages, our pie charts, and let's update them.
So I think we start with the pre-tournament where Hikaru was a huge favorite with more than 30% chances of winning the whole event. Firouzja was in the 2nd place and Fabi in 3rd.
And after day 1?
After day 1, MVL, because he had a fantastic day 1, he caught up with Hikaru and they both had equal chances of winning the event while Fabi went down.
Exactly, and after day 2?
After day 2, Firouzja and MVL jumped up. Oh, Firouzja at 48%.
48%, huge jump.
Huge favorite. And let's see, after day 3, Alireza remains 55% chance of winning, and MVL is in 2nd with 17%.
There's something very, I know it's being done with care and attention, and I don't want to argue with numbers and computer projections, but Firouzja after day 3 was tied with Nepo. Right. Firouzja's winning chances 55% or thereabouts, I forgot the number.
It went up.
Yeah, Jan's 11.
Right.
11.
Which means 11. That this model really takes a lot of the blitz.
I understand, yeah. I just like saying the word 11 for reasons which some people will know, yeah.
And the pairings for round 3, Nazi.
Let's have a look. Abdusattorov will be playing MVL.
Ooh.
Nepo against Hikaru.
That's huge.
Fabi playing Prague. Alireza against Wesley So. And Leinier playing Levon.
I'll go with number 2 as our marquee matchup. How about you?
I agree with you.
All right, let's do that one.
An explosive game.
Wow, Nepo versus Hikaru.
Nepo coming in to this round from a loss against Prague.
Right.
Of course, he wants to bounce back quickly. Meanwhile, Hikaru just won his game against Nodirbek.
Looks like Hikaru just had a good yawn there. Just really got into it at the very end. Very, very, very nice pre-game yawn, we might call it. But it took him on his 11th try. Pragg did take down and did win, and that was a pretty important point that Pragg just took away there. But even though we know Hikaru coming in on paper as the blitz specialist, Nepo is so dangerous.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
very experienced player.
Right.
Very fast.
Very fast. As we're just going around the arena there, the World Chess Hall of Fame, players getting ready for this third round of Blitz. And this, again, will be our marquee matchup.
Yeah. I'm sure they have played many games between these two players. As you can see, Nepo doesn't look very happy after a loss, and he's one of those players, when he loses, he can lose a couple of them in a row.
Oh yeah, he can go on tilt very easily. C4.
C6, and transposing into some kind of Slav.
Ready, perhaps? Here we go.
D4.
And it has transposed into a Slav with B2, B3. And this is where I was saying, Bishop B4, really, when Michael Taw played it against me, it threw me off.
They're still repeating their game from the Rapid, right?
Exactly.
It's not even some game from the Rapid, it's
their
the game between them two in the Rapid.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, essentially against Misha in these moments, I was playing for Queen C2 and E3, E4. Peter, speak to the move Bishop D3 to C2.
We're fighting against E5. The reason is, if you have time to show it, now after E5 we can take twice and play knight takes D5. Exactly the same little tactic that they played in the game. No, first to take on E5. Take on E5 twice, and now knight D5. And the difference is, with the bishop on C2, you will not be able to avoid in this isolani in the end. Knight D5, CD5, bishop D2, queen D2. And the queen actually reaches D5. So you will because there's no bishop in front of it. So you will have to end up with an isolani, which honestly is a defensible endgame, but nobody wants to do that.
Exactly.
Well, Hikaru played rook D8.
Rook to D8. I mean,
I keep on trying to remember what that Aronian Carlsen game was. I have a feeling we're very close to it, but I don't know how to look it up.
Here, once again,
the time we have.
I feel
prepping E5 now.
Yeah, I feel the only play for me as white is to play for E3, E4. Therefore, the move Queen E1 I find a little bit attractive, because what I want to do is, when you're not watching, I want to thieve a pawn in daylight robbery.
What do you think about this move A3? It's like a pawn sacrifice?
This is what Levon has done in some position against Magnus, but maybe not in this one. And the engine clearly disagrees. But the idea exists, because then you can try and lock out the queen on A3. I'm pretty sure the idea is to just give up not only the pawn, but the exchange if it gets taken. Otherwise, I don't see much point in playing A3. I think the idea is bishop A3, rook A3, queen A3, and then perhaps C5.
Wow.
And ask black, are you sure this queen returns? Are you willing to bet that it comes back home?
I feel I have knight takes C5 and B7, B6, what you've just suggested, as a way of ensuring the return. Knight takes C5 would be 3 pawns.
Well, after knight B1, I might include knight B1 and then not give you that pawn. Let's see what Jan does, because he has played A3, and if you don't follow it up with something concrete, there we go. Rook A3, queen A3, and either C5 or B4, I guess C5,
And the point that you were about to make, Peter, is I was about to say I could bail out with knight C5, D6.
I'm starting with knight B1,
C5, but your interference move, knight B1, intermezzo if you prefer, means that you don't get 3 pawns. But now, see, you had made a very good point yourself. B7, B6. Let's get out.
I'm trying to figure out how exactly we're going to go about the important business of capturing that queen.
B6 is on the board.
And Hikaru asks,
But
Your
I can see a
question.
question mark.
Oh,
next
no.
to the
But it looks so natural.
Knight b1, queen a2, queen c1, and the queen actually starts running out of squares. No, this is a serious idea. And
Ooh, b4.
well, he's played b4, which is not as strong. It's a second best move, but it's not the strongest.
Now I've got more room, more leg room, as Delta Airlines likes to inform me.
So just to tell the audience, on queen b4, white's preparing knight takes d5.
It would appear so.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Best move here by far is knight e4. Black needs to start offloading things off the board because the queen is in desperate trouble. If you give white a move here, you will, I mean, something will come up.
But why not b6 takes c5, Peter, in order to open up the b file and give my...
You've actually lost the queen to knight b1, bishop b3, bishop c3.
Queen b4 on the board.
Queen b4.
Hikaru does not trust Nepo's knight d5.
But then knight b5, knight e7 check, and then, black is in trouble here. Queen b4 is not a good choice.
E7 check and knight takes c6.
Yeah, first of all, you need to choose a square.
Where does the queen go? Queen c4? b5? Well, I don't want to go to b5, so queen c4?
Queen c4, bishop
I
to
went
d.
to queen d3 and run away.
But are you running away? Maybe you are. I'll be darned.
No, the queen, judging by the evaluation, the queen doesn't get caught, but white picks up a lot of material while chasing it around. So let's say you play
Queen c4.
Queen c4, I give a check on e7, I play bishop b3.
And then we were going to go to d3 with
I'll
queen.
probably throw in knight takes c6.
And then I have to go to
Rook e8, I guess, and depending on where the king went, either knight e5 could be very strong. If the king went to f8, c takes b6 followed by bishop b4 check would be a bit of an issue.
Going backward.
So, no, this is very, very tricky for...
Well, what an
Black
inspired exchange sacrifice this has been. And like you said, Peter, it's something that you had noted in a previous game, and you promised
It's quite thematic in this
up.
line, so I'm not surprised Jan is doing it. I'm a bit surprised it seems to have taken Hikaru by surprise.
Okay, here I do like the move bishop b3 because it basically says you do have to go to d3. You don't really want to go to b5 and allow knight to c7.
Rook.
Yes.
It's not even an exchange, it's a full rook.
It's a full rook. So bishop b3 might be the most precise. We're not worried about precision. We're worried about good moves. What are
No,
the
you
thought
allow.
times?
Yeah, I was wondering why it wasn't doing that. You do not want to be allowing queen takes f1 and e5. Not queen takes d5, but queen takes f1. So yeah, I think starting with knight e7 is more precise.
Maybe, wow. Nice, good point. Lovely, Peter. By the
King
way,
went
clock
to
times?
h8, so
h8 is not great.
Nepo has 2 minutes and 45 seconds against 2 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah,
now
so we start by playing bishop b3 here.
this whole idea, what Peter was mentioning, with the knight on c6 and with the king on h8, the f7 pawn is tender. So knight c6 and knight e5. First, Peter
But
likes
it
including-
very much likes starting with bishop b3, and this is what Jan has done, right?
Exactly. he
Now
did.
if queen d3, we take on f6, and it's bad, so queen b5. But after queen b5, queen c2 is very strong, continuing to prepare to chase the queen, creating ideas of bishop c4, bishop
Queen
a4.
c2, just a quiet move in a way.
Exactly, but bishop a4, bishop c4,
Has
those
deadly
are
threats, yes.
those are queen
Queen went to
d3.
d3, so now knight c6 seems to be winning. But a quick update, Firouzja seems to be winning his game against Wesley So.
Wesley made a massive mistake in a quietish position and is now in a lot of trouble.
Well, as you heard in the interview with Anastasia, Firouzja says, all I've got to do is win both tournaments and I can be Grand Chess Star champion again. And I like it. He
Yeah,
said.
that's all he has to do.
I like playing here. And I can understand
He has
why.
a good chance.
Rook f8, in anticipation of the knight coming to e5, Hikaru fortifies the f7 pawn.
But I see this bishop c2 move got a question mark. Maybe some missed opportunity for Nepo.
Well, he is trying to play a tempo, but the engine is suggesting he could have just played knight c5 and then simply c5, c6, switching to sort of positional play. We're no longer trying to win that queen or do anything by force. We're just establishing this foothold with a passer on c6 and saying, for just an exchange, it's a tremendous amount of compensation. And now he basically has to take a draw. Bishop c4, bishop c2 was a massive let-off for Hikaru. You can still sort of chase the queen forever. You can play bishop c1 here and continue chasing it until the cows come home. But but you no
But
longer
that
really
was a
have any.
reprieve.
Yeah, because I think it was very important to use an opportunity to move the knight away from c6 with the tempo and then play c6. And now the queen will never be on a square where this is available to us as white.
This is what
Yeah,
Peter
knight
is
e5,
saying,
we
knight
take,
e4.
and wherever the queen goes, and it probably has to go to the king side.
Let's go to the king side. Let's
Yeah.
move it all.
Yeah,
the
and
way
we just
back.
play c5, c6 here. Yes, we're down in exchange, but black. Just look at the black pieces.
Not coordinated.
Can't really move.
Instead,
Not coordinated and kind of foreign.
Hikaru took the opportunity not to allow the
Queen
knight to
c3 is not great for. Yeah, and Jan immediately spots the option. He goes queen e2, creating the idea of bishop b2, and now he is once again better if he goes bishop b2, bishop a6, bishop b5, takes, and then c takes b6 in the end. And the pawn gets to b7. Black might survive it, but white clearly, with the pawn on b7, white will be the happier of
He's done
the
it.
two players. Yeah, he'll have to play bishop b5, no choice. So both of them are more or less locked into that sequence. Takes, c2 only square. C takes b6 really only move. What else do you do? Rook c. I mean, you could include rook c1, but I don't.
He's included
No,
queen
Queen
but that
F5.
allows
F5.
But that allows queen f5. Yeah, that's a mistake.
Oh no! He had this.
no more
He had
C6
worked
queen.
so beautifully. He could have played c5. Oh no! He could have.
He has
oh,
knight c5, knight e7. Yeah, he is. This
knight-
is going.
Queen-
This is
queen
going
remains on the
slightly off
fifth.
the rails. Actually, knight c5 was still a decent choice, but
Wow! Knight e5. Oh,
That's a,
okay. Now he is in a lot of trouble. For a very specific reason, though. Knight
I don't know
e5,
what
g5,
happened.
knight e4.
The players
C takes
were-
b6, queen h4, hitting both e7 and f2.
players were laughing. I don't know what happened.
Knight takes e5. Knight.
Knight g8
oh,
is not the move.
Knight e4 with the idea of queen h4 could have easily turned the tables.
That was just
for
winning
Hikaru.
black, right on the spot.
Oh, but look what Hikaru has done instead. He said, your
Knight
knight's
takes g8
trapped.
was a miss. Shockingly, white should have just let the knight on e7 hang and
Now
gone
rook b8
cb and
and
b7.
bishop's just hanging, right? On
Right, but hold on, which rook? Because if you
F
use
is stronger.
if you
F is
use
stronger.
the A rook, I've got
Is
knight
he
g6
at the
check
end?
at the end. He's done it. And look at this.
Oh, he got,
Oh,
This is winning. Yeah.
oh, he,
clock
Hikaru
runs
actually
through.
found a very, very beautiful
They've got
sequence there.
plenty of time. 30 seconds against 49 seconds. I mean, for Blitz, this is a lot.
This is a lot of time. Plenty of time. Easy peasy, you say. Queen. Oh, but these are incredible moves to find. And Queen G5 says your knight's trapped. In the
There's
middle,
nothing we can
in the
do.
middle of
We
the
have
center
to
of the
defend
board.
it with the queen, but then we're leaving the bishop on b2.
He's trying to sell his knight dearly. He's played in the move knight d5. We can't take the bishop
the
because
knight.
a8 is hanging. So now is it the
Oh, the
A
A
pawn express?
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
9 seconds for Nepo now.
This invites rook c8 and invites a4. Uh-oh. How much time did you say?
8 seconds for Nepo right now.
Oh, this is a very good move. You're eyeballing queen b1. And
I don't know what
Nepo-
e6 is supposed to achieve.
By the way, an update, MVL won his game against Nodirbek.
Ooh. By the way, I don't think e5, e6 helped one single little bit.
Yeah, this is very easy to convert.
Easy
The a pawn will
conversion.
just cost us a bishop. Yeah.
Exactly. A3, A2, rook b1.
Yeah, not blundering rook takes h6 either. Yeah, it doesn't really matter all that much, but
I don't think he wants to give up.
I'm not sure what
More pawns than he
the
has to.
gesturing there means, but there was some gesturing going on. And rook takes d4 now. Yeah, very clean.
Nicely done, as Hikaru turned the tables on what looked like a very bad position. Let's go to the game of Alireza and Wesley So. Alireza with the white pieces. What has he done? Where are
He
you?
looks
You're
like
in-
he's up 2 pawns.
And what a magnificent majority that is.
They're both playing with 10 seconds on the clock.
Knight takes d5. We're ready to trade.
Ooh, did he
Wait,
just blunder?
take on b7?
Now it's opposite color bishops.
No, take on b7?
Wait,
Oh, you're right.
yeah.
He did blunder opposite color bishops. And Wesley, very, very good chances of maybe saving
Yeah, this
what was
looks-
a lost
this looks-
position.
There's rook c6
Eminently
threat.
foldable, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
He's
No,
Bishop
he's
b4!
Bishop b4.
Oh,
What a
is that?
surprise move. And he's blocked the b file
Nice.
5 seconds, and Wesley He didn't see it.
In a way, as the
one
poker
game
people
still
say,
going
the
on.
best hand won, but it
Yeah.
didn't do it.
I'm going to turn to the game of
In the
Fabi
straightest way possible.
in Prague.
Only game
Fabi has 2 rooks and a bishop versus a queen and a passer. But the rooks and the bishop should
Yeah, the passer
easily
on
win.
c3 is there's also a bishop on f3.
Yes, that's what I wanted
not
to
a pawn.
say.
Yeah, that's not a pawn.
That's not a pawn. Rook d5 check on tap.
Yeah, then white is winning. Yeah.
Easy win. 3
Yeah.
seconds. We do have a check.
And rook
Rook
c2
e2.
now, and eventually the pawn on c3
All
will
white.
drop, and once it drops,
All white pieces are protected, so
Yes, he's just planning to play rook to c6 next.
king safe.
Pick up this pawn. And by the way, that's a checkmate with the 2 rooks.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh, he did it
about
with
to
the wrong
happen.
rook.
Yeah, Fabi wins.
But enough is enough.
I think we had all decisive games this round. 5.
That's Blitz. Peter, take it away.
absolutely. My 2 games for this
crazy.
round are this game between Alireza and Wesley,
We saw the tail end
which,
of that
which,
one.
so, which we saw the very, very tail end of, which began by, Joko, but not as piano as it sometimes is, because white did not even waste time on c2, c3, and already launched the bishop to this pin. And sometimes people reply to this by really,
back.
extinguishing the pin by playing bishop b7, but Wesley was not in the mood. Wesley went for lines with g7, g5, and they continued kind of logically. This is the kind of a position you often get in this line. Black has a nice setup. There is a pin on the white knight on f3. White is generally intending at some point to play d3, d4, and you have to kind of decide on where your pieces belong. Knight g6 followed by knight f4 is very logical. But Wesley played bishop g6, which I guess was aimed at stopping d3, d4, missing the fact that knight takes d6. Very unusual tactic. I don't think I've seen this before. You suddenly realize you put your pieces on such squares that this just costs you your entire center. And he had to play knight fg5, and he's basically sort of down a pawn in a worse position as well. It's just a horrible, horrible situation to find himself in. Very soon he was 2 down, because Alireza also, just so that he didn't resign immediately, had to give up something on the queen side once again. And this is a position by move 25. White is 2 pawns up. White has some issues because the light pieces on f3 and g3 are currently not doing very much. But he is well compensated for it by being 2 healthy pawns up. And it seemed like the conversion was going quite smoothly. You're still very much in control until that very fateful moment where instead of, frankly, anything. Although maybe you wouldn't have wanted, if you were looking for an ideal scenario, you would have wanted to have your pawns on light squares and not dark squares, so that the threat of transposing into this endgame wasn't so bad. But let's say you go knight a8 for now, park it where it cannot be taken,
And bishop b6.
and then proceed from there. Yeah, bishop b6, knight c7, b5, and so on. But then I guess he thought, just as he did, he won that very. No, that was Nodirbek, right? With a break on the queen side. Maybe he missed something here. Maybe he missed the existence of the move bishop a7. I'm not entirely sure exactly what was missed with the move b4, b5, but this really does look like it should hold for black. But then, in this position, instead of very simple king e6 followed by king d7, Wesley went for rook e1, rook b1, missing that very, very beautiful interposition with rook 6 and bishop b4, and the game suddenly finished
Immediately.
in white's victory. And we also have Levon Aronian on the black side winning in the French. He went for the old-style French with knight c3, knight f6, e5, knight fd7. And they played a very topical line where black plays a6. This is one of the most established and also, I think, currently the most popular ways of treating this position. I think all the other things, apart from that very forced line we've seen in one of the rapid games, where black goes after the b2 pawn immediately. This is now maybe the main line. And white responded by castling kingside, going knight d1. This knight generally is by far the least enjoyable piece for white. It's not really doing very much. So white goes knight d1 with the idea of supporting the chain.
Right.
Black generally immediately breaks the chain up because you don't want it to be established all the way to e5. And somewhere here, there's definitely a choice to not allow black to trade this bishop for the knight by playing, let's say, bishop f2, knight c6, knight e3, something like this, and trying to launch something on the king side. But Leinier went with knight e3, knight c6, c3. Levon immediately started attacking once again the pawn chain. And we get this kind of a position where if white has a couple moves in peace, white will play f5 and will be very close to delivering a crushing attack on the king side. But because so much has been removed on the queen side, black immediately has counterplay, and you instantly have to start diverting your pieces towards defending your structure. And once you have to make moves like knight c2, you really are no longer giving any kind of a mate on the king side. And white did push f5, but black is very comfortably dealing with that. It should still be within, generally speaking, balance, but it's difficult to play these types of positions in blitz precisely, and here, for instance, the engine suggests rook f1 is a draw, king f2 less so, and after a couple of repetitions, Levon did find the move queen c6. It looks a bit scary to allow e7, but in fact it's very well blockaded there, and the a-pawn will start running towards the queening square, and this is what happened after rook f1. Levon correctly assessed that this rook ending after rook a1, rook is, and rook goes attacking the pawn on d4. It's probably lost objectively, and it definitely is going to be lost most cases when you're playing this in blitz, because it's just so much easier to attack and to generate threats than to hold this very, very precisely. And this ended up in a comfortable victory for Levon in his game against Leinier.
Thank you, Peter. And our standings after 3 rounds of blitz. What do we have?
We still have 2 Frenchmen leading the tournament, Alireza, Firouzja, and MVL. Now 1 point behind is Levon Aronian. He jumped into the third.
He's pressing. But Hikaru
catching up, yes, sharing 4th now with Nepo.
Also, as we go over to Cristian and ask him what caught his eye. Cristian.
I was looking at this game between one of the co-leaders, MVL with the black pieces, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Let's take a look at what happened, because I have to say, in this one, the best players, well, they're very good, but they also get quite lucky. You will see what I'm trying to say in just a couple of minutes. E4, C5, C3, a Lapin. Nodirbek has been surprising with his openings. Every single time he's playing something different. C3, D5, take, D4, knight to C6, and we got to this position, knight to A3. This is very typical of the Alapin. White is trying to surprise black, take advantage of the fact that if you don't remember exactly, very precisely what you have to do, you can get very easily in trouble. After ideas of a knight to b5, I'm putting immediate pressure, delaying my development on the king side, not castling yet, but also trying to take advantage of the fact that your king is still in the center. Knight to a3 and knight to b5 after taking on d4, castle, defending against knight to c7, of course. You don't want to allow that. Knight takes d4, and in this position there's only one move that equalizes the game, that keeps the game in balance, not knight takes d4. The only other move is knight to g4. You have to immediately target that bishop on e3. That bishop on e3 is such an anchor for a knight that will potentially land on a7 for white, as we will see in just a second. Knight to c6 was a big threat, but now the thing is, after knight to g4, you have this very forced variation. Take, everything happens with a tempo, everything happens with a check. And knight takes e3, intermezzo move, you take on e3, I take on c6, and definitely do not touch the pawn on a7, because after king to b7, that knight is just simply going to be lost. So, knight to g4, only move in the position to keep the balance. After knight takes d4, in fact, MVL is completely lost. And he's quite lucky that he doesn't have to resign immediately after taking on d4, because now finally only one way out, keep the game going, is with e5, but after queen to c1 you have to go to e8. It's very depressing, it's completely lost, but he's still fighting, and we will see. He will be rewarded later on. Bishop to c4, bishop to b4, and we got into this endgame, miserable endgame for black, of course. The king has already castled and returned to its initial position. Quite a funny sequence of moves. Bishop to e7, rook to d1. And Nodirbek was slowly but surely increasing the pressure in the position. Again, the big problem for black is that
you don't really have a good way to get the other rook, and that's a very important piece in the position, into play. You cannot go rook to e8, jump over the king, so you need all this time king to g8, king to h7, and then rook to e8. In the meantime, you have to deal with the pressure on the c and d files. It's not a pleasant position. g6, knight to b6, very nice move by Nodirbek. You cannot recapture that knight because after taking on e5, you're dealing with all sorts of pimps. The knight is on pre, the bishop is on pre, you cannot take back on e5 because the rook is hanging as well. You're just simply lost. So after knight b6, king g7, finally, my rooks are connected. Bishop to b8, knight to a5, knight takes b7, but at the expense of a pawn and also the invasion via the 7th rank. Rook to e8, king to f1, it seems like it's pretty much done, right? Black is about to resign. Knight to e5, and a huge blunder right now for Nodirbek with 36 seconds on the clock. He got tempted. He played the move f4, tempted by this idea that once you move the knight, I'm going to take on f7, and this looks deadly. The problem is, it's not the black king that's getting checkmated first. It is the white king. Knight to d3. Now there's no way to defend against rook to e1 without giving up a lot of material. Rook takes f7, king to h8, tuck the king in the corner, no more checks. You have to defend against rook to e1. No, rook takes f5, g takes f5, rook takes d3, because after rook f5, rook e1 finishes the game. So after g4, which is the only way to defend, g3 falls after bishop to h3, g4, rook to e1, this is what we got in the game, bishop to e4. I'm continuing with checks, and in fact your king cannot defend. King to h4, knight takes f4. Right now rook to h3 is coming. Every single piece except the rook on b8 are working with one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to checkmate the white king. Rook takes f4, g5, king h5, rook to h3 would finish the job. Beautiful. I'm not sure if I want to say beautiful game for MVL, because he was completely lost for the whole duration of the game with the exception of the last 5 moves. Lucky game for MVL, but this allows him to stay in the co-lead position. And another game that I was watching was this one, Fabiano versus Prague. Gioco piano, queen to f6, knight to b3, and we got to this position. Let's take a look. b5, trying to push the pieces backwards, push black's pieces backwards, gain some space on the queen side, gain some space in the center as well. And I have to say, Fabiano really played a very good game in this one. He was pressuring the whole time. Take a look at this one. Bishop to c5, rook to e1, rook to e8. Slowly but surely, I'm increasing the pressure in the position. I will break with a move e5, and then I'm going to try transition to b1, especially connecting it via b1, h7 with the queen and trying to get the checkmate. And that's exactly what he's doing. But I have to say, missed opportunity. Bishop to b7 was a very nice tactic. You cannot take on a5 because after queen to d2, you have one rook on pre, the rook on a5, but also there's no way to defend against queen to d8, and that's going to lose the other rook. Very nice little tactic. Did not spot it. Play the move bishop to c4. And in fact, black was slowly getting back into the game until this moment. f6, big mistake. After f6, you have to take first, and then rook to c2. What he did was played rook to c2 first. Huge mistake, because after queen takes c2, I'm picking up the other rook as well. And this is pretty much a very difficult defense for black. And Fabiano converted nicely. Guys, explosive games in this round. Back to you for the moment in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. And once again, let's remind our viewers of the standings after these very eventful rounds.
We have 2 Frenchmen leading the tournament, Firouzja and MVL with 13 points. But now in clear set, third is Levon Aronian with 12 points, and Hikaru and Jan sharing 4th.
I look at the player in 7th position, Fabiano Caruana. I think about the Grand Chess Tour standings, and how is it that the GCT Tour leader is in 7th position? Because these are our standings.
Good news for Firouzja, because he has a chance to pass Fabi in the GCT standings.
That's what I'm thinking, and Alireza said it in his interview. I'm here to win both tournaments and to win the Grand Chess Tour once all over again. And tell us about the pairings for round 4, Nazi.
Let's have a look. MVL is playing Levon.
Woo! Big game.
Big game. Wesley So playing Leinier Dominguez. Prague against Firouzja.
I gotta say, the tournament leader, I gotta pay respects to Alireza at this moment.
Absolutely. Hikaru will be playing Fabi and Abdusattorov against Nepo.
All right, well, the stage is set. Can Prague finally, he's won one game already. It took him 11 cracks
He
at the
took
bat.
down one of the leaders at the time, who was Nepo.
At the time that he won his
Now
11.
he's playing another leader, Firouzja.
I know.
Will he play the role of spoiler?
Well, I tell you, when you're having a bad tournament, beating the tournament leader somehow eases the pain a lot.
A lot, yes.
A lot. It's not like you beat the guy in the cellar, because that's all yours.
And I think one thing to note slightly further down the table is two people are currently, I think, tied for 4th. It's Jan and Hikaru.
Right.
But Jan has half a point out of 3 today, and Hikaru has 2.5. So
The fortunes are going in opposite directions.
Very, very different moods on the same score.
Well, I have to take you to task for that, Peter, because you said in our winning percentages pie chart, Nepo was, his chances of winning went really down, and you were objecting. And remember, Hikaru in his interview and saying, we have 3 tournament leaders, but one of them is going to disappear. And you were asking the question, which one?
I just wanted him to clarify which one is it. Yeah.
Okay, and here's our marquee matchup. A Trompovsky again. I mean,
maybe it's a good blitz opening.
Well, I mean, it's like the fashion. It's so hard to understand the picks of and we saw E7, E6, C4 by Hikaru, who was playing against MVL, transposed into a Queen's Gambit decline from a Trompovsky move order. And the move C7, C6, and immediately a capture on F6. I like Prague's
I feel like he's
hand. Like he moves the pieces and puts them on the center of the square, although he did, fudge the pieces in one earlier
1 second
game.
on the clock.
Yeah. Oh.
C4.
But normally, at the end of his move, the piece ends directly on the square. The idea of this early captures, by the way, on F6 is not necessarily just to double the pawns, but the idea is that you want to isolate this pawn on D5. You do want to play C4 takes D5, and that's why we saw Alireza capturing, which kind of helps White develop.
But position opened up a little bit, and Alireza does have the pair of bishops.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, Queen B3.
Okay, intimating that B7 is a target. But you mentioned the pair of bishops, and so...
He's keeping them.
Well, he's trying to make a trade. I would suspect knight E4, followed by knight C5 is what Prague has in mind.
Yeah, I don't think Black can keep the bishop pair for too long.
Exactly.
Would you play F5 here, or...?
No, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to weaken the E5
I think
square.
he is going to, unless he wants to play knight C5, bishop D5, but that runs into E4. I think he is going to play bishop C8, maybe.
So knight C5, bishop C8. Anybody, minority attack, anybody? Minority report?
Yeah, I think that's what White should try.
Exactly.
This is 6 pawn, not looking so...
Peter,
well
you've got
defended.
the 2 bishops here as Black, but on the other hand, we understand you want to maintain the 2 bishops, but what is Black? Are you playing for F5, F4? What are you playing for?
Potentially, yeah. I'm trying to maybe hint at some ideas against the White King side. You can throw in bishop G4 at any point, which probably will drive one of the knights back. Perhaps you play H5 and ask for a reaction, but White is very stable, but combining this stability with also trying to achieve something on either flank is probably going to be the biggest issue.
I think it's interesting how Prague did not include knight C5, bishop C8.
I'm very surprised by the lack of inclusion. I would have thought knight C5, bishop C8 was an automatic. You do want to see Black playing the move B7, B6.
Weakening the pawn on C6.
Precisely so. Bishop E2, and once again, I think it's time to jump to the c5 square. Although, by doing so now, Alireza does have an option of playing rook b8 as opposed
He's not
to playing
forced to.
bishop c,
Right.
bishop c8.
It still feels like it's time because you don't really want to be allowing all kinds of tactics because you do need to calculate bishop f5s and even rook takes e4, bishop f5.
Yeah.
You really don't want to be thinking about any of that. So I would like the knight on c5 already.
Exactly.
He disagrees.
Rook
E1?
e1.
It's still fine. I wonder why he is so reluctant to put that piece there. Black for 2 moves in a row had the option of playing a7, a5, which the computer quite liked, but Alireza, I guess, is just not looking in that direction.
Well, now if knight c5, I don't think Firouzja is going to go back rook b8. He will
No.
play b6,
Yeah,
right?
I think
Yeah.
that's his intention. Wow.
I'm not in love with this because I thought we will eventually will have to play something on the king side, and that something is g3, frankly, because I think we want to restrict the bishop on c7.
Right.
I don't know if I like playing h3 in this structure at all.
So
Okay.
bishop f5, he wants to meet with
Bishop d3.
Rook e4 is currently playable
rook
somehow.
e4 and bishop f5.
But what happens after
Queen
queen
h4?
h4? I guess we just play king g7 and we create a threat of g5. I don't know if this is findable, yeah, and Alireza indeed does not do it. Not
Bishop
a shocker.
f5, bishop to d3. Well, again, from Prague's point of view, give him the time option of playing knight to c5.
Oh, b6 proactively. I don't know what I think about that.
I have a
Nice.
tactical defense of the. Ooh.
But c6 is now weakened forever,
That's
right?
the problem, right?
Yeah, I think the position improved for white a little bit. It's not that black is suddenly in any kind of serious trouble, but we're definitely happy that we've stabilized. We want to maybe play knight e2 or maybe even knight c3. Pretty much any light piece trade here should favor white a little bit.
So maybe.
Knight e2, I think the
c3.
bishop goes to d7. It's very difficult to force black to accept that trade. Although then we can go bishop a6 and put the rook on c7, which will look incredibly awkward.
Awkward,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think black has to trade the bishops.
I like the move knight c3 actually, because I do like this pawn on c6 as being a primary target, and he has played that move. Bishop takes f5, huge threat.
Oh.
Okay.
Alireza is keeping the bishops. Can white just go e4 here, or is it premature?
e4 is possible, but another thing that Peter mentioned, that the move
a6.
bishop a6, rook c7 does make things a little bit awkward for the
Yes,
bishop.
absolutely. I do think that rook can go to e7 and open up the bishop again.
Right. But you have mentioned also captures on d5 and maybe e3, e4.
Well, Prague listened to Peter, played
Yeah.
bishop a6.
And now we start to think, should we be playing knight takes in e4? Should we be playing e4 immediately?
Right. Or you could also play knight e2 with e4 idea.
Knight e2.
But then you have bishop f5, and now I may never get e4.
Well, then bishop to d3. It's kind of like a lot of toing and froing.
Yeah.
He decided, I'm cutting the Gordian knot, I'm capturing on d5. And white has achieved what he'd hoped, which is to isolate this pawn. Queen to a4, followed by bishop to b5 to bishop to c6.
That's one way to go about it, yeah. I also, the way to talk about this position is, if let's say all 4 rooks come off, and then we put a bishop on f3 and manage to get the knight somewhere around, let's say, the c3 square. The d5 pawn just dies because there's just no pieces to protect it.
That's right.
Which means that black has to be extremely careful here. Black needs to keep in mind that allowing all kinds of simplifications would be very, very dangerous strategically, because with all 4 rooks gone, let's say, control over the c file counts for very, very little, and the weakness of the d5 pawn counts for a lot. I like him playing h5 because, one thing that could stand in the way of that very simplistic plan is black just putting, let's say, queen on d6, a bishop on c7, and saying, moving the knight away from f3 will be fraught with danger. And in particular, if you get time enough to play g5 and h4,
Yes.
also stopping white from ever playing g2, g3, which is why, yeah, it's a bit awkward for white. You have to make a number of moves here, sort of in a row, and black needs to say, yes, I will allow all of that. Like, I would like to play h4, g3, bishop f1, bishop g2. And I'm better. I'm not sure if I'm winning, I'm better for sure. But if you play h4 here, you probably run into g5.
Right.
So I am not sure how easy all of this is to achieve. On the other hand, if white touches nothing, Black will obviously find it very, very difficult to generate a single active plan.
Right.
A little update, actually, huge
Big,
update. Nepo won his game against Nodirbek
Small
with the black
update.
pieces. There's a big blunder by Nodirbek. I think he blundered a checkmate.
Ooh.
He blundered a rook in one move in a completely equal position.
Well, that's really, really painful because it's just coming off of the loss against MVL, where, as Cristian was showing, it's just simply a beautiful game by Nodirbek. He was cruising to victory when he had a huge accident. By the way, Prague.
Also, Fabi is winning his game against Hikaru.
Well, now that's a huge result right there. I want to say Prague is doing his darndest to get that position where you were saying, when you can put your bishop on c6, hit the pawn on d5.
Yeah, but how does the knight on f3 gets anywhere from f3?
Yeah, well,
Here's the big question.
It's
It's a very long way.
to Timbuktu.
Yeah.
You got to get your
I
knight
guess
to-
we go knight g1, knight e2, but then we really have to be very careful not to blunder the queen somehow penetrating into our camp. I like king e2, by the way, with the idea of bishop d3. And one thing I will note: bishop takes f3, king takes f3 might be a draw, but
it might be just that
but
loss.
it's not a comfortable one. And
Yeah.
you would like maybe not to do that for as long as possible with black, because
Yeah. In such a position, Bent Larsen playing against Stahlberg. Stahlberg made the decision to play f3. Bent went down to defeat, and Bent was angry and asked his opponent, why did you go into this bishops of opposite color ending? And Stahlberg answered, young man, don't you understand? In such positions, I can never lose. Bishop of opposite color. And here we have it. Once again, would you like a bishops of opposite color ending? Would you like to take on f3? No.
I think he's leaving it up to Prague. You can trade if you like on e4.
Exactly.
Queen c2.
Queen c2. Okay, that a bit of a surprise. What are we doing on c2?
we don't want to allow the queen to land on e4, I think. So we're trying to take on e4 in such a way that black will have to take with the pawn.
So you think
It's
after
still not
F5,
very much, frankly.
the knight
It's
can
along
jump to
e5.
e4. Yeah, pardon me, to e5. Apologies. Yeah. So I want to play g4. I just don't want to see the knight landing on h4. So how can I? Is king g6 ridiculous? King g6 with
No.
knight d g4?
No, I think it's fine. And how do I continue? Knight.
Well, I wanted to take the knight on d2 after.
Oh, you were going to take.
Yeah, I was going to take it. Well, he
Oh, we have a
captured.
trade and queen c7. Queen taking over the c file.
Just you do see these
Ideas.
ideas of where's
Both
the queen
players
going?
are on 35 seconds, by the way.
Yeah, I would with white. I would like to play king d1, g3, and h4 to sort of cut off all the entrance routes for the queen, and also try to provoke g4 so that my knight has an f4 square to aim for.
Yeah, if g4
Which would
white
be a
would
dream.
also have knight h4, knight
Yeah,
f5.
I like king d1. I think king d1 is the way.
King d1 is a very good. Again, just protecting the business squares.
Yeah, and you see Alireza stopping white from playing g3 there, and also attacking a4, of course. Yeah, I forgot about the a4. I think it's just fine for black because the knight is just so far away from good squares. Eventually, we will, I think, have to just trade it for the bishop, and the resulting queen ending will be completely
Are
equal.
we threatening h4 or not?
Queen g4. Allowing queen g4, you have to have a reply to queen g4, and I don't think we currently have one.
Okay,
See,
guess
g4
what?
played.
Wow!
Alireza is taking some risks.
Inviting
Knight h4.
knight h4, knight f5.
I guess he actually wants to play king g6 there, and yeah, Prague says thanks but no thanks.
Okay.
Traded to g1.
By the way,
Now queen's coming into h2.
g3.
G3. He's achieving
Can
the
that be met
dream
with
setup.
Yeah,
we
no,
were
this is
saying.
sort of a okay.
Okay, he
This
just
is
gained some
he saw
time.
queen a6, and Prague also saw queen a6, and the fact that gh is not included yet kind of stops white from doing anything else. He
pity.
cannot go knight e2 because gh will basically promote.
That's
into a queen.
three-time repetition.
I think they're
That's
repeating.
it. That's it. Queen e2 will be a.
Let's not. Yeah, let's take
That's
the draw
four-time
here.
repetition. Okay,
That's a
we're
draw.
going to switch over to the Hikaru versus Fabi game because earlier reports were very, very favorable for.
Car's up in
Bobby.
down in exchange.
Yeah, this is actually, believe it or not, this is an improvement for white. The position seemed more lost than this.
I'm a full exchange down?
Yeah,
This
but
is
there were
improvement?
pawns on both flanks, and now there are pawns only on one flank, which I think makes it harder to convert, because you have a kind
10
of a,
seconds for both.
10 seconds.
you have a smaller target profile here with white.
Rook E1, let's go.
G4
Play-
check, G3 check, G2. This wins on the spot, right?
Yes.
Just G3 and G2.
That's it.
That's it.
Hikaru resigns. And
Wow.
the still going on.
Grand Chess
just
Tour
ended.
champions.
Levon just defeated MBL.
Ooh, for Levon, that was
Levon is
huge.
on a huge run, right?
And MBL, one of our tournament co-leaders, going down. Prague
It's a
makes a
big, big
draw
result.
with Alireza, means that Alireza
Slows down a little bit, but still
and-
stays in the lead.
Hikaru's loss. Peter,
Yeah,
what games?
let's begin with that dramatic game that we've watched the very, very end of. And Hikaru, I said it will be definitely for one game and one game only, that weird mixture of reverse Grunfeld with E3, but he's done it again in a slightly different fashion. He was doing it with the pawn on E6. And here it's sort of even worse because the bishop comes out. And he
What did he achieve?
was basically worse by move 10. And I think Fabi correctly assessed that the pawn on c6 here is much less important than this ruin of the structure and the king on e1, which will be very, very unsafe. Bishop e7, bishop d7, queen a6. But here Fabi made a very big mistake because he went for b8 and then castle kingside instead of playing h5, because yes, the white king is still on e1. I'm pretty sure if the king was already on g1, Fabi would have played h5 in 3 seconds.
Right.
But even with the king on e1, the idea of h5, h4, and also, let's say after h4 or h3, the idea of a rook lift, you don't actually need to castle. The king will be okay on f8. Rook lift connected with, first of all, the queen has to retreat, and then we can start playing against the white king side. Instead of all that, he played rook b8 and castles, and now after these types of moves, the position is very unclear, but white kind of stabilized. And the critical position occurred later. This is move 22. White is a pawn up, but black has managed to achieve some progress on the queen side. On the king side, and rook h6 seems like a very massive threat. But white can take on a7, and if rook h6, you have this very important move, queen d7, pinning everything along this diagonal.
Stopping.
And if you do that, yes, you win a pawn back, but white has 3 against 1 on the queen side. This is probably lost, frankly.
Yeah.
Instead of that, Hikaru made a very, very natural-looking move, queen b2, trying to play queen g2 next move. The problem is, suddenly, this rook has no squares which are not forked with knight d3.
Oh, queen b2.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
And they got to this endgame, and also the pawn on c3 falls very, very quickly. And it's just bad. And maybe Fabi could have won quicker, but nobody really cares. As long as you convert it eventually, you're perfectly satisfied with winning this position. So this is basically a one-move turnaround. If you play queen takes a7 here, you're probably playing for a win. Queen b2, and you are almost immediately dead lost.
Ouch.
And the other game I wanted to show to our viewers is this game between Wesley and Leinier. They're very principled people, these two. I think they played this exact position in the Rapid, no?
Yes.
Or something very close to it
Yes.
anyway. And Leinier played bishop d6 there immediately, and I was saying knight d7 and knight e4 fighting for the c5 square was more principled. And this is what he's done here. But he played bishop d6 later anyway. And a very similar kind of scenario developed here. White has this knight on c5. If it gets driven away, it probably equalizes, but it's not that easy to drive it away. And a kind of a logical game continued. There was a lot of shuffling. And then eventually, in this position, Wesley found this little tactical blow using the pin on the d6 knight. And after the mass simplifications, a very sharp endgame where white wins the entire queen side, but black collects everything here, appeared. And honestly, we switched to watching something on a large screen, and I stopped watching this altogether because I thought, okay, this looks like a draw. And then I looked up again, and no, it wasn't a draw. Queen a6, black played queen d2, this still seems fine. And they got here. White had to give up the e3 pawn, but the a pawn is running. And yeah, f6 is a very strong move, trying to play e5, disrupt the coordination, and then give a perpetual. So Wesley played queen g3, queen e2, a5, queen a2, queen d3 check. And the machine says if you play f5, a6, queen a5. White is a touch better, but nothing bad is really happening to you because white cannot really join the queen to the passer. But in the game he played king h8, which already after queen b5 is a bit of an issue, made one more mistake, and this is just now a queen. 5 moves, and the a-pawn, basically in like 10 moves, this pawn went from a3 to a8, becoming a queen, and Wesley won.
I must say, that wasn't a shocking blunder, king h8. I mean, but it's just f5 was so much superior.
We're going to go over to Cristian.
Very, very important game for the standings between MVL and Levon. As you guys just mentioned, Levon is on a massive streak right now. He decided to go on with the French, meet the Frenchman with the French. Knight to d2, c5, and we got to this type of position. This, by the way, can also be found in the Sicilian, this type of structures. White will at some point push the pawn on e5, open up the bishop on d3 and try to get an attack against the king. Queen to e2, knight to f3. We got this position, c3, of course, trying to meet maybe c4 with a retreat by the bishop on c2 as well. I'm not forced to take on a g6 once you play the move c4, if you do decide to go that route. Rook to e1, queen to b7, b3, bishop to b5, a completely different approach. Still, black wants positionally to exchange the light square bishop, because the light square bishop is his problem piece, and white does not want to do that. Nevertheless, after bishop to b5, it does seem like it's almost forced, because if you do go c4, I'm going to take, and now finally my bishop on the long diagonal has tremendous potential. So bishop takes b5 was the move, and we got to this position. Very tense middle game, I have to say. h4, bishop to c3, h5, trying to push the pieces back. Now, from a strategical perspective, black is doing quite well. The problem is he also has to face the dynamic play that white will bring on the king side. I'm going to try to checkmate you, basically. Knight to e4, rook to b8. Black, on the other hand, has control over the b file, has a potential target on e5 if we manage to exchange the queens, exchange the rooks as well, and go into those type of endgames. Those will favor black, but white is going to try to keep the major pieces on the board. Rook to b3, rook to d1, and it was this very nice moment. Take a look at this one. Rook to b4, knight to f6, double exclam in this one, and in fact, black was almost forced to take on f6, accept the sacrifice, which he did not. He played the move king to h8, Levon, and he got lucky, because the game could have been over in just a matter of a couple of moves if white would have found the move queen to d2. Attacks the rook on b4, but more importantly, you cannot go rook to b1. Hey, you're giving me a checkmate on h1, but I'm the first one to deliver the checkmate. Rook to d8, bishop takes d8, queen takes d8. Your only escape is queen to e8, and that's pretty much game over. So after queen to d2, rook to b8 would have been the only way to save the back rank, but after rook to d7, you're in big, big trouble. Rook takes f7 is coming. You cannot take on f6, because of course I'm going to take on h6, I'm going to take on f6, and the mate is coming. Queen to g7 will be landing on the board. He did not spot that, and he allowed this endgame, which in fact it's much more difficult to play for white, because the bishop in coordination with the rook, very powerful communication these two pieces have. Rook to a4, and I have to say the conversion was pretty crystal clear for black, for Levon. Levon, huge win. But take a look at another big game, Nodirbek versus Nepo. I was having my eyes on this one as well. Nodirbek doubling with the white pieces, and he chooses the Alapin again after being almost successful against MVL. He lost that, as we did see in the last couple of moves. d4, and unfortunately for Nodirbek, he did not get that decisive advantage that he did against MVL against Nepo. Nepo was ready for this. Queen to d8 and short castle, and it was a very equal game. None of the players were gaining any sort of ground in this one up until this moment. Take a look at this. Bishop to b5, queen takes b5, and queen to f6 came on the board, forgetting about the checkmate in 2 moves. Puzzle rush tactics, queen takes f1 came on the board, king takes f1 is met with rook to e1. the game is over. This was the first game to finish actually in a matter of a couple of minutes. Guys, incredible chess. Let's take a look at the standings after this very important fourth round of day one. Alireza right now in sole leadership position with 13.5 points. Levon, Aronian following closely behind alongside MVL, but that was the huge clash, MVL versus Levon, which ended in Levon's favor. Exciting chess so far, still plenty to go. We're going to go to a short commercial break in which Anastasia caught up with the players to talk about their favorite memory during the World Championship matches. Take a look.
Which historical World Championship match you find the most fascinating and why?
I mean, there have been many very fascinating World Championship matches, but I think the rivalry between Kasparov and Karpov has to be at the top. I mean, they played so many times. I mean, all the matches were great, of course, so I can't really pick one out specifically, but I mean, just their whole rivalry, whether it's World Championship, whether it's playing in tournaments, I mean, they're two of the greatest players of all time, and sort of their generations collided there. And I think since then, we've never seen two people who are quite on the same level. I mean, you've had Vichy, you had Kramnik, who were relatively close, but they also weren't dominating for that long before Magnus came up. So yeah, it's just Kasparov and Karpov all the way.
There was this match, the match that Smyslov lost against Botvinnik, and I think he started with half a point out of 3, but then I think after 6 games the match was equal. So just out of the emotional impact, that's just crazy. But also, I think those matches, also the match where Tal has beaten Botvinnik with playing the most absurd and crazy openings, you know, the famous Caro-Kann G-take-F on move number 5, absolutely logical. That, of course, is, I don't know, I think it's very, very special from just a chess perspective of the things, because you saw so many emotions, yeah.
Maybe the first one, because it was played here as well, like in St. Louis, one of the parts. Maybe not this exact building, but let's think that it was somewhere around.
Yeah, a match which I followed quite closely would be Magnus and Fabi match in 2018. I think that was really high quality games, and the games were really fighting as well. Yeah, I'd say that. But there are also many interesting matches from past, but this is the one that comes to my mind right now.
Yeah, for sure, it's Spassky versus Fischer, without a doubt. It was the most popular in the history, and there were many movies about it. So, yeah, it's everything that comes with it, all the political aspects. And I think the fact that Fischer showed how stronger he was than Spassky, he didn't come even one of the games, and he still won in a very convincing way. So this was the most impressive.
There were a few ones, and I would say, like in general, has to be some of the Kasparov-Karpov matches, like some were very iconic, and it was all over a span of 6 years, I think, and like, of course, there was a match that never ended. First of all, the 48 games match, where Karpov was leading 5-0 and came down to 5-3, and then they interrupted after I don't know, 6 months of play or something. And I think it was Sevilla where Kasparov had to win the last game with White to equalize the match and retain his title, and he managed that in a long, grueling game.
Well, I like those old classical matches between Capablanca and Tarrasch, for example. Also, of course, the Bobby Fischer matches in 1972. And Kasparov versus Karpov matches, especially the first one. It's filled with a lot of drama. And they played 5 World Championship matches. So it's just insane between the same 2 players. I also very much look forward to the upcoming Ding versus Kukesh World Championship match.
I think, one of these, Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov matches, I think it's quite amazing. I mean, looking back, I'm quite, astonished how they managed to stay under control for so many months, so many years, and I think unimaginable nowadays to just play straight out 3 months to play just chess. Nowadays you can't imagine that, But yeah, they did it, and all matches were quite amazing, and I really liked those matches.
The ones that I was following when I was already a chess player, of course. A very famous one is Vachier-Lagrave, but I wasn't around, and I could only read about it. And pretty much the same for Karpov-Kasparov. And most of Kasparov's matches I wasn't really able to follow. But from the modern ones, I would probably pick the Praggnanandhaa. I remember following closely and enjoying it quite a lot. It was quite exciting, and the games were fun, and yeah, that one.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings after 4 rounds of Blitz. We have a sole leader again, Alireza Firouzja, with 13.5 points, and now sharing second are 2 players, Levon, Aronian, and MVL. Nepomniachtchi in clear fourth.
Very resurgent Levon. Look at him. And pardon me, you were about to say Jan, having a topsy-turvy. Tell us about pairings for round 5 coming up.
We have Jan playing MVL, Fabi playing against Abdusattorov, Firouzja against Hikaru.
That should be our marquee matchup.
Agreed. And then Dominguez playing Prague and Levon against Wesley.
We're going to keep Nepo and MVL in reserve, and we'll focus on Firouzja versus Hikaru as they're underway.
And I remember in the rapid portion, Firouzja won his game against Hikaru. Although it was an equal end game, Hikaru made one mistake and it ended in Alireza's favor.
I must say, I'm kind of happy to see French defenses. I've been seeing so many Berlins, so many Italian.
How do you feel about 1 e4, e5, d3?
E4, e5, d3?
Who did that?
Lev? Oh, but as far as the French exchange variation, that's a disappointment. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. What's our Nepo MVL game looking like? A French?
That is good, yeah.
Is that as good?
Want to switch?
That is
I apologize to our viewers. Just the exchange French just turned my tummy a little bit. I want to go to Nepo versus MVL as our marquee matchup for this important round 5. And boy, that's much more exciting. What on earth is this? Apologies, I'm just gonna recap in English with E4 and B5. Oh my goodness, I don't even know what this is called, and I played the English my whole life.
I think this is already a new position.
D2, D4, so he is inviting H6 and driving the knight backwards.
I don't like the knight on G5 at all.
I'm not sure I understand what's going on in this one. Peter, is this something you have any?
Yeah, this is a very interesting newfangled way of meeting the English. Just briefly, I'll show one position.
Just tell me, and I'll go back.
Yeah, okay. Move 3, basically.
Move 3.
On move 3, they've started doing this E4 and knight G5, C6, just giving up a central pawn for very, very fast development. Knight takes E4, of course, is very crucial, but there's also this move Queen A4. Which forces black into a gambit, but from a different side, so to speak. You have to play
gambit.
B5 and D5. And yeah, the big question, of course, is why not D5, B takes C6? I'm currently very confused. I don't really have a good answer for you. Why we're not taking more pawns and creating a threat of C7 discovered check. But we haven't.
I suppose it was Queen B6. But okay, we're going to go back to the current position and just say that E4, knight G5, gambiting the pawn on E4 is known. Queen A4, a different little wrinkle to this approach. And right now we've got this floater on a G5. Knight G5.
It'll have to go to H3 eventually, yeah. The engine suggests castling on the previous move by black is not as precise as the immediate H3. I'm not quite sure why it's such a big difference, but it says now after castles Queen B3, the position is back to manageable proportions. And in fact, by far the best move here is C6 takes B5. which I think is a difficult move to make because you generally don't want to be giving up the pawn on d5. And indeed, MVL goes h3, h6, and g5. And this is back to being quite good for white, actually.
Yeah, it's funny. I played a very similar fashion against Lajos Portas, and Lajos immediately played knight g1 followed by h4.
It's good, but f3 maybe is even stronger. And Jan clearly has not had a particularly good morning so far, and very much sees as an opportunity to change the direction of the game. And now we play queen d1, I think. We probably don't want to leave that pawn on f3 alive.
Totally. I mean, the switching that's going on here, at the one moment I thought I had a big majority on the queen side. Yeah. The next moment I'm castling king side. And
I think Jan is really trying to play a game for the ages, because I think queen d1 was just such an obvious thing to do. Immediately take that fang out. Black cannot protect it. We take on f3 next move. And then we have all the time in the world to play bishop d3, decide which side to castle, and so on.
I completely and strongly agree that, you know, queen d1 was begging to be
queen d7, even though it's a very natural move, is actually a mistake. The engine was suggesting you have to break the center with c5. It created a double threat of c5, c4, and also just opening files in the center. And now that the white king is safe with long castles, queen takes h3, the machine says e3, e4 is a massive advantage for white. Even king b1 is a massive advantage for white.
King b1.
It's a coming. e3, e4 is a coming.
Indeed, because black's issue is, despite having a pawn up, the center is very unstable, and knight b8, rook a8 is currently completely out of the game. And it's not so easy to get them back into the game, because you cannot really develop the knight and give up the pawn on c6. And cb5 drops the d5 pawn, and the d5 pawn looks like it might be important.
Also, the knight on f6 is going to play the role of a crucial defender. That's a vulnerable king, and I love this move, e3, e4.
e4 continues being extremely strong.
Really, really a powerful move. One good thing about the queen...
It felt like white was up a pawn, now it's black was up a pawn, but the advantage keeps changing back and forth.
Shifting.
He didn't play e4, he went... Rook f1.
Rook f1 is fine.
I understand that move. Another possibility was to capture on d5, but rook f1. He's still got queen d1 in his pocket.
Right. Well, black does have g5, g4 now. The difference is you will have to spend some time actually winning that pawn. I think the biggest issue for MVL here is that it's unclear how to...
That was a big move. Knight takes d5.
And knight b7, yeah.
Knight d7.
Yeah.
You're just in time. Just in time to...
Very understand. I'm looking at bishop g6, but it probably does nothing. It's a very cute move, but black has queen e6 and even rook f8. So how do we... The bar suggests we're much better here with white. Let's try to figure out why without asking the engine.
I'm looking at the simple e3, e4.
Yeah.
Looks like you found the right moves.
And by the way, once I've played e5, I do have rook f3.
Exactly.
And bishop
exactly.
h7.
This is incredibly important, I think, yes.
Yeah. By the way, on my board, the move e3, e4 gets an exclam according to our silicon overlord.
Yeah, I mean, e4 with the e5 threat. What can black do?
You gotta go g4.
Bishop f8 maybe, just to avoid e5?
g4.
But then e5 anyway. e5 knight anywhere, rook takes f3, and we are back to equal material.
Well, it's not just that, but once the rook lands on f3, there's a certain coordination. Rook on f3.
MVL goes queen g4. So what is he intending after e5? Queen takes d4, I guess.
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
Knight e4, of course. Yeah, knight e4.
Yeah.
But does it work? Bishop, let's say something simple like bishop c1 and then rook g1. This looks bad.
That's simple.
I'm also obviously helped by the fact that the screen tells me it's bad, but
yeah,
this does look bad. e5, knight e4, just very simple. Put it on a square where it cannot be attacked, which is why I'm suggesting bishop c1.
Bishop c1, I'm just thinking bishop takes e5.
GE, but what's the follow-up? Knight c5. Bishop h7 check.
Ooh, that's nice.
King g7, though it's all very unclear. Yeah, I think bishop e5 might be a good practical choice because he's gone bishop. This is good. Takes away the c5 square from the knight.
No knight c5 anymore.
This is a very, very good awareness shown by.
And now, if I move my bishop, are you winning my knight on e4? h3, And to go,
I'm thinking
to go
it's
queen
rook
f5
g1.
and I'm going to be pinned, right?
I'm thinking it's rook g1.
Rook g1, and if queen f5, then queen c2 simply picks up the knight, actually, because rook c8, bishop takes c4 doesn't work anyway.
Right.
Yeah, and VL has to gamble. He goes bishop e5.
In for a penny.
Jan kind of...
What else?
Does a face because he doesn't understand why he's being given a piece, but it's probably just because everything else was even worse. Yeah, it feels like...
Exactly.
The explanation is...
Nazi, our clock times
They both have same time, 1 minute and 35 seconds.
90 seconds, more or less.
Yes.
Here we go. F2, you got to gamble. Sometimes in a bad position, you just have to find a way of putting up your best resistance and hope your opponent loses the thread. King
those
B1.
bishops are so good.
King B1 basically says if I ever have to bail with bishop takes e4, it doesn't come with check, and I can pick up this pawn on f2. Wow, talk about gambling.
More sacrifices.
More and more and more.
Full rook now.
Queen d4 simply, yeah.
Queen
and
d4.
bishop takes f2 next move. We're up a rook.
I don't even
And
see
I don't
anything.
The way you said that, we're up a rook.
Yeah.
You know, that really drove the point
because
home.
because we're up a rook.
We're up a rook. Yeah. Bishop f2. Oh,
yeah, that's also always a good thing to throw in.
Just to make sure that the bishop f2. We're up a rook.
Yeah, but now we're probably giving mate, which is also
Taking on e6.
Bishop to
also
d4.
approved.
Computer approved.
Gets a stamp of approval. Yeah, giving mate is generally useful.
Queen takes e6 check.
Yeah, put the bishop on d4 and go from there, I guess.
Would you include a check, Nazi? Queen d7?
I like just rook d1 and rook d7. Isn't that checkmate?
I like it too. Rook to d1 and rook to d7. Guess who else likes it?
Yeah,
Mikey, he likes it.
Rook c7, I guess, is more or less obligatory.
Yeah, but then we're up a rook.
I've been up a rook.
Yeah, but I want to emphasize.
We can play rook hf1, actually. The bishop isn't hanging. Queen f5, queen e5, and queen takes c7, so...
Ooh, I like that.
We can even stabilize further and ask black to make a move. But yeah, I don't think choices matter a great deal here. Pretty much everything will win.
Anybody up for a luft?
You played rook f1?
Good enough.
Yeah, given... Oh, queen e3, queen f5, and we're picking up the rook, right?
Or it's a checkmate. And there we have it, a handshake. Where would you like to take us?
Firouzja also won his game, so...
Oh my God.
Let's go to Fabi's game against Nodirbek.
Fabi versus Nodirbek it is. And Firouzja won with an...
The oh my God is Hikaru blundered mate in 2 with checks.
With checks?
Yes.
Wow. Well, wait a minute. What do we have here? We have a rook and 2 pawns?
For 2 pieces, yes.
With 2 minors,
but... very good for white.
The problem is the minor pieces are not coordinating in any measurable way, and the pawns look really, really formidable at the moment. One of the things is be careful about advancing the pawns too quickly. You do give the minor pieces squares. We play a move like d5, the bishop might end up on a dark square blockade. So
yes, sir, while they're thinking,
please.
Can you please back up a few moves? Because there's a huge miss. Black was completely winning after king g2. Not that far, not that far.
Okay, I'll get
so beautiful. Oh my
yes,
God.
I just have to show that knight d5 just wins here.
Talk about walking into an uppercut.
Queen doesn't have a way to protect e3.
And that would have won, and queen e2 would have just won the game. A big miss, but let's jump back to the current wildness. And Fabi is really very, very skillfully motored his pawns up the board.
But maybe it wasn't the best way to go, because now I feel like he might lose one of them.
Well, wait a minute, there is takes on f7.
Also, d6 e7 one maybe is.
Takes f7, now d5's gone, and f7 will
so
be hard to
a6
maintain.
is ours. Where did that come from?
Oh, now is white in danger?
Queen d7 check, but then we play g4 and knight d5, I guess, and queen d4 back. Yeah, rook e6, bishop c5.
Whoa! Rook e4, b4.
White is winning now, but
really?
players don't really have very much time, so
5 seconds for each. Ooh, queen b6.
But rook f4 threatens mate.
Oh,
Now
b2.
white is winning. Yes.
Now it's
white
mate
is
on
winning.
h8. Yeah,
Queen
that's
h8
it.
and game over. Wow.
Wow. A huge miss by Nodirbek. Let's jump to Levon versus Wesley. Huge game as Levon has been on a tear.
Players are down to their last seconds. What's going on here?
It's a queen ending. Levon has at least a perpet. So Levon is the one playing for the win.
But
Queen
not
f6
that easy.
check. Why didn't he go queen f6? Oh, because he can't pick up the pawn on g6.
But now he can do. Update, Leinier has won his game against Prague.
Oh, I feel very bad for the young man. He is having a tough time.
Okay, so here, is there c5 somewhere that's winning? Maybe take a. Players don't have time to calculate.
I want to say yes, but how do you set up the situation for that? That's the skill.
I like queen f4 move, 5 seconds for each. Queen f4 now, Wesley has the active queen.
Very important.
Million checks coming.
Yeah, try playing. Yeah, you have to try playing c5 if ever you play it now.
Now
queen
is the
f1.
time.
Ooh.
Ooh, how many seconds did he have when he played that move?
2 or I think 2.
Ooh.
Oh, queen f1 now. Oh my god.
No, the the skew. Oh, Levon. Well, he had seconds.
Yes.
That's what happens when you have just seconds on your clock. That last moment. And it looked like he had just set up everything perfectly for himself. He was going to have a pawn breakthrough, one of those d6 and c6, and then suddenly the skewer.
What a finish.
Painful it is. Resigns on the spot. 5 seconds apiece.
Lucky break for Wesley.
Over to you, Peter, and
absolutely yeah.
a wild round 5.
Yeah, let's start with the game between Fabiano and Nodirbek and get to the opening. But we more or less know everything about the game that we need to know. It was a Queen's Indian, and the way they got to this material imbalance is the bishop landed on e5, and then black continued sort of playing around it, ignoring it, and it went to c7, gave it up for this pawn, and then knight c7 and the fork. And white is to be preferred here, for sure. Initially, when we land in this material balance, it's not a lot, but it definitely is somewhat better for white. And maneuvering, there was a lot of maneuvering somewhere here. I think Fabi's position improved greatly, and rook d1 is not how it's supposed to go. It says, let's say, rook f2 is very strong, queen c4 is very strong. Rook d1 was a beginning of problems. Black played queen e8. Not quite sure why we cannot take on b6. I guess Fabi did not want to give black this entrance along the c-file, but this very accurate move, queen a5, with the intention of meeting queen c2 with queen d2, would have been very strong. But instead of all that, as we've already established, this really natural but really bad move followed. And 95 here would have won the game on the spot, as Yasser already indicated. This wins, and otherwise you cannot stop 93 check. And from that moment onwards, we basically watched it on the large screen. I think Fabi may have chosen not the most optimal moment in which to start pushing. Queen d4 would have actually kind of stopped the push in the center, but Wesley allowed all this.
Nodirbek.
Sorry, Nodirbek, yeah. And e5 is also a mistake. This position, the engine suggests after knight takes d5, is completely fine, but they were playing on 3 seconds each pretty much from that moment onwards. And the final mistakes seems to have been queen d4 instead of queen d4, making the move knight d5, which also looked kind of natural as we were commentating, getting everything under control, simply taking away the pawn f7 next move, would have led to a position which is roughly balanced, but after queen d4, rook e6, it was too far gone, and Fabi ended up winning. And the game between Leinier and Prague, I'm not entirely sure what happened in the end. I suspect Prague may have lost on time. He actually outplayed Leinier in this quietish kind of an Italian. We got a very, very symmetrical position. Pieces continued coming off, and eventually they got to this structure even further down the line. It became even more even more reduced, completely symmetrical structure. But black has a slightly better pieces. The knight on c5 is much better than the knight on d2. It shouldn't be enough to be decisive, but it's definitely much more pleasant to play with black. And they continued shuffling and shuffling and shuffling. Black was making some kind of a progress, as you can see. And then there was a very critical moment, 3 seconds against 5, so it's very difficult to criticize Pragg for not finding f5, and specifically queen takes f5 using the X-ray along this diagonal to great effect. White basically loses the f2 pawn in every single line, so white is in a lot of trouble here. Instead, they repeated a little bit more. He pushed f5 in a different fashion, softening up his own king side. But nobody resigns in this position, which I guess means that he lost on time.
Thank you, Peter. I feel like I have to catch my breath, but as I catch my breath, tell us about the standings, Nazi.
Well, Alireza extended his lead. Now he's a full point ahead, and of the whole field, Jan Nepomniachtchi is in the second place with 13.5, and now sharing third are Levon and MBL.
2 painful losses for Levon, MBL. Hikaru stumbling as well, and Fabi beginning to show some signs of life. As we go to Cristian, what caught your eye? Very eventful round 5, Cristian.
Absolutely, I will keep you on the edge of your seats with that Alireza versus Hikaru game. Let's start with this one, Levon versus Wesley So. And Levon definitely is showcasing that he just simply wants to play chess. D3 on move 2, and they got a very normal looking position, very equal, in fact, looking position. Quite symmetrical after take on e5, sure. You have the isolated pawn on e5, but you have enough compensation, dynamic compensation for it, especially because the king on h1 is not that safe in the absence of the f pawn. Bishop to d2, bishop to d5, of course. Black wants to exchange one of the strongest defenders around the white king, and that is the bishop on g2. That's why you've seen this bishop e6, bishop to d5, bishop takes g2. White substitutes that defender, the bishop on g2, with the queen on g2 right now. I really like this concept. And we got to this position. Very equal, I have to say. Both of these players were playing quite precisely up until very late in the game, in fact. Queen to d5, queen to c6, and we got this repetition. Wesley, surprisingly, is the one that says, no, let's play on. I'm going to go rook to e7, not queen to e7. I'm not really sure why. What I do think his decision factor was the king on g2. Perhaps he thought that the white king is weaker than the black king on g8. That's my guess. Queen to e4, queen to d6, and we got to this position at this point, with the very nice stabilizing queen on e4. It feels like from a practical perspective it was Levon that was putting the pressure. g4, h4, try to take space on the king side and trying to make life more difficult for the king on g8, because once a potential pawn lands on g6, I will have all sorts of checkmating threats in the position. Take, g5, queen to f5, taking on g6, and after g6 for black, already you can start sensing the danger. Queen to c8, king to g7, queen to e8, and a4. Huge mistake. Not because I'm going to take your pawn on a4. This doesn't do anything after queen to d8. You cannot defend the pawn on g5. But what I can do, and Levon spotted it perfectly and well-timed, king to f3. I want to put the king in the center, then queen takes e5 is going to come with a tempo. Not only that, but I'm also exchanging the queens in the process. A pawn endgame with a pawn up for white, that would be all she wrote. So black, look, he needs to find something in the position. Give the pawn on e5, queen takes e5, and try to invade with a queen. Try to find the perpetual in the position. Easier said than done. Queen to f7, queen to d4, and these are already the moves that you guys found. Of course, I will just show the last moment of this game. Obviously, we've all seen queen takes b5 and queen to f1 come on the board. That was a tragedy for Levon. What he had to do was just simply come back, give the check, and then just simply push the pawn. Push the pawn. Still, the game is not completely over because there's all sorts of perpetual checks in the position, but the engine is just simply saying that this one is all over. If you don't find the perpetual, the game will go Levon's way. Big miss after queen to b5, queen to f1. We've seen the tragedy happen in real time. Now let's take a look at a game that had everybody talking, of course. Is the big battle, big clash between Alireza and Hikaru. e4, e6, Hikaru joins the French army, let's say, c4, c5, and we got into this position. c6, b4, white is trying to push pieces, trying to get as much space as possible on the queen side. On the other hand, what black is trying to do is take advantage of the weak squares in the center, especially the e4 square. Knight to d7, queen to f4, and rook takes c7, a nice transition. And right now, a5, bad move by Hikaru because of queen takes c6. That was one of the moves possible, but also b5 was extremely powerful. C takes b5, queen takes b5, and the key to this position is that you don't really have time to take on c5 without allowing rook takes d7. And this would be a transition which favors white. I do have the two knights. I will probably pick up most of your pawns. For example, if you go c takes d4, knight takes d5, knight to e7 with a check next, and then I'm going to pick up the d4 pawn. Two knights versus the rook. This would have meant a decisive advantage for white. He decided to go with queen takes c6, very decent move, taking on b4, knight to d5, and now a critical mistake. Not easy to understand why. I will try to explain it. Queen to d5 was played in the game. Rook to d7 was a much more precise decision. Now, knight to f6 has to go back. Rook to b7, you have to exchange on c5 as well. And after queen takes c5, the thing is, my pawn on d4 right now is perfectly placed. I'm cutting off the defense of the queen on f4 against the pawn on b4, and I'm also very nicely protected by the knight on f3. Simply put, it's a position with two pawns up. You will be losing the b4 pawn as black, and that would mean white has the decisive advantage. In the game continuation, queen takes d5, knight to f6, queen to c4, it looks similar, but I don't have the rook on b7. And this makes all the difference, because with the rook on b7, I already have two attackers against the pawn on b4. With the rook on e7, I don't. So I get the chance as black. Hikaru spotted it very nicely, by the way, to play the move b3. Queen to c4, b2, and in fact, everything is turning around right now in Hikaru's favor. He's no longer lost. He's better in this position if he would have played rook ac8. Queen to f1, maybe the only move already. And after knight to d5, this b2 pawn is going to make all the difference, coupled with ideas of rook to c1 as well. This would be a very difficult defense for Alireza. Most likely, Hikaru would have won this game. Instead, and this is where Peter saw the tragedy happen in real time, he played the move rook f to c8, checkmate in two moves. Queen takes f7, king to h8, he resigned by the way, queen takes g7, and that's all she wrote. Just an incredible, topsy-turvy game, this one. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian, and that leads us to our standings.
We have a sole leader after this round, Alireza Firouzja with 14.5 points. Full point behind is Nepomniachtchi, and then sharing third, Levon, Aronian, and MVL.
I can't wait for the pairings for round 6.
Well, let's take a look. We have MVL playing Wesley So, Prag against Levon, Hikaru playing Leinier, Abdusattorov against Firouzja, and Nepo against Fabi.
What's your pick for our marquee matchup?
We have to watch the tournament leaders, so I'll go with Alireza's game.
Okay, against
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, sorry. Let's do it. I saw the double question mark, by the way. And I was thinking there were more question marks to be added to queen takes f7. How could it be? And what about our predictions? Halfway through the Blitz. Sorry, this is day 1.
I think you and I are not doing so good. Yes.
I don't know.
There's still plenty of play left. I think what, so. 13 rounds left?
Yeah.
Hikaru is 3 behind, but if he goes on the tear, if he goes on the tear, he's still very much in with the shout. But obviously, it's better to be. It's good to be king. If
Fabi's coming up, MVL looks good. You look great. You're styling.
Yes.
over there. I see that now. Wow.
Riding the coattails of the style.
Very, very, very nice
We can see.
first rounds. But for Hikaru, I think he's just as frustrated and as angry as can be.
He looks in disbelief what just happened, like blundering made into...
That, and from a position he had fought from, he was really bad. He was really losing that game, and then he fought back. He suddenly has an advantage, and he gets checkmated in two. Like
So
what?
devastating.
That's not the 2,900 that we expected to show up today. Bobby, again, he's just kind of like nursing his loss there. Ouch.
I think Fabi actually now passed Hikaru and has half point more than Hikaru in the standings.
I'm going to be very curious to see who is outperforming, like after 5 rounds, who leads the blitz. I know Levon was doing very well until he blundered Queen F1. He was maybe our blitz leader, but this young man, Alireza.
He is dominating the field at the moment. He's had a very good day so far.
2022 was the year of Alireza when he came to St. Louis. As I've mentioned previously, he played extremely well in the Rapid and Blitz to win, and then surprised everybody by also winning the Classical Singfield Cup.
And Crunch Store overall.
Yeah, what a time it was. Nodirbek, talk to us a little bit about him. He's having a rough
He's had
day.
very good positions, but then towards the end, in time trouble, he blundered and lost, I believe, 3 games.
Ooh, and when you go on tilt like that, Peter, you know what it's like when you have the momentum, everything's going your way, you can do no wrong.
And he knows the feeling as well. He's gone on these runs before, so
Right.
for him, there's no feeling of disbelief. If I suddenly had like 4 out of 5 in this Blitz tournament, I would have thought, what's happening here? It's bound to stop sooner rather than later. But he definitely will not be thinking those thoughts.
Right. As we're getting ready.
Round 6 today.
Round 6. It's gone by fast.
It sure has.
At times I feel like I'm holding my breath. I really, really do. When they're down to 5 seconds and they're blitzing, and here we go.
Another Caro-Kann. Firouzja sticking with his choice. Why not? His day is going great. Ooh.
Whoa.
And this is actually what people get for not playing d4 against him. This is the first time he is seeing the move d4. And apparently it was d6 all along, but people didn't know. So people were playing kind of normal Caro-Kanns against him.
I still can't believe it. I'm looking at this and I'm reminded of, I was in Linares and the FIDE president, Florencio Campomanes, had visited the media center, and he was playing blitz chess. He played c6, followed it up with d6 and queen c7 as Alireza. And I said to Campo, what are you doing? What is this? And he looks at me and he says, Yasser, I call this the Campo Khan. The Campo Khan. Too good. The Campo Khan with Bishop G4. By the way, if you're a Philidor player, which is E5 and D6 on move 2, this is actually a very reasonable Philidor.
Yes.
Nothing wrong. And look, we see this move Bishop C4 to E2 as an indication that Nodirbek is not advantage. No advantage here. Castle short.
I was checking the database. There's just 3 games in this position played. They might transpose into some kind of Philidor after the castle.
Okay. And then suddenly, whoosh, you got an explosion. Danican Philidor, 17th century player?
Should Black take on d4 to get some space for his pieces?
Usually you play rook e8 in these positions because, yes, in fact, you're holding that move, taking on d4 in reserve. You're kind of thinking to yourself, let me tickle and put a little pressure. The move a5 is useful. Many times, yes, don't get me wrong, but there is a capture on d4 and a capture on e7. Thanks to the a5
But what if now White plays d5 and closes up the position? I have the space advantage and I want to cram Black pieces as much as I can.
Okay, good question for you. If you play d5 and I capture on d5, how would you like to recapture?
And he's played d5. I'll
with
take
the
with the
pawn, I think.
With the pawn.
So and then you go knight d2, knight c4. They sometimes do this.
But don't you think of that as a Sveshnikov?
It's a neither more than a Sveshnikov. And with the pawn on a5, not such a horrible one either.
Okay, we do have a6 by black. Alireza wasn't interested in seeing white play moves like a5, a6, and knight b5, so he's played a6. And Peter, you were about to say knight to d2 to c4?
Yeah, knight d2, rook a4 becomes a kind of a topical idea very often. Try to support the...
Nice lift.
Yeah, he starts with knight a4, which is very ambitious, not only aiming at the b6 square. The dream for white, of course, would be to somehow get to play c4 and b4. Currently, c4, black will have bishop takes f3 in response, and you cannot recapture with the bishop because the pawn will hang. And this is what Alireza immediately kind of points out to his opponent by attacking the pawn on c2 and saying, what do you do? And you can't play rook c1 either.
Right, because a5 would hang then.
Right.
So you're now forced to make a slightly awkward move, c3.
Okay, but in this position, I need to play f5, right?
You would like to, yeah.
Except
you would like
we don't have a square for the
it's
knight.
not permitted.
Not a good one, at least.
You can play knight e4. It looks kind of artificial, but very often I think this move it actually does make sense. Just mechanically freeing up the f7 pawn to play f5 next move, pretty much against anything.
I've seen Magnus playing these positions as black, and he states it very matter-of-factly. You're going to make great progress on the queen side, but if I mate you...
It won't matter, right?
It won't matter what...
Well, we have very different development. Black pushed e4.
And again, Alireza is looking for that opportunity, playing f5, knight e5. Yes, I understand. You get a big square on the queen side, you make inroads.
It's interesting that the engine actually says this is a mistake.
Knight g4 is a mistake.
I'm assuming because of some tactical... If you play f5 here, you get hit by knight g3, but maybe it was even something like an immediate knight g3.
Now e3 is a little bit tempting.
Yeah, well, the desirable f5 was very less desirable when I saw the knight to come to f4 and to e6. So he has played bishop f6, and you mentioned there's something to consider, e6.
I think knight on a4 is just now out of play because it's not going to do much on b6. And the game has switched towards the king side and center, and white pieces are not prepared for it.
Which is what it's all about as far as black is concerned. Yes, indeed, black would love to land with his queen on h4, and it would mean maybe going to d8, trading on d4, and getting your queen to h4, but it's definitely student body king side. Let's go over there. By the way, queen takes a5 has never been menaced with the bishops on the board, because you always have knight b6. If you do trade on f6, it's something I would pay attention to, that queen takes a5 is suddenly legal and good. Yeah. Clock times, is it a factor?
2 minutes for Nodirbek, 3.5 for Alireza. And right now, I don't see an easy move for white.
You know, I just look at the camera screens of the players, and I just find it so hard to read the clock. I was hoping you would say, I can barely see the players. But reading the clock is awkward for me.
No problem. Can white play just h3? Yeah, I was going to say, just ask the question, what are you going to do? Take on d4 first, or are you going to move the knight? Alireza
I would take on d4. I feel like I've got a little bit of a traffic jam kind of problem with my pieces, and I need space.
Absolutely.
I'm cramped, so I need to. Ooh.
Pawn was hanging now on a5.
4.
So.
But that invites. I want to say, can I go pawn hunting with queens? Whoa.
Oh, on queen c4 there's rook c1.
Indeed.
Nice tactic.
I was thinking he was going to play queen to c4 first, followed by rook to d5. But now c4, queen takes, and rook to c1, as you mentioned. And oops.
Would win the rook.
That's a skewer.
So I think Alireza just has to switch fully on the king side, right?
h5, let's go.
Or rook e8 or something like that.
Doesn't seem fast enough anymore. I think, yeah, I'm starting to like white there quite a bit. My question would be, can we play e3?
Yes.
Trying to get the rook to e4 and take on c4 with the rook. And I suspect the best reply might be f3. And in the blitz game, including e3 f3, is something you definitely want to do because it's a very good kind of an investment for the future when both of you have 3 seconds and you have not to not blunder this pawn queening.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I feel like the clock times are getting key now.
Alireza is still ahead by 30 seconds. But as soon as players go down to 1 minute, I feel like position doesn't matter as much.
I want to say, somewhat surprisingly to my eyes at least, Nodirbek hasn't really been that quick in this tournament. He's already had a couple of games where I think he lost on time in one, and he barely avoided losing on time in at least another one.
In his game with Fabi, clock was decisive.
Time management does seem to be a bit of a challenge,
an issue. Once again, somehow liberating the back rank with h5, prepping a potential queen takes c4 exchange sacrifice. I understand what you're saying, Peter. Pawn to e3, f3, and you're just happy to make that inclusion. Rook to g5.
He's gone rook g5, knight e5. He's actually going all out for a mating attack of some kind. Knight f3 is a big threat.
So what if I go just king h1?
I think that's a good move. I think you have to... or queen e3 first. I'm not sure which one is stronger. Yeah, I guess h6 or rook g6. Knight b6 will get included, and c5 next move pretty much. So white has and he chooses to spend a tempo on king h1. Probably a wise choice.
And by the way, this knight on b6 suddenly kind of
takes away so many good squares from the queen. Yeah, the queen kind of needs to be on f5.
I think king h1 was maybe a bit slow because now knight d3 and pawn on b4 is hanging.
Okay, just a reminder that you're not just going to sit there and wait.
So now c5 is harder to play without rook on c1.
Knight to d7 again. He's trying to finagle his queen. Whoa.
I like this, yeah.
You do. I would almost never want to touch the king side. I'd like to keep it frozen, but you like that for why?
I think it takes away some good squares. It also makes it, I think, actually easier to protect the king side because when you have access to better squares.
So right now, pawn on c4 is hanging, though. How do we defend it?
Right.
We have to take on d7, I think, just to get the queen away.
He's gone f5, rook g5.
I mean,
we can take and go f6.
So
we can take and go knight d4. I guess takes f6 is my immediate preference.
Whoa.
All of a sudden, white's attacking on the king side?
No. I would be loath. I would be thinking that things could really go wrong.
Going for f6.
Oh my gosh. Rook to e5, rook to f5.
That's
G6. Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that move.
That's a move of a brave person.
Any of these moves?
That's a move of a very brave person.
Knight to f4.
Yeah, this is now becoming very unclear. After f6, in particular, I think white is maybe assuming some sort of control.
And an update in a different game, Hikaru won his game against Leinier.
Well, finally kind of righting the ship a little bit. Okay, so if knight e5, no, what am I saying? That's just not what I wanted.
So we have to give up the pawn, allow knight d3.
Knight takes f4, king h7. I'm not sure.
K4.
Yeah, I was going to trade rooks and maybe play rook to e5 and try to make some kind of pretension that I am pretending.
Yeah, white's looking really good, and Alireza down to 17 seconds.
I just didn't like the move g6. That pawn on f6
is... he played knight e5, allowed just queen e4.
Okay, so he purposefully sacrificed the pawn, hoping or banking on the fact that there are some weaknesses and maybe on a
He's trying to take away the pawn on f6. I think the pawn on f6 in particular when you're playing on 5 seconds is something you want to
get rid of.
Get rid of as soon as possible so that you don't blunder mate somewhere.
Knight to d3.
Yeah. And Nodirbek says, I would like to keep it if at all possible. Knight f3.
Ooh, knight f3 tactic.
h5.
There is a
knight d2 next move.
Sighting, right?
Yeah, this is swinging very much in Alireza's favor.
Whoa.
Things will now be hanging a great deal.
Okay.
I feel like there should be some
takes queen f1. We can take with the queen because we are probably getting enough play on the other side of the board. Knight e4 is very strong though. We can play queen e3. Knight f2
Knight
doesn't
f6.
work. Yeah,
F6.
that was missed. You should have played queen f3, I think, on both of the previous moves.
Clock times, sorry.
5 sequence for both.
Oh
so
my
they're
gosh, well,
just-
this is just...
Why is the queen not going to f3?
Yeah, that
Queen
is a
d1?
very, very good question. Whoa,
Ooh,
queen
queen
takes h4, queen takes b4.
Knight f3, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Or maybe even queen takes f6 and offer a draw of sorts, you know. But these players are not in the business of offering
Maximalist.
draw.
No,
yeah,
no,
king
no.
g7 now.
Well, something like queen b1 check and knight e4? No, he didn't play it.
Who's
Goes
playing
back.
for a win?
I have no idea.
Whoever has the more time, I think, is playing for a win.
And they have
but
equal time.
nobody has more time.
Yeah.
Who has
Now white, I think, is playing for a win because white has
White looks
more,
safer.
by far the more space.
Well,
Not
I'm
anymore.
not
yeah.
sure.
Not
I'm
anymore.
still confused.
It changes
Who's
every
playing?
second. Knight's
And the
back
knight is
e4.
beautiful on e4. What a...
The queen has
and
gotten
even
locked
more
out,
beautiful
but
on
it's maybe
c5.
still okay.
Is it time for a king walk? I
King
guess
where?
not. I don't know where to walk, but I was wondering if it was... Oh,
h4.
this is not just nerves. This is also instincts. Like, who has the better instincts?
3 seconds for Alireza.
Yeah.
Very
Here.
easy to blunder here. So both players are kind of repeating moves.
Right? But again, the maximalist in Nodirbek, as he's playing also for the win.
They're both playing for a win.
Exactly. They certainly are.
Ooh,
Oh,
I
queen
like
e3
knight
check
on g4.
on
Landing with a bang.
bang bang.
This is scary now for white.
And here you hear the sounds of the ticking clock.
At the same
King
time.
f2 has to be played. Or queen-
Uh-oh, knight g4 check. Knight
F4?
e4. Oh, f4.
f4 was very
I
strong.
think he
but this
missed
is also
f4.
pretty strong, yeah.
4
And
seconds.
black has to be close to winning now.
Agreed.
Four.
Queen takes c4.
Oh, very nice.
Oh,
Black
and
wins
that's it.
Black wins 2 pawns.
2 pawns.
And it's a knight endgame, so
Yeah, knight
he
b3,
needs to move the... Yes, his knight's not trapped.
knight to c4.
Knight b7, I guess, yeah, to get it
Stop
over to
knight d-
c5 and stop knight c7.
Good point. Beautiful move indeed.
a5.
A5
Yeah, we
in
can
the
start
run.
pushing now, yeah. We don't need to worry about too many things anymore. No
A5.
passer on the other side. We can go knight c5 next move if we need to.
I think we need to.
Knight c6 though? Ah,
B3.
b3 and then a4, yeah? King e7?
b3, let's go.
Yeah, Firouzja
Yeah, we
is
can just
showing,
we can just start offering pawn endings.
he's
That's
showing
for
great
sure.
technique in this endgame, and
King d7. It doesn't really matter, but
Knight check.
knight check, b2, a3. We can probably just kind of promote them now.
Yes, now they just run on their own.
update in a different game. Levon did win his game.
Bravo, Levon. Knight c1 check.
2 seconds for
Knight c1, knight
Nodirbek.
b3, or
Yes, precisely. That was
no,
what I was
that would be running into knight c4. But this is now game over. Yeah, now nothing moves. Now you can more or less ignore everything. Knight takes g2. Very,
Yes.
Yes.
very beautiful.
Yes.
Showing a lot of tactical
Style.
awareness. Yeah.
Style points.
Nice finish indeed, and he flagged also. And we have still one game
Alireza.
going on.
Impressing.
Nepo against Fabi still playing.
Let's jump there as we see
Oh, it's over.
Nepo won against Fabi as our Grand Chess Tour leader loses ground to Alireza. Peter, another very eventful.
Yeah, this game was, I think, yet another Berlin. MVL continues trying to break the wall and
break them.
seemed to be quite balanced all the way through. A slightly different look to the previous games where Black has a knight against the bishop after all these trades and not the bishop on e7. It got quite sharp at some point. There were some tactics because the black pawn somehow got from c5 to c3 and then it got traded for the c2 pawn in a way that you see on your screen. And white seemingly made some progress in the center, but there's enough counterplay against the white queen side to make this draw, and Wesley made it quite comfortably. And the other game was the game that Prague once again played the trump with white against Levon. GF dc5. I think people have mostly been playing the very sharp lines against Prague with like knight c6, bishop g7, completely ignoring the idea of winning the c5 pawn. This, for instance, was how the game between Prague and Nepomniachtchi slightly early in this tournament, how it progressed, the game that Prague actually ended up winning. And here Levon played in a much more conservative fashion, just winning the pawn back. But here the queens stay on the board, which is sort of the whole point of this, this line for white. If the queens come off, obviously you have nothing. But with the queens on, the slightly spoiled structure on the king side matters for something. But after queen c2, a6, I think you're probably supposed to castle, play rook d1, bishop f1, and play this way. Instead, Prague played a4, which I think is quite logical, trying to stop b5, but unfortunately, the game does become very, very concrete because Levon just went after the a4 pawn and won it by move 13. And you already have to play very, very precisely here with white not to be in a lot of trouble. Prague made one more bad move with queen b1, and now after queen b4, it's a massive advantage for black because even holding on to the b2 pawn is kind of difficult. And 5 moves later, black is 2 up. A very nice touch here by Levon playing knight c4. In fact, Levon let it go a little bit somewhere around here. He gave up 1 to simplify and gave some drawing chances to Prague, but he was probably also more or less in control on the clock. And eventually, after a bunch of mutual mistakes, they ended up in this rook ending, which is maybe holdable with precise play, but it's very difficult. And finally, Prague allowed this doubling on the rooks on the second rank, and with the king on f3 being also in a mating net, this led to an immediate collapse, and Levon won this game.
Thank you, Peter. And tell us about the standings. Again, I feel like I'm holding my breath.
Alireza still in the lead with a full point ahead. Nepomniachtchi is in clear second, and then Levon in clear third now, just half point behind Nepo.
Look how the top half separates itself. I mean, see those 3 wins in a row for the top players there. Fantastic. And we go to Cristian for his thoughts on very eventful rounds, Cristian.
Absolutely, very important game and very important victory for Jan against Fabiano, and it didn't come easy. Let's take a look at this one. The one interesting thing about this opening, maybe you guys know the backstory of this. This is called the reverse Sicilian, the Kramnik-Shirov variation. I'm not really sure why. They probably played a lot of games in this one. But it did seem like Fabi was very well prepared in this endgame. And he knew how to face the pressure, because there is some pressure coming from the white side. As you can see, white is more expanded on the queen side, has more space. The king still on this very dangerous d file. Bishop to c7, b5 was a mistake. That is just simply you're overextending with the white pieces. An important move would have been e4. King e7, bishop to e3, finally you found the right square for the bishop. And I have to say, I'm seeing a lot of ideas with knight to d5, a sacrifice of the knight and the potential, let's say you just go something like rook to e8, knight d5, this type of ideas. Maybe they don't work in this particular iteration, but I'm sure in a lot of variations we could see this type of ideas land on the board. He played b5. Now the c5 pawn is very, very weak. Knight to e4, bishop to f5, immediately challenging that knight on e4, and we got to this position. Finally, black is starting to get some pull. Rook to a4, I'm having activity on the queen side. All of my pieces are playing an active role. Rook to a8, bishop to d2, g6, bishop to b4, rook to b8, and at this point, Fabi had the best opportunity in the game. What he had to do was take on b6 with the knight. Now, this is a very funny looking variation. You see c takes b6, you see this b takes c7 fork in the position with the pawn ready for promotion. You get scared. But if you keep going with your calculation, if you start looking at rook takes b4, of course, rook takes b4, bishop takes d6, this is just simply a winning advantage for black. Take on c7, take on b1. And despite the fact that it looks very dangerous, white cannot really do much. Can only take on a b8 and transition into this endgame in which black is just simply a pawn up. So he's going to have a nice advantage for the remainder of the game. He took with the bishop, bad move, bad mistake, and after this position, now it's very difficult to deal with the b file pin. That knight on b6, not a very well placed piece. Knight to c6, knight to e4, targeting the pawn on c5, knight to a4, and I have to say, after this move, bishop to b5 and the following transition, it was white that had the easy play for the duration of the game. Rook to b2, black is forced to sacrifice and get this position with a rook for 2 pieces, and Nepo just played perfectly after this one, slowly but surely making life more difficult and activated every single piece in the position. Black, despite the fact that the engine is still saying that black is within the drawing margins, it's not easy, especially when you're fighting against the 2 bishops. And we got, after a lot of shuffle, we got to this position, e4, bishop to e3, bishop g5, and king to b3 finished the game, because right now you cannot defend the pawn on e4. You're going to lose everything in the position, including, by the way, the rook on g4, and that ended the game. Very important and beautiful victory for Jan. Now let's take a look at another game, Hikaru versus Leinier. After that blunder, checkmate in 2 moves for Hikaru, he was out for blood. He really wanted revenge. And let's take a look at how this one played out. He was looking for a game, didn't want to see any sort of opening preparation land on the board. We know how well prepared Leinier is in this one. King takes g2, and now it's all about the attack against the black king on the king side. g4, g5 at the right moment, maybe h5, try to take more space, as we will see in just a second. f4, f5, Hikaru was not looking back. He just wanted to checkmate the black king. Take on f5, queen f5, knight to f5, and this is where a big mistake comes in play. Bishop to g5 was the only way to keep the balance in the position. Instead, he played the move bishop to f8, forgetting about the simple knight takes h6, making use of the fact that the queen on g4 is pinning the pawn on g7, and the bishop on e3 defends the knight on h6. Perhaps this is what he missed, Leinier, that is. Now, he was also down to his 11 seconds, Hikaru, up to 2 minutes, so definitely a domination much needed for Hikaru after that loss against Firouzja. Guys, some exquisite games in this one. Big bounce back victory for Hikaru. Now let's take a look at the standings as we are entering the final stretch of day 1. Alireza still in the lead, and he's continuing to dominate in the blitz portion. Big victory for him, 1 point in the lead, compared to Jan Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian on 14 points, 1.5 points behind Alireza. A lot of exciting chess still to be played. We'll go on a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss chess legends make history in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings after 6 rounds of Blitz. We have Alireza Firouzja leading the tournament. He's full point ahead. Nepomniachtchi, who is in clear second. And then in clear third is Levon Aronian.
We're going to love the pairings coming up for round 7 because, boy, here it comes.
Let's take a look. We have Fabi playing MVL, Firouzja against Nepo. That'll be a matchup.
Number 1 versus number 2.
Leinier playing Nodirbek, Levon against Hikaru, and Wesley against Pragg.
Fantastic. As we're getting ready for the start of this round 7, Peter, quickly jump in. Tell us what has caught your eye of...
I was trying to do some mental math, trying to figure out who is winning this half of the Blitz tournament. I think Alireza is on 4.5 out of 6,
Very
closely
impressive.
chased by Levon on 4 out of 6. So those two are the two standout performers in the first in the first 2/3 of today's play. And this is shown in the standings, with Levon hot on the heels of our leader.
Nepo a little glitchy, but also
he is actually recovering well, because as you mentioned, after he lost, I think, game 1 of the day, he could go on a bit of a tilt run, but he's been bouncing back quite well. He won this very nice game against I think MVL, that really messy game which we couldn't really understand the opening of whatsoever.
Right.
And I think when you win a game like this in Blitz, it really perks you up, because you feel like you've achieved something. It's not an easy game to play in a Blitz format.
Big test for both players in this one, as Firouzja, our tournament leader, up against Nepo. How would you approach this one, Nasi, if you were in Firouzja's shoes? You go all in?
Well, he has the white pieces.
Right.
And he's having a great day, so
push your luck.
perfect time to go all in, right?
Right, push your luck. By the way, what's going on with the French defense? It's like people are adopting the French Foreign Legion. Like, who's joining the ranks here?
Just they have different openings for the Blitz. Whatever's easier to play, rather than what's most objectively best.
And Nepo actually treats this game very seriously.
Very serious indeed. Oh, Bishop D3. I would say a moral victory already for
This
Jan.
is first Petrov in the tournament.
I do too. I think it is.
And I think Jan is going to play a gambit. I think Queen E2 will be met by Bishop E7. Yeah, nobody's defending this pawn anymore.
And guess what? You were wrong. Commentators curse. Nobody's taking this pawn.
Well, I meant nobody's defending this pawn.
Nobody's defending this pawn, sorry.
Yeah.
He gambited it rather quickly, in fact.
Very topical response to this line, saying that my bishop pair and my completely painless development compensates for a very healthy extra pawn completely.
So from Black's point of view, is he playing for rook e8 and bishop f6, or where's the development?
Rook e8 for sure, but then you choose. I think ideally you would like to play something like queen d7, b6, bishop b7. The problem with a move like queen b7 is you can run into, I don't know, queen d5 or something. White will not take it lying down. But ideally, I think the bishop, which is currently on c8, would be on a long diagonal. You just need to figure out how to get it.
How to get it there.
Yeah.
Bishop e3, basically just throwing down the gauntlet and saying, you can make a tempo against my queen, Nasi, but I'm going to go queen d5 and I'm going to trade queens. And
What if
maybe
I play knight b4 just to take away the d5 square and attack c2?
I like that move. I like that move because...
this is very good.
Yes.
I would like to take the credit, but that was Engine's first move.
Queen to d5 now? I mean, that was what bishop e3... No.
Queen f4, interesting. Just allowing b6. Surprises me, frankly. I think I would have liked to at least try and make it as uncomfortable for Black as possible to achieve that setup.
The only thing I can imagine that you're wanting to do with White, because you are allowing this very easy play, b6, bishop b7, playing for d4,
Maybe,
that was really a surprise. I thought queen d5 was exclusive.
Honestly, the move knight b4 still, I like it quite a bit. I think we want to play knight b4, force a rook to c1, any rook, frankly, I don't care.
Right.
Then play b6, and if the knight gets chased away, I will consider even knight d5, because I think trading that pair of knights and getting the queen on a very good central square, followed by bishop b7, is a very logical follow-up. But Jan just goes b6 immediately, which is also fine.
Makes sense. b6 immediately, as you just said. Knight b4 still in the pocket. Now knight b4, rook d2 doesn't have that attractiveness that it had a moment ago.
And white hopes to push d4.
Indeed it does.
Well, I think it's kind of unstoppable at this point.
Well, you don't really want to play bishop a6, as the bishop really does belong on the long diagonal. But bishop d6, asking a question. What is your queen doing in f4?
Queen h4 or queen g5? Queen g5 was played.
Queen h4, I even start to just,
knight.
like the knight is a little bit off.
We can continue, we can't really continue that dance because the queen goes to h5, and I don't think I want to play h7, g7, g6. You can't just honestly accept this endgame. It's just exactly. And this is what I often am incredibly tempted to call, pure martial compensation. Exactly these four against these three, with two bishops against the bishop and knight.
Yes.
And as you can see, Alireza also is not hugely impressed with that healthy extra pawn in the endgame. Goes queen h5.
In particular, you mentioned this martial ending, and I advise people to use Mickey Adams as their guide. He plays those endings and holds them routinely and easily.
He and Levon as well. Levon is also very, very good at that. Has a lot of practice on the black side of these types of positions.
G6 wasn't absolutely required, but okay.
Well, the queen on h5 was annoying. You had to deal with knight g5 threat, so I think I understand why. Provoking bishop c8, of course, is a huge win for white.
Does black kind of have perpetual, going back and forth, attacking the queen?
Well,
you mean something like queen g5, bishop here?
Eventually, it will either have to go to a4. It will either have to go to a4, or it will have to be traded for the black.
If you're interested in playing for the win, that's right.
That's queen a4.
Queen a4, bishop d7.
And this is actually an interesting question. He is a full point ahead. How committed is he to playing all out for a win here with white?
We decided that already. All in. Okay. We did that. That was what Nazi told me.
He's also playing the player who is in the second place. So draw is not a bad result for sure.
Exactly.
I think he found a cute way of dealing with the chase, because if bishop e7, he'll go queen g3, and then he'll have bishop f4.
I see.
Okay. I thought bishop e7, queen d5 was his approach, but bishop e7, queen g3.
Yeah.
Bishop.
I think it's probably queen g3. I think that's his intention.
That makes sense.
And Jan finally pulls the trigger.
And says, okay, let's.
Yeah.
Alert. Knight f6 check.
Yeah, we have bishop e7. We're not really that worried yet.
No, bishop e7 takes.
And
we have to. Whoa, hang on a second.
That's my alert.
We need to include bishop f3 somewhere, maybe right here, but
right
it
now.
allows. Oh no, we can take on c2 in the end. I think we start with bishop f3 immediately, and then we go bishop e7.
Hold on, bishop f3, knight f6, king
King
f8.
h8.
King h8, I guess. Yeah.
King h8, knight takes.
Bishop d1.
Knight takes.
You take on f7 in the end, but maybe I win the pawn on d3 at the very end of that line. At the very, very end of that line.
But by the way, bishop f3, I think, was forced.
Probably
everything else was losing.
I can include bishop h2 check.
We're having a good conversation.
Sorry to ruin the fun.
Good point. Very, very good point. So what Nazi is saying is, in this variation where we do play knight f6 check, and we pick up the rook and we take the bishop, Nazi was pointing out that bishop takes h2 is on black's agenda. And now our two bishops are gone. We're pawn down, but the ugly pawns.
The composition is that white doesn't have a great pawn structure.
Not anymore.
And also activity, because I think black pieces will be more active once I put... Oh, I can't play rook d8, not yet.
Right, but you are going to play rook... In case of knight f6 check, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, you are going to get the active rook on the second rank. And that, I mean, unless I can go d4, d5, and whoosh, push that pawn for all it's worth. Would you play king f7 here?
Yeah, absolutely. And rook's on e2,
No,
d4.
he didn't do it. I think the move rook e2 was wrong. I would have played king e6.
Oh, and move it
King to
the center.
d5.
Very nice.
You know, the king would have been lording over the board in the middle of the board. It's not something you see very often, but
I think he should have done that.
just putting pay to the passed d pawn. Now, having said this, Peter, he's played d4. He's inviting rook takes b2. Would you trade on d4 first? Or
I think I'm probably trading just to give my knight more squares. Yeah.
Okay.
But this is tricky because we don't have access to the d8 square.
Correct.
If we could play rook g8 here, we'd be completely fine. I suspect we might still be completely fine as black here, but it will require quite a lot of precision because both d5 immediately and also rook fe1 followed by d5 look very, very dangerous.
We got an incoming.
Both Fabi and Hikaru are winning their games.
Whoa. Things really just still
here,
heating
d5,
up.
immediately just
d5,
d5 right now. You don't have
right?
knight.
But I have knight e5. Or
takes and d5 as well. No, because now knight e5 you want to take and go d6. Yeah?
Because of rook e1. Do I have to take and play knight d4?
Maybe knight b8, knight d7. It's ugly, but...
Knight b8 and knight d7. Okay, knight b8, d6, knight d7,
takes
e7 check?
Yeah. I think maybe taking and rook e1 check is stronger because rook e7, I take, I play king e8, I might be stabilizing. Rook c1, knight c5.
And you do have...
this is now like a Grunfeld, which is why I suddenly feel a lot more confident about my opinions. I've lost so many games to this passer on d5, you know, it's... Flashbacks are very real here.
There's nothing like experience. Right?
Yes. Even if that experience is almost exclusively negative,
right?
It still counts as experience.
There is rook e1 and knight d4, but it's too small.
That was
right?
the...
yeah, but then rook e7 and even king g2,
King
frankly,
G2
and then the d-pawn might become unstoppable.
Yeah, you get
25
fearful.
seconds for Nepo, and meanwhile, Alireza has more than 2 minutes.
That is something we don't speak about very often. 20 seconds for now. I mean, a huge time disparity
down
in
to
favor.
12 seconds.
And still ticking.
Oh, and he took on e1. I think this
and
is
he
just
went
losing
for the
after.
knight to d4.
I think if just simply king g2, Jan's in serious trouble.
The thing I had in mind was to try to play something to e2. So I was wondering, should you include rook check before playing king g2? But he did play rook e7
Well, I
check
see that
nonetheless.
Andrew didn't like it. The Ivalber just dropped to equality.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'm not sure. Yeah, because I think...
h6, rook d2.
d6, knight...
Say it.
c6. d6, knight...
No, now d6 is good. Knight c6, bishop g7 check.
And then...
King g8. Oh, you take the rook. And king f7. And
no, this is still not very clear to me. d6,
No.
knight 6, maybe you just
No,
go
just
rook.
play rook d7.
King e8?
I thought you went king g8. On the check.
You rook d7 there.
Yeah.
Yes.
But and I don't actually have a good move. Yeah.
So what we're looking at is d6. Nope. He didn't
No, that's
play it.
probably a huge relief for Jan because now he also has
he
counterplay
was-
against the white king.
He was fast, boy.
Yeah.
When he saw rook takes a7, he didn't hesitate. Knight e2, a dream square for the knight. Knight f4 check.
Yeah, he's probably out of the woods now. He's done the
Wow.
14 seconds, but his moves are about to become a lot simpler.
Indeed, they
He's
are.
basically threatening a perpetual with knight f4, knight h5 check.
Bishop g7.
So yeah, Alireza has to stop that, but now the d5 pawn is gone. And white is still better, but yeah,
But
compared to
relief
the
is-
absolutely deadly threats white had earlier.
The relief is
This is
absolutely
nothing.
palpable now.
This is nothing.
By the way, rook a5 potential. Oh, alert! Rook e7 check. Don't drop the knight.
So knight c3.
Yep. Looks like a good move.
Do you think rook d7 would be enough to draw? Or black?
Yes.
Maybe, but it's
But the knight on e2 now feels. I think I would have just. He was afraid also of maybe rook to g7. So he protected the square. But yeah, knight to d4, knight to e6. You start thinking of fortresses, no?
This is clever. Yeah, making this movement b5 actually drops the g pawn. But Jan finds rook d1, rook b1, and now he...
That was nice. Provoking f4, putting the pawn on a dark square, and making the bishop less effective.
Hanging.
As well as bishop e3 is no longer...
An update, Hikaru has won his game against Levon.
Wow.
Very important in the context of our standings.
Huge victory there for
I looked
Hikaru.
away for a second. How did the bishop get to e5 from g5?
Very
Why f6? He went...
But f4 was not hanging?
He found a spot where, exactly the moment where it wasn't hanging.
He mixed and matched it nicely.
7 seconds for Nepo.
Which is more than he used to have, actually. This is an improvement.
7
So
seconds
he has a
is
fortress, right? Everything's kind of protected, and
it feels like it, right? But okay, h5 and
rook c2 even. I would have maybe gone after that pawn already.
I think he's looking at rook check, and maybe, as you say, go after that a pawn. Rook b4. What did he do?
Bishop d6 was a bit of an issue.
Uh-oh. He's dropped a pawn, and that's pawn number 2.
Okay, now I think
the fortress, the wonderful blockade he had.
He will be able to take on a2, but the pieces will be so misplaced that this actually feels losing. But although the knight could actually come out by e1 and g2, which is very important.
Exactly.
And rook e2, rook a6, bishop e7. Is the pawn ending winning?
Well,
right?
no question. You have to play it.
Bishop c5 though now wins on
King
the spot,
c6.
right? You can no longer attack
King c6.
Once, they're making moves on.
No, knight e1 check. Okay, that was just a spasm at the very end.
Yeah.
King c6, was it so
Should
clear?
we should go to Fabi's game. They're still playing.
Apologies, I didn't realize they were still.
Fabio was completely winning with an extra piece, and he probably is still completely winning, but it's become, with the pawns on g4 and h3, you're never entirely certain that you're in control. You're g3 now. Who's
g3? Yeah. How do we stop the pawns?
Who's better?
Why did you say completely winning?
Yeah.
I think it's a complete
I
mess.
said probably. Yeah.
Complete mess.
I am no longer convinced about any of these things.
G2 check. You have to take on g2. Knight f.
H1 queen.
Yeah, this is a draw now. Yeah, because he will be able to get rid of he will be able to get rid of the g3 pawn immediately.
By the way, I would have played e7 just. I think this is just a draw, and let's go to the game of Wesley So versus Pragg.
Yeah, Wesley has been winning for quite some time. He's 2 pawns up. The position on the board represents a bit of an improvement in Prague's fortunes, but not
enough.
Not really. Yeah, not really. The h pawn.
They're playing with 2 seconds on the
By
clock.
the way, King g7 now is very nice.
And the h pawn seems
yeah,
unstoppable.
It's just a queen. Prague's disastrous tournament continues.
Truly. Wow. Once again, I feel I'm catching my breath, Peter. There's some big results in this penultimate
Absolutely,
blitz.
No, this is round 7, right?
Pardon me.
There's 2 to
Apologies.
go. So let's start with Fabi's game against MVL. This was a Grunfeld, knight c3, knight e4. Against knight, it's interesting, by the way, that knight c3 used to be just considered a mistake because black can take, and you can no longer win it back because this exists. But these days, people understand it's not a blunder, it's a gambit. They just play dc4, something like e4, h3, and just say, okay, I don't care about how many pawns I have. And we've gotten to the point where black doesn't even take that gambit and plays something else in response. And we ended up having a kind of a normal position, which you often see from a queen b3 variation. And it went. I don't quite like what Maxime has done to his position by move 18, but it wasn't really panic stations yet. But he had to close the position here with c65. It's not an easy decision to give white this absolutely fantastic protected passer on d5, but you get to play f5 next move, and the position, while unpleasant, remains playable. Instead of that, he played cd5, knight d5, knight f6, and after rook dd1, his position would be problematic. After bishop e2, he missed a very important opportunity here to play knight c4, generating an idea of playing knight takes c3, and also still wanting to take on d5, and that would have been kind of okay for black. Instead, he played queen c6, rook c5, queen d7, rook d1. And this really looks horrendous for black. This is exactly the kind of position you absolutely hate getting as a Grunfeld player. Your bishop on g7 is killed off by your own pawn on e5. White has a bishop pair. White has by far the better light pieces. And by move 24, like this is like after queen b4, the position is equal material. The evaluation is basically +2.
Wow.
So king g2 is a bit of a mistake, and it would have maybe allowed MVL to stabilize, but instead he went for this tactical operation, basically exchanging some of White's good pieces, but losing 2 in the process.
That wasn't good.
The fact that he actually managed to save this position against Fabiano Caruana is quite remarkable.
Testament to his
tenacity.
tenacity.
Yeah, like 10 moves onwards, White's 2 extra pawns cost black a full piece. I would have.
How is this not to just resign?
Yeah, I would have probably resigned somewhere around here, but the game continued.
What?
White somehow lost all of these guys. I'm not entirely sure how. This is still completely winning, but we end up somewhere here. We're still winning with White, still winning, but then in this position, I guess he needed to find the move rook f3.
Not the most difficult move.
He didn't, and then the pawn gets to g4, and this is already. If it's winning with absolutely only precise moves. For instance, knight d4 is the only move here that even gives White any advantage whatsoever. And this way, move by move, starting from a position where I think many people would have been tempted to say, okay, I want to play the next game, this one is a bit too painful, saved half a point. Once again,
tenacity.
Sure. Yeah, and let's take a look at exactly how this game ended.
So this is the one where somehow the MVL's pawns get all the way down to H2, and G3. And here I think again I would have gone E7.
Just one more test.
Yeah, one more test.
And I think they quickly agreed to a draw here.
Because of the times were set.
No, MVL just went for K rook E3. No agreement was necessary. MVL was very efficient. Nice. Okay. Yeah, and in the other game, in my half of the round, Cristian will talk about the other two. This is a game between Wesley on the white side of the English Opening against Pragg, and Pragg played fairly logically up to somewhere around here. Rook b8, knight b3. I don't mind knight d5. You can also probably play knight d4, although. No, this actually drops a pawn to bishop d4 and knight b5, which is probably the idea of what Wesley is doing. So knight d5 is completely fine. Bishop c5 was Wesley's choice. And here you can take on c3. If b takes c3, you can simply take on c5, play bishop d5. If rook takes c3, now you can actually play knight d4. So Black's position by this point is more or less completely healthy. But instead, Pragg played bishop f7. It's not bad, but it's sort of the beginning of his troubles. Takes. Wesley took on d5. And we ended up in this kind of a position where it's not very much, but the pressure against the c7 pawn, which what you very much like to do here is to play knight e7, knight d5, and c7, c6. And you're immediately completely fine. But we're missing a tempo here to such a degree that the engine actually suggests doing this to ourselves, just to be able to play c7, c6.
Right.
And 5 moves later, we have this endgame, where now we really will never be able to move the knight away from c6. And these types of positions are, despite being equal material and very little material left on the board, are immensely unpleasant to play.
Right.
And we move on, I don't know, another 10 moves further, and this is now a massive advantage because White push f4. Black felt obliged to trade e4, g4, giving White this potential massive center. The pieces are still incredibly discoordinated, and Wesley converted this quite cleanly.
Thank you, Peter. And again, eventful rounds lead to eventful standings, Nasi.
Absolutely. Alireza now increases his lead with 2 points.
Pulling away.
Jan is still in second place despite his loss. And then sharing in third now are 3 players, Wesley So, Levon, Aronian, and MVL.
Cristian, your turn. Tell us about the games you kept an eye on.
Peter had the more tame side of these games. I had the madhouse of a game. Let's start with that one. Leinier versus Nodirbek. Take a look at this one. This was Gioco piano, but it wasn't piano at all. Bishop to e3, queen to c8, king to h2, knight to d8, d4, and white already is trying to create something in the position, open up in the center, try to put pressure on black. Bishop to d4, and I have to say, it does look like he achieved that. Bishop to e3 saved the bishop to not allow black to get the bishop pair with knight takes d4. c6, bishop to e2, and d5. Very well timed break by Nodirbek. Otherwise, you're just simply going to be stuck with this pawn on d6, which is going to be perpetually weak. Also, as white, I have ideas of g4. It might look a bit too aggressive, but I'm going to focus on closing up that bishop on h5 and potentially on g6. d5, take, the sacrifice of a pawn. And after c4, what he had to play was bishop takes f3. This would have equalized, because after bishop takes f3, obviously the pawn on c4 is hanging, so queen takes c4 would in fact be just simply better for black. So after bishop takes f3, the problem is you have to take back with the g-pawn, and that just perpetually weakens the king on h2. Now I have the knights ready to swarm around the white king. I really don't like this position for white, despite the fact that Leinier is a pawn up. Bishop to d6 would arrive, something like king to g2, maybe even knight takes d5 and knight to f4 in the position to try to simplify it and maybe just simply get an equal situation on the board. Now, knight takes d5, a mistake, but still the position remains very complicated, and this is what he was banking on, this check to get out of the pin. Queen to b8 and free up the bishop, take on e3, but queen to a7, queen to b3, a missed opportunity. In fact, the better move in the position. And these are the minute details that make or break a game. Queen to d2 was better. Now, I believe he was most likely afraid of knight to f4, taking advantage of this pin, putting pressure on the king, but also on the pawn on d5. But what you can do extra with a queen on d2 compared to the queen on b3 is you can support the push of the pawn. Now, d6 would just simply give white a decisive advantage. He played queen to b3, knight to f4, bishop to c4, and black is back in the game. Knight takes h3 right now, perhaps missed by Leinier. If you take, of course, bishop takes f3 comes in the position, and once again, it's your king, which is perpetually weak. King to h2, knight to f2, e4, a mistake. Once again, bishop takes f3 was supposed to be played. G takes f3 and rook to d6. It's all about stopping the push of your pawns, at the same time getting ready to deliver some sort of a checkmate on the king side. Rook to h6, rook to g6. I have a lot of forces surrounding your king on h2. Knight to g4, a mistake. Rook to c8, and right now a golden opportunity to pretty much kill black's attack with a move queen to b6 and take advantage of the fact that you have this pass pawn on the d file supported by his friend on the e file as well. This would be in fact decisive for white. Queen to b6. If you do take on b6, this is just a much better endgame. If you try to shy away from that with queen to b8, I will close shop with the move e5. Now the queen stays there, the queen on b6 controls everything, and slowly but surely I will push my pawns. Decisive advantage for white. He missed it, played the move e5, but that allows the queen to get back on f2 and to surround the king. d6, queen to g3, a repetition, and Nodirbek decides to get away from that with the move knight to f2. Knight to f4, queen to g4, white is back in the driver's seat. White is back into a winning situation. Rook to c3, a good move to defend the third rank. I really like this type of defensive moves. Knight to h2, queen to g5, and now inexplicable. Why would you just simply not play the move d7? That's going to win a rook, guys. That's a fork, win a rook. There's absolutely nothing to be worried about on the king side. You have so many defenders. The rook, the queen, the rook on e1 and the knight on h2, all protecting the king. Absolutely nothing to worry about. This position would have been an easy win for Leinier. Instead, he played back knight to f3, and after rook takes f3, simply giving up the bishop on c4. Turn things around. This is it. Nodirbek gets the win because after rook takes c4, You don't even have this d7 fork in the position. Your pawns are now obsolete, to be honest. You go d7, I go rook to d8, there's no way to promote them. So this one, very, very tense victory for Nodirbek, I have to say. Let's take a look at the other game that I was having my eyes on. That was a madhouse. This was probably the most depressing position that I've seen Levon have in this tournament. Perhaps the most depressing position of the tournament. c5, knight to f6, and you will understand what I mean by that in just a second. Knight to d7, bishop to a4, and after f3, despite the fact that white is a pawn up, black is already much better. Bishop to e3, and it's getting worse with each and every move. Knight to d5, everything with tempo, and it's all about the position of the king and the fact that you don't have any development on the king's side. Bishop to f2, rook to d8, still everything is aimed at the king. At the right moment, I will be able to create a discovery attack by moving one of the knights, potentially the knight from d7. Knight to e2, knight to b6, as we see right now, take on b6, king to c1. And despite the fact that the position is equal in terms of material, right now the engine is saying that black has a 4-point advantage. It's -4 in this position, for the simple fact that you simply cannot finish your development. This rook on a1, that's going to stay there forever. Rook to c8, rook to d5, rook to d6, and Hikaru played brilliantly. Rook to d8, giving up a little bit of the advantage, but not much, still a decisive advantage for black. And this is where we finish the game. Rook takes c3, and the checkmate is coming after rook to d1 and knight takes c3. Guys, just incredible games all around. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. Once again, the standings, if you will, after very eventful rounds. I mean, my goodness.
Yes, let's take a look. Alireza extended his lead. Now he has 16.5 points. Nepomniachtchi remains in second with 14.5. And now sharing third are 3 players: Wesley So, Levon, Aronian, and MVL.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you say Wesley So? He's coming out of the woodwork. Very nice. And the pairings for round 8 coming up.
Let's have a look. MVL is playing Prague. Hikaru's playing against Wesley. Abdusattorov against Levon, Nepo against Dominguez, and Fabi against Firouzja.
Great games all around, but I have to go with Fabi Alireza because of the GCT standings. And Alireza is looking to get 13 big points from this tournament.
Yeah, Fabi and Alireza are playing for that first place of Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly. So Fabi needs to bring Alireza back to earth, as he's got the white pieces in this penultimate round 8 of today. Remember, 9 rounds today, 9 rounds tomorrow. Let's go.
Oh, no more Kirokan.
No more. Now it's serious.
Now it's serious, yes.
And therefore, Joko Piano, 2 knights defense with knight f6. Usually everybody's playing bishop c5 automatically. Knight f6, invited knight g5. Nope, not interested. h2, h3. And here it comes. Are we ready for bishop g5, or are we going to go c3?
C3 on the board.
a5? No. Hard to guess the moves. This is the 72 alternative ways of play that Peter has told us about. a2, a4, a5. Once again, no bishop g5.
I'm pretty sure we've had this exact position in this tournament.
How sure are you? That level of certainty, you got to tell it.
I would not make a bet.
Okay, is it time for... No, not knight g6. Okay, still h6. I was about to say, is it time for bishop a2 and knight to c4 to try to win a tempo, push this dark square bishop?
d4.
Okay.
I'm expecting knight g6.
Defends the pawn on e5. And weigh in on this one, Peter. These positions all have this familiar look and feel to them.
With the bishop on f1, white often weirdly actually simplifies by d5 and pretends he has something with knight c4, bishop e3 and so on. With the bishop on a2 I'd be less happy about it because you do want to be absolutely sure nothing bad can happen to you on the king side, and having a bishop on f1 is very good for that. And generally black I think very often wants to break with d6, d5, which is another reason why d5 often happens as you see on your screen. Should be close to level, but knight on c4 is very beautiful, and as long as it's there, white can always pretend they have a little bit of something.
Before I got a chance to ask you the key question, should I offer a trade of knights? He did. He played knight takes e5, that the knight on g6 is a little bit...
He took with the knight on f3 just to keep that beautiful knight on c4.
Right. And
I guess just bishop e6, queen e7, I don't see this as being too much of an issue. Maybe even bishop e6, knight d7, not to allow white
I'm dreaming.
Any access or to b6 square. Yeah.
Right. I'm dreaming. Rook d1, queen e7, queen to b1, bishop to c5.
Not to allow queen e7.
Now definitely rook d1 on white's agenda. Here I start to think, can I play b5? Can I play b5?
Interesting. Also maybe knight d7 with a tempo and...
Knight d7.
Knight h5, even better, going to f4.
You know, there are two players that I just loathe to call their games, Levon Aronian and Vasily Ivanchuk. Alireza is beginning to annoy me. He could be a third. He's looking at his own chances. He wants to play queen g5, knight f4, and remind white that you don't have a bishop on f1. Peter was pointing out that sometimes the bishop on f1 is very useful for the defense. You forcibly reminded me of the famous your last round game with Magnus from London, where you went after Magnus's king and somehow you snagged it there. Knight e3. Okay.
Knight f4.
Basically, you're saying rook on a2, knight f4.
Yeah, I think maybe take on a2 first. Rook's not very happy on a2.
It's not.
And he did.
Yeah.
Next knight f4.
Knight f4. Queen g5.
Is Firouzja already better?
Feels it. By the way, before
I'm not sure. We can go rook d1, queen g5, king h2 and start dreaming of driving that knight away with g3. And frankly, as long as the knight is on e3, it's very difficult to imagine how we get into too much trouble on the king side.
Rook d8, rook
a1. Yeah, we always are very happy to finally correct ourselves, put this piece on a good square.
Okay.
We do have to play a very ugly move with bishop a3, but bishop b6 in response. Yeah, maybe.
That's what I was about to ask. What if the bishop returns?
There's also knight d4 on bishop a3. I don't know if it's a good trade, but it's an option.
There is king on h2. So bishop to a3, knight d4 is, as the Dutch would say.
And the queen really has no good squares. You kind of have to play queen b1 and hope you don't lose. And maybe you don't, but knight b3, actually.
But
and you have to play rook a2 back. No, none of this seems like fun.
Yeah. The Dutch have the word verrassing. Surprise!
Played really fast, and he went queen f4.
Yeah, he didn't find knight d4. It's a very unusual tactic. Hard to blame him for it. And he wants to play knight g5 next move. He's going after the e4 pawn. I understand what he's doing.
Knight g5.
It also looks pretty strong,
I
actually.
think he's just winning that pawn. There's no way
Rook
to
d8, and you have to take with the bishop. Otherwise, bishop e7, bishop takes g5 will equalize on the spot.
So rook d.
And if you have to take with the bishop, I will take control of the d file, right? I will play rook d1, and I will play rook d7 next move. And for a blitz game, I will feel I have plentiful compensation, you know.
That is a big e4 pawn that you're dropping. It's bishop takes e7. Bishop takes d8 to stop bishop e7. I get that. But could I be also tossing in bishop b6?
After rook d1?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that looks unpleasant.
Yeah, and if white has to go knight c4 there, the king side starts looking very, very iffy. You could be blundering some kind of knight takes h3, queen g3 check. And
right.
Maybe it wins, maybe it doesn't, but it does look very, very scary.
I always like it when my co-commentators jump on board and you go, yeah, that's a good attack. Knight takes e4, bishop b6 on Firouzja's agenda. How are the clock times?
Oh, Firouzja has so much time, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. That's a 2-minute advantage because Fab is down to 1 minute and 40.
And as we were saying, the GCT tour could easily be up for grabs. That's how important this game is. I do appreciate that tomorrow can be a completely different day,
So
but
many more games, right?
But still, you don't want to see Alireza, catching fire and running away. With
depends. If you're his fan, you do want to see that.
that's true too. So what we were talking about was knight takes e4, rook to d7, bishop to b6, and suddenly, whoop, attack against f2 as well as an attack against e3, and the clock times and the trend has been a friend.
Really bad b3.
b3, trying to get bishop c1 in.
3.
But bishop h4? Isn't bishop h4 winning on the spot?
Knight g4, h5.
h5. Yeah, just go after it.
Yeah.
This looks like a great attack from a different
You
angle.
do have bishop c1 after h5. b3 is actually kind of a clever move because it does disrupt the seamless conversion we were hoping for.
So once again, b3, bishop h4 now.
Knight g4 has to be played, everything else
Knight
is on the spot.
g4, h5.
Bishop c1.
Queen f5.
f3 maybe or something, I don't know. It's all bad.
Let's see, it's about
Don't
to
get me
happen.
wrong, it's all bad.
We are here. He's going for it. Now
They've made all
f3.
these moves.
Or rook e1. Oh, rook e1 is very bad. No, it has to be f3, I guess.
Take on g4.
Queen takes even. And hope that the resulting bishop ending, because you'll probably have to play rook d8 in the end.
I also don't have to trade queens. I could play queen e6, go after the b3.
Go after the b3 pawn, yeah. Good point.
You're just a mean person. But I did like the bishop ending as well. I do like queen takes e4, take on h3 and play rook to d8. I don't see anything. That's a very, very healthy pawn.
Yeah, but these types of endgames, I play, probably eventually I have to play c3, c4. I put my king on f3.
I go g6.
And I'm asking you, how are you making a consequential passer?
You put your king on f3. I go g6 and f5, of course.
Of course you do, yeah. And then we get to this position where my king
And
is on
you just
f3.
stand.
My king is on f3, my bishop is on f2, for instance. And I'm trying to pretend you have no way in.
Okay.
I don't believe it particularly, but I'm trying to pretend,
Well, as Magnus said, I don't believe in fortresses. But your bishop to f2 is a very good way of keeping my king out of what? Okay.
He wants to have bishop a3 check again, I guess, against king d6. I'm not entirely sure why this was required. I would have kept it on that diagonal.
I kind of thought so as well, but who knows? Bishop could come to b4.
But I want to draw your attention to where the bar is, by the way.
Where's the bar?
It's close to equality.
Basically equal.
Yeah.
Oh, that bar.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, the other bar we'll see later tonight. But
Okay, bishop to b6, and the engine believes like that's the fortress. Alireza, where's that king going?
We'll try everything possible.
Of course.
He has 2-minute time advantage still.
By the way, c6, c5. Like if I could play two moves in a row, king c7 and c5, oops.
Game over.
Game over. But c5, bishop b6, and there's no way I can...
Or bishop b8.
Oh, pardon.
Yeah.
No.
But you can start with king c7 instead. But then I...
c5, he's going for this piece trap.
Update in a different game, Nepo is losing to Leinier.
As our wild card players, Levon and Leinier are still tossing patties.
And MVL is winning his game.
Against? Sorry.
Prague, I believe.
Okay. The nightmare continues. King to d6.
bishop d8.
Bishop c3.
But now that the pawn is on c5, I really am not sure what I'm supposed to be afraid of.
That's a very good point. If I was racing
I always felt
h6?
Yeah, I always felt the king has to be on h5, and then you have to create. I still like at that point my bishop will be on d8, and I will continue asking exactly what are you trying to threaten me with.
The questions being
Don't
asked
threaten
now.
me with a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just repeating here.
And there you go. Alireza's giving up on this one. A draw has been agreed. Alireza is wondering, where did it go wrong? I'm going to jump to the game between Hikaru and Wesley as these two American giants face off. And
Well,
what
I
do we
like Wesley's
have?
two bishops and that bishop and queen setup, but of course Hikaru's defending everything at the moment.
Okay.
Should be equal, but maybe
By the
easier
way,
to play for black.
Jan is potentially playing for a win now against Leinier, so that idea that he was losing didn't last for very long.
Is old news. By the way, bishop c4, bit of a positional threat here. If I could trade the light square bishops and play with a knight on c4 against a bishop on d8, I'm a happy camper.
I think you'll go for that, yes.
And there we see it.
5 seconds for Hikaru, 10 for Wesley.
Isolated queen pawn. It's a
d6.
race to get the king in the game, right? d4 perhaps.
Ooh, that's,
Yes.
That's very interesting.
King d5.
Oh,
and
now
king
I think
c4.
Wesley's just in the driver's seat, right? King c4.
Even this, yeah. Going
Careful.
for even more
Bishop
greedy.
e5.
Knight takes d4.
Very nice move. And now?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. The tables have turned again. Now it's Wesley.
Yeah, Wesley's
in complete control here. Yeah. I wonder why he chose not to take on g4. He could have had
same position with
with white having fewer pawns. Yeah.
Levon won his game against Nodirbek.
Wesley just a little. Let's hear the Wesley is tickling. He's trying to come after the f4 pawn.
Is this a fortress? It shouldn't be, right?
I don't think so. The bishop to g3 to f2. By the way, my position just froze. Something has happened on our DGT boards, but never mind. We got it back.
I think it's updated, yes.
It's
d3.
Maybe it is a fortress.
I'm not sure.
How can it be a fortress?
You're like Magnus, you don't believe in them?
No, well,
Oh, 1 second. Hikaru made a move. He's so fast.
he is, but whoa.
Oh. Oh, now, okay, king's going to the king side.
And
Couple.
Hikaru is just furious
Just
with
resigned.
himself. Can't believe what has happened to his tournament
What a
as it's
turnaround for
gone
Wesley.
south. We're going to go to Nepo and Leinier.
Oh, this is a draw.
And
They both have some reason to be disappointed because Jan was close to winning at one point, but Leinier was completely winning out of the early middle game.
Okay.
So my two games are one very sad for me as someone who would very much like for this to be a bit of a different story. The game between MVL with the white pieces against Prague. Prague went for one of his little rule up his sidelines. MVL went for a very logical continuation with c3 and d4. Black does get to play d7, d5 here, and I think a crucial moment came here where the position is generally a bit better for white, but I think the way to play it is to play bishop f5, challenge this knight on e4, it goes to g3, we play bishop d6. And yeah, we're not going to be enjoying this a great deal, but we do get to trade quite a lot of pieces. And I think in these types of positions, offloading as many of your suboptimal pieces as possible is absolutely the order of the day. Instead, Prague put the bishop on b6, which is really not the square for it. And he did get to trade the other bishop for a knight, but if you consider the position they got to some moves later, this is like absolute dominance for white. White has play everywhere. The queen on the 8 is very misplaced. White can go for pawn runs on the h file. Bishop c2 is a very strong move. I don't know if MVL thought this was winning by 4. Like, I'm not sure if he straight up missed the fact that knight takes e8 exists, or if he overestimated the move d6. Knowing MVL, he probably saw that. He probably saw d6. And he thought it's a very good way to force a massive advantage immediately. But black can actually play knight e5 here, a move which both of them underestimated or missed altogether. The point being that we get rid of this passer, and also we're losing the c7 pawn and not the a6 pawn, which is very important because here black has a bunch of pieces for the queen. They will be jumping everywhere, controlling them after, let's say, queen b6, king g7. It's about equal, and you start having like all kinds of knight c3, rook b8. You have a lot of counterplay here, Instead, Pragg made a very natural move, c takes d6. If you don't see knight f5 exists, you have to play cd6. You don't really have a choice. And now after queen b6, queen b7, rook d8, and queen takes a6, white is massively better because these run. Also, you're still stuck with this really, really passive knight on e8, which you cannot really include in the game very easily. Pragg did have some chances later on. The game wasn't really won cleanly as such, but he was always very much chasing the game and ended up losing some rook ending. And the other game I wanted to show was that very eventful draw between Jan and Leinier. That was once again this line that we've seen Jan play against Hikaru, a very dramatic game early in the tournament. But here, Leinier played it in a different fashion. Instead of queen e7, he went bishop d6 and just immediately pushed e6, e5. Which seems very logical, and I think in most of these cases, the way to reply to this is to create this really funny box of 4 pawns in the center, play takes, takes, e4. But my guess is Jan wanted something livelier, because very often these types of positions, after something like knight f6, knight takes d4, and I don't know, h6 or bishop b5 or something, end up being quite equal. And Jan decided to, instead of that, to play against the Isolani, quote unquote. But black has such a beautiful setup because your king side is completely unprotected. You have to calculate bishop takes h2 on every move.
Yeah.
And I guess all of this prompted Jan into this very, very dubious decision of playing f4 and knight e2. And already here, you're just suffering with white.
Yeah.
It does not look great at all. And later in the game, Leinier transferred this advantage into this very beautiful looking endgame. It's not that bad, but you have to play precisely. And Jan somehow allowed black to invade with one rook. And then some moves later, the second rook also. Yeah, I'm skipping over huge batches of moves here because obviously this wasn't played perfectly. But this is a kind of a picture I want to show. Black has two rooks on the second. The knight is also ready in some positions to join the attack with either the d4 or the e3 square. This is completely winning for black. Bishop e1, Leinier correctly picked up this pawn. And then in this position, it's interesting though, because the cleanest way to win this position is to start by just improving yet another piece. And it's not really obvious why you would want to do this, but it becomes obvious if you do what Leinier has done, which is no knight takes d4. And suddenly, rook e8 check. You cannot play king h7 because you'll get line mated with rook f7, rook h8. You have to do this. And you don't even have a perpetual because the king will run to e1 and the e2 square is under control. So you have to play rook d2 and you now have to play this position, which is completely unrecognizable from what we just had before. And after rook e3, rook b2, here rook e7 was actually very, very strong because the point being that this is a very famous setup which threatens an immediate perpetual. But the rook needs to be on d2. And the move rook b2 gave white exactly the time to play rook e7 because this is no longer a perpetual. The king will be able to run past the d-file. So Jan had this one moment to play rook e7 here. Instead he played b6. And this turns out to be kind of equal. And there were some mistakes further down the road. For instance, in this position, somehow white got the pawn to b7. But even that is not winning because the knight on d6 and the rook on b3 control it perfectly. And you can play, the best move here is, for some reason, king e6. But he played king d7, allowing rook f8. And this is a problem because now you're losing a very important f7 pawn. But sort of somewhat fairly, in the end, this game ended in a draw. Knight b7, rook f7, king c6, check. Rook takes g6, d3, and the engine, of course, coordinates perfectly, gets the rooks to good squares, stops the d-pawn from queening, and wins. But instead, Jan made the somewhat inexplicable move, rook d8, and after d2, rook d7, knight d6, he realized he probably wanted to play rook g8, but then, unfortunately for him, the d-pawn will queen, so he had to play takes, and this is obviously a trivially drawn rook ending.
This feels like an epic adventure. That game.
It really does, yeah.
Saw the standings after we're ready for the ultimate round.
Let's have a look. Alireza leading with 2 points. And now, wow, 4 players are sharing second.
but a 2-point gap. Alireza is going to go into tomorrow as a clear tournament leader. As we're going to go over to Cristian and just ask him for his thoughts on round 8.
Wesley found himself somewhat unnoticed on a +4 score. So right now he's doing quite well, bridging the gap between himself and the leader Alireza. Let's take a look at this game. Very important game for the standings. Hikaru versus Wesley. You guys caught the end of it. Let's see how they got to that end. And I have to say, I was going through the moves and I noticed that Wesley played an almost perfect game in this one. He was never worse with the black pieces. Knight to c3, typical Wesley fashion, try to keep control of the position, and he's very good at that. h6, knight to e1, queen takes d1, and knight to b4. Bishop to d6, queen to a4, queen to d7, everything stays protected. Knight to e4, a6, now I'm starting with the black pieces to push you back, take advantage of the fact that you overextended on the queen side with a3 and b4, and I'm going to pick at those pawns, as we will see. f5, very well timed move, knight to e5, and right now, bishop to e2, queen to c6, very good move and perhaps missed by Hikaru. Perhaps what he was expecting was knight takes f3, take on f3, take on f3, queen takes f3, and now most likely we're going to see elimination of all of the pieces and we're going to see a draw. But queen to c6 keeps the tension alive, of course. You cannot take on e5, you're going to get checkmated on g2. Very nicely spotted tactic by Wesley. Bishop takes e5 and h4, bishop to b2, and now I have the two bishops, and I also have this pressure on this long diagonal. Bishop to f6, b5. Hikaru, nevertheless, was defending quite masterfully. Knight to d2, bishop to c4, and I'm not really sure why he was so upset at the end of the game, because he was never better, and to be honest, the only way after the move king to f1 and d4, he's lost. He's lost, and Wesley never let it go. King to g2 was the only move that was saving the game. The idea is that right now the king is closer to the action. On f1, it was just too far away, and you were losing the race during the pawn endgame. Right now, after knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, take on d4, king to d5, I'm the one that gets to promote first. King to f4, we're going to see the race, and I'm going to be the one promoting first as white. So just this small little detail, king to g2 instead of king to f1, perhaps would have saved Hikaru. After king to f1, I think you guys already saw the end of this game. Pick up the pawn, push the pawn, and just finish the game after that. Now let's take a look at the other game that I was having my eyes on. And that was the game between Nodirbek with the white pieces, who's really struggling in this event. Only 2 points out of 8 games after the first 8. Not a good result. And Levon. e4, e6, and Levon is becoming a tremendous French player, I have to say. c5, c3, knight to c6. He got the advantage with the black pieces out of the opening. Bishop to b6, taking on g6, and bishop to g5, a very poor decision by white, because this is only helping black. This is what I want. I want to blow open the center with the move f6. Now this gives me the dynamic play in the position. Take, bishop to f4, e5, everything comes with tempo, and the king on e8. It looks a bit endangered, but in fact it's not badly placed, and I will be able to get it to safety very soon. Take, knight to e7, knight takes e5. He was trying to find something in the position. The problem is if you put the knight on h4, the knight is completely out of play. I'm going to hide the king on f7, and slowly I will get to the knight on h4, probably after moves such as f5, f4 later on in the game. I just have everything to play for in this position as black. I have the targets, the b5 pawn, the c3 pawn, and you have nothing. You have no coordination in your pieces. So he decided to take the bull by the horns, white that is, and just sacrifice, hope to get some sort of dynamic play and confuse his opponent. But he kept his composure. Levon kept his composure and defended accurately, piece up, absolutely no chance for Nodirbek, and finished things off quite nicely. No chance for Nodirbek, great win for Levon to stay within close distance to the leaders. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, indeed. Well, it's been an eventful blitz, but let's refresh our standings after 8 rounds.
Alireza has 17 points, leading the tournament, and 4 players, Wesley, Nepo, Levon, and MVL, sharing second, 2 points behind the leader.
You're going to love the pairings for our ultimate round, round 9. Check this one out.
2 Frenchmen playing each other, Alireza against MVL. That will be our key matchup.
Right.
Their game in the Rapid was a quiet affair, if we're
was a
honest.
draw,
But
yeah.
maybe this one will be
Dominguez
exciting.
against Fabi, Levon playing Nepo, Wesley against Nodirbek, and Prag against Hikaru.
It's not the biggest secret in the world of chess, but following this tournament, we have the granddaddy of them all.
Oh, Sync World Cup starts August 19th. It'll be 9 classical games in St. Louis.
Yeah, you gave up the format already. 10-player round robin. Nicely done. Who could have known? Who could have known? Who could have known? As we get ready for round 9, our last round, again reminding everybody tomorrow will be our final round, final day of Blitz, as we'll have 9 rounds, and those tournament leaders will really change. But Firouzja with a 2-point
6 out of 8.
lead.
6 out of 8 days so far.
Wow. Peter,
and I'm trying
that's
to keep an eye. I think Wesley might be in second in today's round robin. I think Wesley is in second. Nobody else really is shining.
I think,
confirmation from Tom that Wesley is also on 6 out of 8.
Levon at one moment was impressing, but then he slipped.
Let's take a look at our live ratings. Just how strong
Blitz
this
ratings.
field is. Yes, to be that close to 2,900, and
Remarkable.
like Peter said, pretty sure both players, Hikaru and Firouzja, have crossed 2,900.
Right.
Absolutely incredible.
Wow.
And just the difference, 100 points.
Between Fabi and Hikaru is remarkable. But for Hikaru, he is angry with himself, and I think with enough justification. He's left a lot of half points, let's put it that way. And there, he's just in some different zone.
Yeah, he's just shaking his head. Everything kind of went wrong today for him.
Now, you've had that feeling that Hikaru, does your husband ever come anywhere near to you at this point? he just runs out of the house and says, I'm going to go do some grocery shopping.
Yeah, I'm just not going to answer that question because I want to look good.
Right. No good answer to that one, huh? You're happy to share the moment as we just see Wesley and Nodirbek getting ready for this. Once again, round 9 coming up. And what an event it's shaped out to be. I kind of suspected Alireza was ready for a breakout, but he really has impressed. Really, he has shown a great deal of poise, and even that game he just drew against Fabi, he was on the
one pressing and
sunny
close to
side.
winning, yes.
Exactly so, as he's up against his Frenchman and
His countryman.
rival, MVL.
I think in the Rapid they had a kind of a quick draw, but MVL was with the white pieces.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Alireza going all in again?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course. Actually, truth be told, with a 2-point lead, I wouldn't be taking that big a risk. And he's played the G3 variation. Well, again, we've been seeing this, and it's knight C3 and knight E4, but knight E5 right away.
What is this called? Is it Greenfield or?
This is the Greenfield, yeah.
Well,
this is the slightly newfangled way of treating the exchange Greenfield, which avoids all kinds of slightly passive positions that, for instance, were discussed in Kasparov matches and so on. This idea of just playing knight e6, allowing knight f5, and playing bishop f5, knight e5, and playing bishop f5, very often allowing white to take on c6 and recapturing with the pawn. Something that structurally people were very loath to do in the olden times, but these days appears to be completely fine in most cases.
And useful move h5 or not, Peter? H2, h3?
I think the hint there is that he wants to play e6, and he wants to kind of in advance prepare for potential like play of h3 and g4, because e6 is structurally very desirable, but you do worry a little bit about losing the bishop on f5 because you completely run it out of squares.
Exactly.
And by controlling the square g4 additionally, you make it harder for white to go after it immediately.
As you were making all of those wonderful insights, white did exactly the same thing when e3, and you start to worry that your bishop might run out of squares.
And here we see another reason to play h5. He just goes for the ubiquitous...
White could respond with g4.
Right, knight takes e5.
You could. You also have to calculate queen b3. So Alireza actually has things to think about now, because having protected the d4 pawn, it is very interesting in some cases to play.
He went for g4, bishop e6.
And now I guess h3 just to solidify everything. I like this for white, honestly. I'm not sure MVL did this well.
Isn't h4 pawn just lost now?
Whoa, lost. Wait, what? Why is it just
Well, it's in a
lost?
lot of trouble. I just want to take on c6, go bishop g5,
Yeah,
bishop takes
bishop
h4.
g5, bishop h4.
I was thinking of knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, queen b6, if I may. Not
Knight a4.
Yeah, I'm not jumping for joy. Queen a5.
I do see a question mark next to that move.
Is knight c6 and bishop g5? Is it that simple? I think so.
Among other things, yeah. I don't know if there was anything that was
We can go knight
significantly
f3.
stronger, frankly.
Just knight f3 also wins the pawn.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the retreats were possible. Wait a minute. Knight to
No, this has been
F3.
quite dramatically misplayed by MVL. h4 was just not a good move at all.
No, I like that one. I don't see any reasons not to play knight c6 and bishop g5 as originally telecasted.
Maybe some rook c8, knight e4, having some compensation.
Quite possibly.
Right.
Yeah. The reason why I didn't think knight e4, I was going to take on e7 in those cases where you played knight e4. So knight c6, rook c6, bishop g5, rook c8, bishop h4.
You can also combine it with something like knight g3 right now, indicating that even if you, honestly, by this point, even if you play h4, h7, knight d3, knight c5 is
better
quite
for white.
Yeah.
Significantly better. e3. Okay, also a slow play.
Now it feels like black should take on e5 without thinking.
Yeah,
happened.
with both hands. That stops knight d3 to c5, which was a very nice maneuver. It also stops knight f3 takes h4.
Maybe
So
the
that was a
pawn
big miss.
Pawn is somewhat
a3.
safe for now.
By the way, he spent a significant time on that move a3. Long
think he
think,
spent-
wrong think?
Wrong thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he spent about a minute, which is a lot in
Right.
5-minute game.
Okay,
I
knight
think he can
d7.
still take on g7 and maybe queen e1.
Okay, let's take a look. Bishop takes e7, king takes g7, queen e1. You're aspiring for f4?
But I do think you'll have
And F5.
counterplay on my b2 pawn now.
This knight could quickly, as you
But
were
f4,
about to
f5
say,
looks very dangerous.
right? Well, he's done it. Now
We'll
the question
see.
is, will he follow it up with f4? And as you say, queen e1. Nope.
Completely different direction, queen b3. It is double attack. Knight
We
b6.
can go knight b6.
Right.
We might also be able to play queen b6, but I like knight b6. I see no reason not to do it, but he's
Oh, queen b6 also
he's chosen
defends the
queen
pawn.
b6. Yeah.
Knight b6, queen b5. No. I was hoping for a knight c7, Karpov-Ullman.
I don't want to trade queens, but I don't have a good square. I don't want to give up b2 pawn.
Queen a2, great square.
I wanted a queen on the king side.
I saw you going queen e1, queen takes
Yeah.
h4. You got your hand over there on the cookie jar, but queen a2
Oh, he
reminds
traded.
Oh, he's still going for the Karpov-Ullman business.
But bishop d7? You can't take
Oh,
on a7.
that's a nice move. Bishop d7. I've missed that.
All the backward moves in this game.
I missed knight f3. That's a really good retreat because knight takes a7, rook takes c1, followed by rook a8. And once again, the knight is trapped.
Yeah, I think his MVL is okay now.
More or less out of trouble, yeah. I think you go knight c3 and you Yeah, and now you go g5, and maybe you're...
G5?
I think you have
I'm
to...
worried. Knight c4.
Oh yeah, but there's stuff going on the queen side already, which means that I don't have time to do structural things on the other side of the board. Yeah?
No, I do appreciate that, with the move g5, you're going to go king g4 and win the ending comfortably. I'm just afraid of knight
You're
c4.
absolutely correct. Yeah, maybe we have to play b3 or something.
Exactly. And then
black
instantly g5.
Instantly g5. Yeah, this is just equal now.
Yeah.
MVL absolutely got away with one.
He did. He did.
Do you want to stay with this game, or should we check it different? Because there are fireworks going on in Prague's game against Hikaru. You can see.
Okay, let's.
Prague is a full piece up.
What?
There's 4 pieces on the board against 3.
Thanks for pointing that out, because I would not have noticed.
I was counting pawns. You were counting pieces.
That's because I was looking at the game earlier, and I recognized that there's a knight on g4 that is no longer on g4 somehow.
Well, it
don't know
means
how he lost it.
For Hikaru, he's on tilt at the moment. He is. I'm sure he's just absolutely furious with himself. These tournaments that you're playing against the world's best players, you can't expect that you're going to just win every game or every game's going to be perfect. No reason to be so angry with yourself. C2, C4. And
easier said than done, yes.
Easier said than done. I know. These guys are maximalists. They are perfectionists. Okay, let's defend the pawn on g4. Rook to g1, followed by
one more position with white having an extra piece. Wesley is a full piece up against Nodirbek.
Wow.
You get the feeling people are probably tired by this point.
Yeah.
Some of these games do give the impression of people being somewhat tired.
Exactly.
Let's go to Wesley's game, as he's currently sharing second place.
And he is, up against Nodirbek. And, as we've been saying, a theme. I'm seeing an extra piece, an extra knight for Wesley.
3 pawns here, right? Yes. But it's not enough because none of the pawns are really
going anywhere, right? Rook takes c5, king is on e3. That's very, very nice blockade.
Probably slowly pick all of them up.
Or
C5.
quickly. Let's start with captures. Rook takes c5. There's going to be a rook g1. There's going to be a king e3. And we're going to, as you said, pick up all the pawns.
And not even slowly.
Not even slowly. Quickly. Do it quickly. Rook check, and in case of king h6, rook to c7.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Levon has just blundered a piece, seemingly.
No.
This round has a theme.
Yeah, yeah. And it was curious because I was going to say we have like 3 absolutely mad games in this round and a very quiet game between Levon and Jan. But just as I was loading up to say that, a whole piece gone missing.
I'm going to the Levon game for just a moment because it was going nice and quietly until the move bishop f5 just appeared. Thump, and there goes a piece. Wow.
Brutal.
Oh, brutal. And by the way,
only game that's equal, I guess, is the Alireza's game against MVL.
And that wasn't very equal earlier.
The one game that we
maybe equal now.
But I'm going back to our marquee matchup just to see where the clock times stand of the 2 players. Help me out.
Alireza has 30 seconds against minute and 45 for MVL, but it's pretty easy position to defend.
Alireza has 30 seconds?
Right.
Okay. And I'm seeing that Maxime just played the move e6, e5. Bishop dropped back to e2, menacing. Well, I don't know if menacing is the right word.
King goes to e6.
And you just mutually stand.
No one can make any progress here.
So,
at least it seems that way.
Despite the time differential, we expect, once again, this game to be a draw. I want to go back to the game of Prague and Hikaru.
Wait, 94.
What? I'm going to go to Prague and Hikaru. I don't want to rob the young man of his moment in the sun. Prague is having a bad tournament. No no other ways to...
Take on e5, take on c8, yeah.
Game
and
over.
here it is. And there goes the handshake. Prague will remember this win. I mean, you can forget the losses and everything else, but that was very, very good. Levon versus Jan. Again,
Levon's going down.
I'm going to go with a... Oh, I see.
No, I think we
with
should be
Leinier.
watching the Leinier Fabi game. That,
All right.
that one just
Fair.
head up.
Wait a minute. It's a little chaotic on the board, but isn't white just
Oh,
winning?
the pawns are promoting. Queen d7. How do you win?
Queen d7, I'm assuming.
Queen d7, the only move that preserves full equality somehow.
Full equality. I was assuming queen b6 to take this peshki.
Queen a4 somehow.
Queen c5, d7. What is Fabi doing? D7.
D7 got the. It seems like b2 and.
B2? Oh,
we
queen,
have-
queen, check. Sorry.
Right,
What? Knight takes b2. Queen b7. Oh my goodness.
I think it's possible maybe to go ed3, d8, queen takes c4. I wouldn't
And
be
he's
shocked.
done it. He's done it.
And Leinier is looking at this like, what is happening here? How is this?
I got two queens. I
Yeah,
got two
how is this
queens.
an actual move you can make? And queen b8 is very strong. You have to now make a move with h5.
It stops
yeah.
check and check. So,
Firouzja and Biel did draw their game.
oh my gosh, King
h2
we
is
have
such a cold-blooded move. I love it.
Queens on the board.
I love
King
it.
h2 is brilliant.
Just
the
stopping
clock
queen
times?
c1 check, yeah.
Clock times?
5 seconds.
And now
5
probably queen
seconds.
g8, queen f4 has to be made.
Yes, it does.
Queen f4, g5.
Where is the
Queen
mate?
d6 check.
Queen f5.
Queen
Oh,
f5.
queen h7 mate.
This is beautiful.
There's one
yeah,
check,
and-
but after queen c7, just g3, and that's it.
Wow. Wow. As Leinier, our
We
wild
have
card.
Wesley about to win his game against Nodirbek. And there's one more game, Levon's
Levon.
against Nepo. Should we go there?
Well, no, I'm going to go to the Wesley game if
Okay.
I can find it. And I found it. And he was the one with the extra piece. And he didn't
He can
win
now
on the
trade,
pawns.
trade rooks with knight e4 check. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, rook c5 now. Come on.
Let's go.
Yep.
He's
there
done it.
is. And I think that probably forces a resignation.
Last game.
We might have a somewhat rare spectacle in... Oh, well, not anymore. Yeah.
No, he just walked into... Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say Jan might have to prove he knows how to mate with bishop and knight, but not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
With 2
Peter.
second increment, yeah.
Okay, I have an interesting task here of showing you all 5 games.
Blunder, blunder, blunder.
Yeah, because Cristian will be rating the interviews. Yeah, let's start with the one I sort of understood because I tried watching it from the beginning. And I think the story of this game, this is Prague against Hikaru, is I think by this point Hikaru was he was letting off steam in this one game. He was doing things he would never have done if he had a slightly better day of it. This line really has a poor reputation. At some point people realized that this pawn is just not good enough compensation for white playing e4, f4, and kind of mating you in the center. Knowing this, Hikaru did not take on b2. That actually gives up too much time. He went with d6, g6, and this is not that bad. But then after knight f3, h6, bishop f4, he went for this really strange fishing. Oops, that's a bit too far. Really strange fishing expedition. He went knight g4, bishop d2, still sort of okay, and then f7, f5. And like with those guys on the queen side, completely undeveloped. This is not how you play. Bishop b5 check, and already your choices are incredibly difficult. He went king d8, queen e2, f4, h4. He played a6, bishop d3, rook g8, hg5, hg5. And Prague didn't find a very, very beautiful win here. He could have taken on g5, and I was so shocked I actually had to ask the machine, because this looks like a blunder of a full piece. Bishop c3, rook takes g5. And I'm assuming both of them decided this is completely fine.
Queen d2. Give me
Queen d2,
a5.
creating the threat of bishop a5. And black has to make some kind of an unbelievably ugly move like a5, and now we give this, now we give this check. We go queen takes f4, and we start collecting everything.
The rook. Where do you go with the rook?
Instead, Prague went with the b4, which gets an actual blunder sign, even though it's a very strong move.
Looks good to me.
Yeah, and Hikaru replied with c4, bishop c4, bishop f6, b5, and now he played a6, a5, understandably wanting to keep the files closed. But then after knight a4, he realized the queen will actually get caught on d7. You can't actually run away.
Oh.
And this is how we landed on this position where white is just a full piece up by move 20. And there were some perhaps adventures in the conversion from here to the full point, but not enough for Hikaru really to have any drawing chances. That game that Jan won against Levon, there was this kind of the bishop c4 Sicilian, I don't know what to call it.
Grand Prix?
It's bishop c4, is that a Grand Prix? I think the Grand Prix are generally knight c3 f4s, right? This is an attempt to play a kind of a blend of Sicilian and perhaps Ruy Lopez, because you want to play rook e1, c3, d4, and switch to the kinds of setups you often see in...
I've got it. The St. Louis hybrid.
Good, good. Let's call it that. And eventually, some trades in the center happened. This is a kind of a pretty usual for these types of lines. You get this types of maneuvering where eventually white has to play d3, d4. There's no really other way to get anything at all. He could have traded queens here, but decided not to. And white maybe even has some pressure here now that black declined to trade queens. But after some further shuffling, you definitely do prefer white here, because white has the slightly more active pieces. These bishops are not very impressive. And you can sort of understand why Levon felt like he has to be playing for a win. And he launched this very beautiful tactical shot, creating a threat of knight takes f6 and queen h7 mate. But sadly for him, we logged in just at that moment. The issue for him is that the knight on e5 is hanging after the trade on f6. Yes, the structure is completely ruined, but who cares if you're up a piece?
That's so painful. It's against the run of the play.
Oh. Somewhat against the run of the play, yeah. Somewhere around here, the engine even suggests or maybe slightly earlier. He may have had even something tangible for a bit, but by the point he's played knight h5, the position is equal. But maybe the memory of him being better earlier kind of continued, pushing him into that direction. And the other two games have been very exciting affairs, but I think in Fabi's game, the most excitement was the very, very end of it. d7 is actually a mistake, because after b2, queen b7, Fabi missed, this is so beautiful. Connects everything, prevents d8.
Geometry.
Yeah, prevents d8, also sets up the perpetual check mechanism with queen c1, queen f4. This would have made an immediate draw, but after ed3, the white was winning. And we now have interviews, so let's go back to Cristian.
Alireza, you came in as the co-leader. Now you're 1.5 points in the lead, but definitely a turning point, I feel, was this game. Given the standings right now, Wesley is one of the chasing players. This game between yourself and Wesley, take us through this one.
Yeah, I mean, I lost a very bad game against Levon. I just lost because of a stupid opening, and I mean, don't lose normally like this, but okay, it happens. Yeah, this game was very important, of course, and we played a lot of games in this structure. And, yeah, he just missed the
You both seem to enjoy these Giocopiano structures.
Yeah, I have very good results here, so for me, I should continue playing it. So. Yeah, this is very typical tactic he missed, which is surprising. And after, I should convert it very very comfortably, but I messed up.
It wasn't that easy, right?
Yeah, I messed up very badly. Like... yeah, I should win easy here, but I blundered here. Bishop takes b6. I blundered takes. Just it could take. See, nothing happened.
And if you take, just bishop a7.
c7, rook c6.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Then I had to. Then we were here long time. Okay, still white has great chances, especially with not much on the clock. And I saw this trick here is already very difficult, because I'm going to push c4, d5.
And you do always have these ideas of rook takes c6 and b7, right?
Yeah, and then luckily this worked for me, and after this.
Yes, how do you recover after a loss? You mentioned that loss against Levon psychologically must be quite difficult. What do you do in order to recover? Or you just simply don't have time to think about it?
It's not easy to recover, actually. Just you should play good chess, and that's the only way to recover. I think there's nothing secret. You have to continue playing, yeah.
Still, 7 out of 9 or 6.5 out of 9 in today's round. How would you assess your performance? Do you feel like your chances are... How high do you feel like your chances are to win the event at this juncture?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Already after the Rapid, the fact that I was not down points is already a bonus for me. Always I'm down 2-3 points. So yeah, I think I have good chances, but anything could happen. Or Wesley and Jan, they are playing good.
And I was also chatting with your second here, Ivan, and he was telling me that you like St. Louis. You feel good playing around St. Louis. You won 2 events in 2022 when you came for the first time here. What is it about St. Louis that you enjoy so much?
Yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant. The chess club, the area of the chess club also, I mean, everything is like, I don't think there is anything like this in the world. So I think it's inspiring that there is something like this for chess, and we should all appreciate it. So I think whoever chess players should appreciate it. There is no other choice.
Well, your performance was indeed inspiring as well, Alireza. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. And St. Louis loves you too, Alireza. Very nice of you to say, as the St. Louis Chess Club is going through some wonderful renovations. What you're going to see in a year from now is going to be the best chess club in the world. And the standings after 9 eventful rounds.
Let's have a look. Alireza Firouzja in clear first with 17.5 points.
Wesley So coming...
Incredible.
I think he got 7 out of 9 today, yeah, which is a fantastic result against this field.
Wow. Jan?
Jan had some wins and some losses, so he remains in the second place, sharing it with Wesley.
MVL, they're in 4th. Remember, Alireza, Jan, and MVL all came into today's Blitz tied for 1st, and it was Alireza who pulled away, and Wesley overtaking 2 of our co-leaders. Well, actually, pardon me, Jan stayed with it. Fabi.
Not having a great day.
No.
And neither did Hikaru. Yeah. Hikaru scoring 50%. For anybody else, like 50% against this field is nothing really to be ashamed of, but Hikaru would feel that he is short-charged himself a great deal.
A reminder, tomorrow is the last day of Blitz. There will be 9 more games. Players will play each other with just reverse colors.
Exactly.
Time control is 5+2.
And again, the Grand Chess Tour, 13 Grand Chess Tour points. Very, very big for the winner. And we're thinking Alireza is doing incredibly well. But
we have Cristian with Wesley So.
Wesley, 7 out of 9 in the first day of Blitz. Absolutely a monster performance, but it felt already yesterday when you came for the interview that you were in good form, good shape, and good mood as well.
I scored 7.
7 out of 9.
I didn't even know.
I do think you won the Blitz actually. Yes.
Oh, I did? Oh,
I do.
So far.
Well, they won. Yes.
Yeah, I mean the game yesterday against Nodirbek for sure cheered me up. Was a good bonus. So I mean today has been a very good day. So all glory to the Lord Jesus Christ.
Let's talk about this game against Hikaru. Obviously, at this point, you had 6 out of 8. He was struggling, but still on a +1 performance for him. How do you feel he approached this one?
Well, he was playing for a win. I mean, he was playing very quickly. But the fine part is this was our game in the Rapid. So when I played C5, he was already hesitant. So it's clear he didn't prepare specifically for the Blitz. Maybe he'd be better off playing castle. Like I was a bit worried about castle. And then E5, D3.
Okay.
Yeah.
This type of King's Indian, reversed King's Indian situation.
Yeah, this is what Richard Rapport plays against me when he's white in speed chess. So I was more worried about castle because King's Indian. I mean, I was gonna play knight f6. But I mean, I was quite pleased to get this position because he had to play c4. And we transpose to the Catalan. So but then he has to prepare something specific. So I was more worried about this. But when he played e3, I realized he didn't. Like he started shaking his head when he saw this line because it's very solid for black. Bishop e7. I mean, he can get a game, but at least I don't get too many problems. And it's a good game. I mean,
so from what you're telling me, it feels like he was hoping that you will switch from what you played during the Rapid. You didn't, and that sort of surprised him.
Yeah, or probably he just forgot, because it's been a long 2 days. Most likely he forgot, I mean, to be honest, because,
Look, this position looks very equal, innocuous, right? Nothing really is happening.
The
but
night before, I mean,
at one point,
I was a bit worried because he plays his Alan title Tuesday.
Yes.
So he's very familiar, but maybe, I was quite happy when he played, maybe here, knight b5, and then he can get the bishop here, because I cannot retreat. If I retreat, he's got takes and
knight to d4.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a nice little tactic.
So knight b5, I was misplaying it because, I thought, here maybe even trading all the rooks earlier maybe was a bit premature. Like here I should play knight e5.
Yes.
But then it's not so pleasant after takes knight a4. Like, I still have to be careful. I can double my pawns. So, I was down a minute on the clock, and so I knew I was in for some defending.
So you were starting to feel a little bit of pressure at this point.
Yeah, I was very happy when I saw knight e4 because then I was able to trade. And then when he played f5, then I felt like I was taking over.
Maybe even slightly better.
Because he was going to go bishop c2 at first. Like he was about to play this, but then it wins a pawn.
So if you take...
Queen takes on f3.
Take on f3. And that just wins the pawn.
Yeah,
right.
And he had also around 15 seconds left. Well, I had over a minute.
So you caught up on time. In the last few moves.
Yeah, I was down a minute and then...
You caught up on time. And after queen c6, nicely spotted, now you're the one with the pressure. But he had this moment all the way after king to d6.
Could just play knight c4, I guess, yeah. Like, I mean, if he played knight c4, I was just going to take because I think it's a fortress.
You weren't going to go bishop to d8 and try for more.
Yeah, I mean, I could, but I was just going to make a draw.
Draw.
I mean, I think it's a fortress.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But, Hikaru saw it, but he thought he could play for a win. So bishop c4 is a way to play for a win.
Oh, you think he was playing for a win right
now?
Because
he could play knight c4. And then, I mean, maybe I would play this. But then h5.
It feels like black has a little bit of a pull.
Yeah, but the king cannot enter. Unfortunately. If I could go here, I win on c5. If I could get king on c5.
So it's almost a fortress, yes?
Yeah, I think it's a total fortress. You just go back and forth.
Yeah.
And the pawn is protected. Yeah.
Everything.
So he was playing for a win, bishop c4, but it's a crazy idea because I thought only black can win here. Like, king f1. I didn't see king g2, king f3, obviously.
Yes, king g2 just is the quicker route for the king.
And then you take, yes.
Yes.
Yes, and then the pawn endgame.
So maybe not even d4, but again, he was showing obviously that he wants to go to d3, wants to put the knight on d4 and play for a win.
But he lost a tempo.
One tempo down, yeah.
Yeah.
And after that, you converted quite nicely, I believe. Well, Wesley.
Fortunately, I didn't go here, I would have lost,
That's a transposition into what we discussed.
Yeah, I was calculating, but white's much faster.
Obviously, your form is pretty decent. What's the strategy for tomorrow? You are still thinking about that first place position, or what are the, let's say, ambitions right now? 1.5 points behind Alireza.
Well, to play well. I mean, these tournaments are very unpredictable. So games happen so fast. It's all about your form and your momentum. Like, obviously, I need a bit of luck today, like against Levon. I should never have won that. And I was also probably losing against Ian, the very first game. So those things, when you have a little bit of luck, then you start winning a game or two, it could easily snowball into more wins, like you're in good form. So it's all about momentum. Hopefully I could play as well as I do tomorrow.
The tensions are very high in between the games. What do you do to decompress in between games?
Yeah, I try to listen to music, try to walk back and forth, try to keep my energy high.
Are you receiving cat pictures from your sister as well?
I have hundreds on OneDrive.
Okay, so you're rechecking the cat pictures.
So I'm well set. Like, players take the break very differently because everyone's their own person. Generally, most players are quiet and reserved, but it's very different. For example, Levon, he chats a lot with other people.
He's a very
between
social
breaks.
butterfly. Yes,
yeah, and I
yes.
think he keeps his energy high that way. For me, I do too from time to time. But generally, I just try to keep my energy up and to be focused, listen to some music, do some last-minute motivational prep, and then just have an idea on who my opponent is the next round. But I notice like Magnus or Ian, they always have these huge headphones. So in between games, maybe...
Everybody does their own thing, for sure.
Yeah, because you only have like a 15-minute break between each game. But,
well, Wesley, lots of games to be played tomorrow. You still need to preserve your energy. We'll let you go.
Yeah,
We'll see you tomorrow.
Going to be exciting. Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Wesley. And every now and then, Wesley reminds everybody that he really is an exceptionally strong player.
I wish he would do it more often. frankly.
Exactly.
I really wish he would do it more often.
I remember him getting number 3 in the world at his peak. I think he was really, and looked like he was, the sky's the limit.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I sort of endorse his cat dad arc, but on the other hand, he is such a fantastic chess player, and to watch him play well is such a joy that, yeah, today was a good day.
How do you remain calm during the games? What do you do?
Who says I remain calm?
Do you have a routine, though?
I haven't
Pacing?
played in a tournament like this where I have to play 9 games in one day.
Well, no, but sometimes you have a tiebreaker and you've got time between
I usually
the
just
Armageddon.
I eat. Yeah.
Some snacking.
Food calms me down.
Yeah, that helps. Peter?
I recognize that picture, yeah. Or as they say, I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Yeah.
Hard to remain calm.
Hard to stop eating is what I mean.
Hard to stop eating.
Yeah.
And as a reminder, these were our picks. And Peter, we're in awe. You did very, very, very well. Cristian.
Bravo.
Cristian, what did you pick up out of the Blitz day 1?
Well, it's all about those streaks, as Hikaru was anticipating. Yesterday, Wesley So had one of those days in this one, and as you guys were just mentioning, he's so dangerous whenever he gets in his form. I remember that tournament he had in Paris where he broke some records as well. He was just winning every single position. It didn't matter whether he was worse, equal, better. He was finding a way. It's all about finding a way to that elusive victory, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Wesley. But still, this is the Alireza show for the moment. 1.5 points in the lead. He's doing what he has to do to win this event, and he knows how to win events in St. Louis. As I was mentioning, 2022, that was his year. He won the Grand Chess Tour. He won back-to-back St. Louis and the Sinquefield Cup. Maybe he will try to do the same this year. He definitely has a good chance.
Thank you, Cristian. Well, guys, we wrap up the show. We say wonderful stuff. Join us tomorrow, same time, same channel, as we have the finals of the Blitz tomorrow.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.